Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you again. My name is Laurel and Janna, and I'm an account executive, and I'm excited to bring on and kind of introduce someone new here. I'm kind of part of our theme. So over here to my right, we have someone new. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Janna Matthews. I'm the assistant sales manager here at the Grace Company. I'm so excited to join you guys today for day 2. Woo! Yeah.
Yes, we're super excited, and we want to welcome everyone joining us. I want to say just a reminder of our wonderful theme that we have. So a little bit different than if you ever joined us previously for our Spring Fling. We didn't quite have a theme, but this year it's on the way to something new.
I love that. You're preparing yourself. You're deciding where you're going to go. It's going to be great.
Yes, it's wonderful. And kind of on that, just to get things started and kind of say hello and welcome all of you guys. Let's see, what was it? It was, how many of you, is this your first
event? Well, I mean, first event. Yeah, like is it your first event? Is your first Spring Fling? First time with the Grace Company? Put a 1 in the chat.
Yeah.
And so we can see who is joining us for the first time. And Grace Company friends, please give a shout out to all those people putting 1s in the comments so that we can welcome all of them for the first time.
Yes, welcome. I know it's kind of funny. I know because I've been a part of the lives, I can recognize some names. I'm like, they're back, you know. So there are definitely, it looks like there are quite a few new people.
Wow, welcome. Oh, I'm so excited.
Welcome, Barbara again, Susan.
Janelle, Jean, welcome. I'm so glad you guys could join us.
That's wonderful. Yeah, this is great to see. This is kind of, I think, exciting. I know, I guess I always just think with this, I'm like, oh, of course everyone's here. They've been with us, right? So this is exciting to see some new faces and have those comments. And I want to encourage you guys. Thank you, first of all, for putting the comments in. That's what makes this very enjoyable for me and Janna. So thank you. And please continue to do that. And if you have questions throughout it, put in the chat. We do have people that are there monitoring that. And so welcome, thank you. And if you are joining us just for the first time, just a reminder to follow our social media because we have a lot of different things we're doing, whether it's new products, new education pieces.
We can tell you about upcoming events. So this doesn't have to be the only event you ever join us with, right? You get to come to all the great events that we're having. And then you also get to see all the new things and where we're going in the future.
Yes, yeah, it's really a wonderful time and we're super excited to be with you. Again, this is day 2. We have 5 days, so this is going to be the last day of this week, but next week, make sure to join us again. It'll be Wednesday is when we'll be kicking it off again. What day is that? It's the 6th.
April 6th, yeah.
April 6th for that. So make sure to stay tuned for that as well. And I know some of you, I saw kind of earlier in this morning, you guys had mentioned that, hey, oh, I have to go to work in 30 minutes or I'm not going to be able to be here, is that you can always go back through and re-watch these segments.
So great. So they don't have to be live right now.
Yes, nope, you don't have to. And even these live segments, we will actually go back and add those on there as well. So you really will be able to watch the entirety of the show and kind of be with us throughout this fun process that we have. So
that's great. I love that they do that because what's worse than wanting to do it, you get called into work or you expect something and then, oh, you got to go to the store or your electricity goes out because we've been seeing people commenting about the tornadoes happening and you miss a spot. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely welcome. We're so excited to have you. And again, I know we kind of asked this yesterday, but let's go ahead and see where you guys are joining from again as well, because that's always super fun to see everyone from all over. I think we saw someone yesterday, they said they're from Canada. So really we have everywhere nationwide.
All of the United States, yeah. Well, and I don't know if people have noticed on the website, there's an opportunity you can go and do a pin drop of where you're located so you can see where everybody else who is registered for the event is coming from.
Yes, it's wonderful to see. Oh yeah, so we have Jean, from the tornado things. Hopefully everyone's safe. We have Rose from California.
Let's see, Angela's from Alaska. Welcome, Angela.
Wonderful, yeah. See, all over. It's really pretty neat to see everyone joining from literally all over the world. So yeah, Kathleen, Michigan, a couple people. Kim's also from Michigan. So yeah,
Arkansas,
Cali.
Modesto, California. Welcome, Indiana.
Wow, yeah, really from all over. This is wonderful, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so happy to either have you back for the second day or for those, again, that are just joining, we're so happy to be here with you guys. So just kind of, I want to give you a little bit of an overview of what today looks like, especially this first little live segment. So one thing we're going to do a little bit later in this live segment is we're actually going to do a couple different giveaways.
That's my favorite part ever, right? I love the giveaways.
Yes, I kind of think I have to say almost probably everyone's favorite part, right? Because who doesn't want to potentially get something like a big, beautiful prize for free, right? So we'll do a couple different giveaways. Those are going to be pulled from those that have pre-registered. So one thing I do want to go over here is actually how you can register if you haven't already. And one thing I want to remind everyone about is that we do choose the winners for those that have pre-registered the day of. So we chose yesterday's literally a couple minutes before. We've chosen today's winners today. So if you haven't registered, there is still a chance for you to get your name in the drawing and potentially win something.
Yeah, so if you're only watching on Facebook and YouTube or on our website and you haven't registered yet, go on, register so you can get into the drawing for all those prizes.
Yeah, wonderful. So let me go ahead and over here again. I'm going to show you how easy it is to register. So first thing you're going to do is go to our main website. So this is graceframe.com. So very easy. Again, you can see it up there, just graceframe.com. And we have this wonderful banner that just sits here so you can easily get to the festival page. So what you'll do is you simply tap it. And now you'll see I told it to save my information so that when I come in, I am already logged in. If you are not, or you have not registered, this is the screen it's going to take you to. It's going to ask you, there's a bingo, which is a really fun game. It actually gives you a way to help navigate and get familiar with the website and really be able to use it to its full potential. And again, this is where if you have not registered, very easy, come over here, enter your information. Or if you already have registered, again, you can very easily come in here and register. So very easy process that, again, you can come in and do it anytime. This is, again, where you can select that remember me. So you can just simply come in and not have to re-log in every time. If I can remember my password.
I think that's something everybody has an issue with. You can always also click the forget your password part, and then that will help you set that back up again.
Yes, wonderful. That's always a great reminder because, yeah, I have, unfortunately, a lot of passwords that I have to remember, so that's great. So this is once you log in, this is, again, what your account dashboard looks like. So if we want, here's our event schedule. So this is if, again, we mentioned it earlier, but if there's a certain segment that you want to make sure you don't miss, you can come here and choose the date, and you can actually come and add it to your calendar. Now this is a really neat feature because it gives you a couple different options of what calendar you can add it to. And one thing that I just learned about that you can do as well is if you go into my account and you edit your profile, is you actually can choose to get different notifications. So you can do email notifications or text notifications if that's something you like. So really, if you, again, want to make sure not miss a segment, I'd highly encourage you to maybe do both email and text if that's something that you're interested in to get those notifications.
And again, if they're at any time they're hard or there's too many emails or text notifications coming through, you can always opt out of those.
Yes, absolutely. Yep, super simple. You'd simply come over here and click that and it would turn it off and save changes there. And then just another quick reminder for those that are signed up for notifications, just a reminder to be safe. As events like this happen, people are out there and you just want to make sure that, again, if you ever see anything or you win anything, again, it's going to come directly from us, so the Grace Company on that. So again, just a reminder to make sure you're being safe on that.
Yeah, sometimes there are pages that get created on Facebook. You can always call us to verify or go to our website and send a chat to us and do a screenshot and just say, hey, I saw this, is this valid? And we can always make sure to tell you which one is really coming from us so that you're not scammed in any way.
Yes, yeah, and absolutely, we would love to, again, if just to be on that safe side, reach out to us because we really do want to make sure you guys are safe and that this is a very fun, safe event for everyone. So just a reminder on that. So again, I just want to go really quickly back to the website just so you guys can see and really get a feel for the wonderful options that you have on here. So this is, again, just kind of what today looks like. So we have the kickoff, and then next we have a video with Mark. He's going to talk about some accessories that we have. That's really fun. He actually goes over quite a few different accessories there. And then we have Janet Edwards, Janet George, who's going to talk about automation. So again, if any of you are, let's say, for example, on the automation, you're interested in it, this is a great time where you can come add it to your calendar so you can make sure to see it and not miss that segment. And then let's say, you know, sometimes like Jan had mentioned, maybe something happens and you're not going to be able to watch it. We do have this option here. You can see watch now again, the lives, or this is the video on demand. So this is where, again, any segment that we have that is pre-recorded, so like today, you can go in and watch that segment. So there is no worries about missing any segment of this wonderful Spring Fling event.
I love that because I definitely want to make sure that I'm watching all of those. And I know even though I'm involved with the Spring Fling, I don't get to watch all the segments, so I'm definitely going to go watch them more.
Yes, yeah, wonderful segments. Again, you can always go back and watch. I know we did one yesterday about how to make a purse. So if you got that pattern and then you haven't been able to put it together till now, again, you can go back and watch that video so you can really, again, get that tutorial. So wonderful times you can go back through on here. We do also, yesterday we talked a little bit about our quilt show. So this is where we encourage you guys to go in and look. We have a couple different categories of quilts where you can actually vote as well. So this is a fun one, like there's Oops, take a look, see those different quilts. And again, I mentioned it just briefly there, but you can vote on the different quilts here. So if it's one that you really like, make sure again to hit that vote button because we are giving away some prizes for those. And it's always really fun for those to see that submitted their quilts to really get that feedback.
So LJ, on those voting, people can vote more than one time?
Oh, absolutely.
Excellent. So you're not limited to how many votes you're doing?
Nope, you can vote as many times as you would like, which is amazing.
Well, they're so amazing quilts. It's hard to limit just 1 or 2 votes per category.
Exactly, yeah. And this is where, again, if you do see a quilt that you maybe voted on, maybe, come in here, you simply select the quilts. And this is very fun too, because if there's multiple photos, as you can see, you can really go through and get some nice close-ups if there's submitted in there. And then this is also where you can come in and comment. So this is where you actually can connect with those all over the world.
I love that. And Jeanette said on there that she's like, I love it when people comment on my quilt. So
Yes.
definitely make a comment, share patterns, talk about techniques. This is a great place to talk about that.
Yeah, because we know all the hard work and effort that goes into every single quilt. So yes, please comment. Everyone loves to see that and really get that feedback on there. So that's wonderful. And then we also, again, just kind of going through the website here, another tab we have is our vendor hall. So this is where we have gone out and we found people to specifically do things and give promotions or specials for you guys. So some of them, it's threads, fabrics, there's notions. So as you can see, we really have a lot of different vendors that again have specific and special deals for you guys for this Spring Fling. So make sure to check that out. Again, we do also, if you were to select on it, you can visit the booth, and this is where we do have a link that will take you directly to their website and also give you their information. So again, if you are interested in it, you can go follow them on their social media accounts. And again, they do have some things. So for example, this one, they've given you a nice little free pattern. So we do have a lot of different things that we're kind of just giving to you guys to get on your journey here and hopefully, try something new with our theme here. So
that's amazing. I don't know how anybody's doing anything else today, right? I think I'm gonna have to get the DoorDash, get my food sent to me because I'm just gonna be spending all day on the website watching. And a reminder too, you can watch it here on the live site, you can watch it on YouTube, you can also watch it on the Grace Company's website on Facebook. So there's the 3 ways that you can watch the events today.
yes, wonderful. And then again, just a reminder too that, we talked about those vendors that have specific deals for you, and we've actually done the same thing for you guys.
Yes, we have so many great, amazing deals.
Yes, that again are specific for you guys, and we really thought, hey, you know what can we do? Kick off April, well, first off, happy April's 1st. I guess
There's no April Fools. Those deals are
They
real.
are
yeah.
real. Yes, that's wonderful. They are real deals that are specific for you guys. That again, we really thought, what can we do something or what's something special we can do for you guys, and that's those deals. So thanks for joining us on that. And then I know yesterday we had mentioned, but I just want to mention it again if you weren't with us, but we actually have a new machine, and I do just want to show a picture of it because it blows
awesome.
my mind.
It's so amazing. I've gotten to play around with it a little bit. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and again show you. So this is just on our website. So I'm going to learn more. Click on it so again you can really see it here. So this is our new 21X Elite. So Janna,
It looks so sleek. The Elite is sleek.
Yes, it is. So Janna, why don't you tell me, you said you've had the chance to use it a little bit. What is something that's a little bit different about this machine than maybe some of our others?
Yeah, right away you can see in that very first image that came up is the screen size. So it's a larger screen, it's a 7-inch screen, and it has a new computer customer interface that happens with the screen different than we've ever had before. It's so amazing. It's easy to use, it has tutorials, so say you've lost your instruction manual and you need to remember how to thread or how to do the bobbin winder or something, it has the PDF in there, the images, so that you can go through and take care of it that way. That's my number one favorite thing about it.
Yes, yeah, the interface is amazing. I know we actually had one of the engineers that helped kind of design this. He'd gone to a show, and so he was just kind of walking around, to get a feel for the different machines. And he said that almost on all the machines he walked up to, he had to ask someone how to use the machine, which is a little crazy, right? I should be able to walk up and push a button and have the machine move for me. So with that, we actually took that same, that feedback of being able to anyone walk up and use it and brought it into this new 21X Elite machine. So it really is its own standalone. You really can't compare it to anything in the industry, even with what we have.
Even with what we have, it's such a step above. Yeah.
It really is, yeah. So check that out. We do have some other new items. So we have a free motion starter kit we had mentioned yesterday as well. Then we have a fun travel kit that's for True Cut. So these are things that we've kind of mentioned before, and we will be talking about more in these next segments as we get into next week and all of that. But let's go ahead. I know this segment, what everyone I think is really, again, what we're excited for is some of the giveaways.
Da-da-da!
Yeah, so we have 3 different giveaways. And again, just a reminder, these are chosen from those that have pre-registered. So if you have not registered, you're going to want to register.
Go do it. You will not be disappointed.
No,
Yes.
and really, I even had people call in and they're like, so I'm going to get this, but what if I win it? Right?
Their contingency plan.
Yes. Yeah, right? Because you never know. You might just be the one to win. But one of them that we have is actually a $500 gift card.
Oh my gosh. I can think of all the things I would like to purchase with the $500 gift card. I think I would throw some thread in there. I would do the new Magnifique. I would do the new ruler feet. Okay. I got to limit myself. All right. If you need ideas after you win, give me a call. I'll help you find out some things. Yeah.
She'll stack that up for you, no problem on that. So this is wonderful. This is one that I believe is for Grace on that. But again, you can really stack up $500. Think of it, like that's so much that you can get, right? Maybe it's just that you need some bobbins and needles. Guess what? You can be set up for a solid couple months there with that. So you really are getting a lot with this $500 gift card. So let's go ahead and do a drum roll so we can announce the winner of this here.
Who's our winner?
Keep getting those. Woo! Patricia.
Congratulations, Patricia. That's so wonderful. I'm so happy for you.
Yes, so yep, congrats again. We will be reaching out to you because this is pulled from those that have pre-registered, but congrats, that's absolutely wonderful. And I do want to say one thing that I love to see in the comments that I've seen at previous events, but is the congratulations that people have for those that win. It's always super nice to see, it's always good to win, right? Who doesn't want to win?
Yeah, I think I love our Grace friends because everybody is so happy for the person who wins almost as much, a little bit less, but almost as much as if they won themselves.
Yeah, so yeah, that's always wonderful to see. And so just thank you guys for doing that. That always makes, if you're the winner, that just makes it even a little bit more sweet. But if you aren't, don't forget we do. So this is a $500 gift card, so you can't quite, go get that. But one of the giveaways we're going to do in just a minute is going to be the 15 Pro. So even if you aren't the winner of that.
The 15? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so on all the giveaways, these are items that, again, Jen had mentioned, it's not an April Fool's joke of the price that we're doing. We do have special deals for you guys. So again, make sure to check that out. You can access it either just on our main website, so graceframe.com, or that events platform. We do have it where you can go through and again see those specific deals for you guys. So yep, again, just graceframe.com. Go check out those deals that we have special for you guys. But another giveaway that we have is actually the Qzone Hoop Pro.
Oh my gosh, I love the Pro. My house is not big. I don't know if you guys are like me. I would probably have to take out my dining room table or just not park in my garage if I wanted to put the continuum up. But the Pro fits perfectly in my sewing room. So I'm able to quilt whatever I need, that king size, the wall hangings, just with that Pro size.
Yes, it really is absolutely wonderful. And I think one thing that's really nice is that, Jen, you had mentioned you might need to move your car out or take out a dining room table, is that even though this sits only about 5 feet, is that you can still do any size quilt on it. So you are not limited with the space in what you're able to do with it.
Yeah, and it can have a domestic machine on there with the top plate, or you can use the Qnique machines, the 15 or the 19 fit on that Qzone Hoop Pro. So you're not limited in throat space either. If you decide, oh, my domestic works well, and now I need some new ones, let's get up to that 19-inch throat and have that ability as well.
Yeah, so yeah, really the Qzone Hoop Pro frame gives you so much. And really one thing people will mention if you're going to use like a domestic machine is they'll say, well, my domestic machine has a smaller throat space. So if your machine does have a smaller throat space, yes, naturally you will find you need to shift the fabric more. However, you still can do so much more than if you had to push the fabric through the machine itself.
Right, because then you've got that quilt over your shoulder, on your arm. You're trying to move it through the throat space. You're not able to get it through all the different ways.
Exactly, yeah, it really brings back the freedom, I'd say, and allows you to kind of do whatever you want with it and kind of, again, get a little bit more creative than just having to do a straight line, because that's all you can do to hold the fabric together.
The circles, the stippling, the micro, yeah, it's so great.
Yes, yep. So really you're not limited, and this is part of, trying something new, is that if you do have the free motion, there's pantograph work, ruler work, automation.
Well, and what comes all with the Pro, right? It's not just the frame, you get the table inserts included, it has the dual track upgrade, so it has that professional feel left to right, so it's a Pro frame without having the Pro space, right?
Yes, that's a wonderful way to put it. But let's go ahead, not keep you waiting any longer, and do a drum roll for this Qzone Hoop Pro frame here.
Oh, congratulations, Marge!
Woo! Awesome. Yes, you get that Qzone Hoop Pro frame, so congrats. So we will be reaching out to you because, again, just another reminder, if you're just joining us, these are giveaways that we're doing for those that have pre-registered. So
and my favorite thing about that is you don't have to be present to win. As much as we want you to be present the whole day with us and watching all the time, if you're not present, that's okay. You can still win.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's wonderful, Janna. Thank you for that. And then one other giveaway that we're doing, again, is pulled from those that have pre-registered, is a $1,000 gift card.
What? Oh man, now my wish list is even bigger. So again, contact me. I'll help you figure out which items we can put on that $1,000 gift card.
You might want to be a little careful. Janna might just, tack on just even more stuff. She's like, you know what, just throw this in there. It'll be fine. It'll be great. But yeah, so $1,000. So again, this is for grace, but maybe, hey, this is where you're starting to look at getting into a frame, or I just have a frame, or hey, I was looking at upgrading a machine, so now this $1,000 can kind of get you there.
Yeah.
So really,
try something new, right? You're comfortable with your domestic. You're moving into your unique. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Yeah, try something new, do something new. Maybe, again, if you got that Qzone Hoop Pro frame, maybe you're ready to try some automation on there, or try some of the pantograph work or rule work. So again, that's wonderful. But let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this $1,000 gift card here.
Whoa, Vicky. Congratulations, Vicky.
Congrats.
Oh, that is so fantastic. Everybody give her some love for that $1,000.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful. Well, again, thank you guys so much for sticking with us for those giveaways. We will be doing more in another live segment we have later. But for those, again, that are watching, if you didn't win, we still, again, do have those amazing deals on our website, so graceframe.com, that you can see. So again, even if you didn't quite get that Qzone Hoop Pro frame, we do have it discounted, so that you still can, potentially get into that if that's something you're looking at.
Yeah, and I know it's only been a day so far, but I am pretty sure we've all seen in all the segments something that you want to purchase. So really quick, let's have everybody throw in a 6 into the comments of one that, if you've already seen something you're wanting to purchase and you've seen it on the website, you've seen it at the show so far. So let's see those 6s come through to see who's already ready to make a purchase. Because it's only been one day, right?
Oh yeah, well I'll tell you, there's already, I think, a whole,
oh man, look at that.
I've seen I want.
The 6s are rolling
6,
in.
Robin, Sean, 6, Janet, Jan, Sean. Look at this.
I think there was like 100 that just shot. Yeah. Like everybody was just like, I've seen it and I want something already. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I think even from being here, everything we've talked about, I think I want. So
yeah.
I'm ready to get it all. And we do have one thing that you'll see if you go to our events platform and see those deals is we do offer financing. So if it is something you're looking at, we do offer the financing for the 0% interest, so you can easily get into something that you want, something new there.
Yeah, and if there's anything on the website you have a question on, we've got the chat feature. We've also got our phone calls that you can do with us. If you have to leave a message, that's okay. Just leave a message. We will get back to you. We'll definitely help you out. You can call us at 800-264-0644 or go to the website, graceframe.com, and do that chat feature.
Yes, wonderful. Yeah, I just have to say, I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I know we have more segments throughout today that we're going to be doing. We have the Accessorize Yourself that Mark's going to come in here with in just a minute.
I'm excited about that, yeah. I'm also excited for Janet George's automation. That's going to be so good.
Yeah, this is where, again, maybe let's say, for example, you have that automation. Maybe this is a great time to see or learn more about it. Or if it's something you're looking at, this is something new that you can try,
That's true,
right?
Yeah. I love that theme, right? It goes through everything that you're trying to do. And it could just be that you're something new is going to be a pattern, right?
Yeah.
Something new could be the Cutie. So Nathan's going to be joining us later, and he's going to be talking about what is the Cutie made out of. That's going to be a great segment. Maybe the Cutie is the thing. And I've had a lot of people who say like, oh, I already have a long arm. I already have a whole big system. I don't need the Cutie. And I'll tell you, lots of people order the Cutie to take it fifth wheeling, to go out on the patio, to take it camping, to take it to a guild meeting. So getting a Cutie could be your something new too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know actually one thing with the Cutie is you could talk about even taking it to new places, because I know there was, we have one story, I don't quite know who it was, but it was, her husband is a trucker, right? So on the road quite often. But she said she loves to quilt, but again, because they're on the road, they don't have space for like a 12-foot frame.
In the back of the cab, yeah.
Yeah, so they got this Cutie frame, and so then she's able to take it with her. I'm not quite sure if she actually did it while he was driving.
I think that would be kind of hard, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it was every time they stopped, she was able to pull it out and pretty much set it on any picnic table or anything that, any station they had stopped at and quilt. So that's pretty incredible.
That's awesome, yeah. So you can take that Cutie wherever you go.
Yeah, so yeah, really we do have, and one thing I do want to talk about as well is we do have those special deals for you guys, but there really are going to be different things that are going to fit what you're looking for. So some person, the Cutie is going to be an absolute perfect fit, where someone, if you have the space, hey, you know what, do the 8-10 or the 12-foot frame, right? There really are different things that are going to fit your different needs. So check it out. Again, this comes back to if you have questions on, hey, what is going to fit me, whether it's space, budget, all of that features that you're looking for, if it's a machine or even with the frame, give us a call again, because we would love to chat with you and take you through that process and really figure out what's going to work best for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, you can also follow us on all our social media platforms at Grace Company Quilting, and also you can follow Karla at Karla Quilts for Grace. Those are some wonderful places that you can find all new stuff that will help you with that something new as well.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, just thank you guys again for joining us. I know the next segment, literally right following this, is going to be the Accessorize Yourself. So again, this is where we're going to bring Mark on. If you joined us yesterday, he was here live with us, but he's going to talk about and go through all of our different accessories. So this is huge. This is if you have a domestic machine, you have a hoop frame, Cutie, you have our 21 Pro on a continuum frame. Really, these accessories are for any and everyone. So if you're looking at anything or again want to get some instructions on it, stay tuned for this next segment that we have right here with Mark on Accessorizing Yourself.
Hello everybody, and thank you for joining. My name is Mark Martin, and today I'm really excited because I get to show you all these wonderful accessories that you see in front of me. We have accessories to go with our Qzone machines and also for your domestic machines. Let's look at this light bar that's behind me. It comes in a 5-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot. And they are true LED lights, and it's true light, which gives you that natural light. They're also on casters, and you can raise and lower them. Really simple. By a touch of the button on the side, you can lower these light bars to get as low as you would like. We have quilt clips, our 2-inch quilt clips, and then we also have our 1.5 quilt clips. They come in a pack of 4, and you just put it right along your belly bar, and it keeps your fabric nice and taut and allows you to float your fabric. We also have these mini quilt clips. So cute, right? These are great for stabilizing anything you want. Thread comes to mind. As we use our thread, we tend to leave it on a shelf or it's unraveled. What a great way to keep our thread intact. Or if you sit down and you're doing your sit down process and you're quilting and you have all this fabric laying around, you're able to roll those up and use these as, again, like stabilizers and keep your fabric from being where you don't want it to be. These also come in 2-inch and 1.5-inch. We get a lot of requests for these quilt clips, both sizes. We have quite a few accessories for free motion quilting. So let's look at some of these accessories that allow your free motion to, I guess, be more advanced. So we have a couple rulers. We have actually several rulers. I'm going to hold up a couple of them. So this is a circle ruler template, and this is a feather template. We developed these wonderful rulers. So if you're looking to do feathers, here's a nice template for your feathers. And then here's one for circles. We also have a super slide, and it's a 1/4 inch thick. And then we also have our slice, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why the thickness is important is for long arms. If you're using any of our Qunique machines, you would want to get the 1/4 inch thickness rulers. And we have 1/8 inch rulers as well for your domestic machine. I'm going to hold a couple of them up here, and they're the same design, so super slide, mini slide, and then we have slice. And for our Qunique machines, we do have a ruler base for all the 15, the 19, and 21. It's very easy to attach, very strong, and very durable. I'll show you the back side here. You can see it slides right onto the throat of your machine with this knob. So this just goes right onto the throat of your machine, and it gives you that platform that you need to put these rulers on there. And what goes with the ruler base and with the rulers are our foot set. And right now I brought in a 9-piece foot set and a 4-piece foot set. And in this 9-piece, you get several of them. I'm just going to read some off here. The glide foot. But if you have our Quilt Motion, or you're thinking about getting Quilt Motion, I highly recommend get the glide foot. The glide foot glides over seams or any kind of bumps on your fabric. When you're doing automation and you come across a seam and you have a standard hopping foot, not all the time, but you might want to watch out for that, because potentially your hopping foot could get snagged onto that seam. So I do recommend you getting this 9-piece foot set for all your quilting needs. Some of them include like an echo foot, couching feet. What's nice about the couching foot is it gives you another element to your quilting. You're able to do maybe some yarn work on your fabric, and so you're just looking at taking some of your ordinary, nice finishing work with your free motion, and you're making it a little more advanced with just a simple accessories. We have our horizontal spool holder as well. This allows you to do smaller cones or even put a little larger cone on there and have the spool come off horizontally. So this is a great accessory. There's other accessories on here. I'm going to go ahead and look at the rear handles. You can use the rear handles to work behind your frame to do any kind of tracing or patterns that you put on your table inserts. We have lasers, and we have 2 lasers. Right now, this is our Qunique laser. It comes in a box with a bar that you can attach to the side of your machine. And what that does is allow you to use it, and so you can work from behind if you wanted to, and if not, you can attach this to the handlebars in front of our Qunique machine and trace patterns. This gives you another dynamic element to your quilting, to your free motion quilting. Now, we also have a laser for the domestic machines. We love being able to support both the domestic and the long arm. So use these lasers. A small quick tip that I like to tell new beginners when they start doing lasers is to get some like painter's tape. That way you know where you're at with your throat of your machine. Because I tell you, now picture this, if you're focusing on your image and you're moving your machine and you have a small 9-inch throat, you're coming along, 9 times out of 10, if you forget where you're at on your fabric, you're going to run your machine into the rails, and that's going to really just mess up your pattern, or you have to unpick a couple stitches. So a nice little quick tip, get some painter's tape and put it in front as you're working, or even on back. So when you're quilting and you're focused on your image, you can see where that ending is coming in sight, so you know how far you have, so your pattern will be perfect. So again, this Gracie laser is perfect for your domestic machines. Another nice accessory is this pattern perfect, and it's quite simple. All you need to do is interlock the tabs together. But now these patterns go the length of your frame, and then there's a stylus that you can drop right into these grooves, and as you're quilting, you can go along these patterns. Now from edge to edge quilting, you have a wonderful design. It's going to look so beautiful on your quilt top. Okay, this sure stitch, it gives you a regulated machine. Sure stitch provides regulation with your domestic machine. So if you're quilting and you're using your foot pedal, pick up this sure stitch. I'm serious. I cannot stress how nice it is that you have a regulated domestic machine all from the sure stitch. We do have another option, and that is our speed control. Now this speed control, this acts like your foot pedal. You can put this onto your handlebar, and now you just have a dial. It comes with nice Velcro straps. You put this right on, and here's that dial I was talking about. So if you want to increase or decrease your speed, instead of doing it by the foot pedal, you can now just turn your dial. This now allows you to use on a larger frame. It's nice if you're doing a sit-down project because your foot pedal is right in front of you and you don't have to try to manage your foot pedal by sliding it down the entire length of your frame. Pick them up. You're going to make your quilting way more enjoyable. Now, cloth leaders comes in a set and it gets everything that you need. You'll get enough for all three rails, your take-up rail, your belly bar, and then the bar right underneath that. So you get all three, and they are cut to length and to size. We do have a pack for our hoop frames. We have them for our Qzone Queen, and we have them for the larger frames. And what's nice about those is they will work with any frame out there. So if you already have a different frame that's not ours, that's okay. You can still use our cloth leaders. When you're quilting, if you don't have the cloth leader, you need to wrap the fabric around the rail in order to stay. And what you have wrapped around, you can't quilt there. So these allow you to bring the fabric out in front of you, away from the rail, so you can quilt edge to edge before you advance it up. And then that is particularly awesome as well when you finish your quilt. When you're advancing it, you're going to need to make sure you get the bottom of your quilt quilted. We have wonderful thread. It's called Finesse. I just brought a couple in here. We have a solid and a variegated thread. Now, these are 1,500 yards and they're 50 weight. 100% polyester, which gives you that durability and that strength, right? Polyester is very strong. So if you're, again, new to quilting or you've been having issues with tension with other machines, get our Finesse thread because it would really help out with your process, and will definitely eliminate a lot of the thread breaking just because how forgiving polyester thread is. So if you're looking for that thread that's just the perfect size, you don't need the tall spools of thread that you may sit on for a long period of time. If you're looking for that perfect size that you can go through your thread quickly and you have more of an option to buy varieties, Finesse thread is the way to go. We also have smaller accessories that really go well with our machines, from different size needles to bobbins. I'm just going to hold some of these up here. So we have a pack of 10 bobbins, again with needles. We have size 14, 16, and 18 of the needles. And again, these M-class bobbins. This is just a nice straight ruler. If you're doing cross hatching or any kind of straight lines, this is perfect for that. So keep in mind that we do have straight rulers. Over the years, I've seen a lot of great designs come from doing ruler work. I've seen them come from lasers, from these pattern perfects, and from our automation. These are the accessories we have here. As I'm talking about these, I hope that you've thought of something like, you know what, that will make my quilting easier. I do need these quilt clips, or I want to look in this sure stitch, or these pattern sets, or even the light bar. Now, there are a couple accessories that I don't have in front of me. One is the idler bar for the continuum frame, and also the batting bar. So the continuum frame, the idler bar allows you to not have to raise your fabric up. So if you have a single bar through the throat of your machine, what tends to happen is that bar builds the fabric and then it starts rubbing on your throat. And then you're going to have to go and raise that side up, walk over to here and raise that side up. The idler bar goes right underneath the take-up rail, and then the fabric will come right up and will roll on that second rail. So that you will never have to go and raise the sides up again because that fabric is building up higher. We also have a batting bar for the continuum frame. The batting bar is perfect. I know some of you like to keep your batting roll, and you can put that on the batting bar. If you do float your fabric, You can use that batting bar for your batting, and you can have it to where it's not resting on the floor. So it is very nice to have both the idler bar and the batting bar on the continuum frame. It makes it a complete package. It's very useful when you have a lot of quilts you got to do. You don't have to walk back and forth. So again, if you have the continuum frame and you don't have the idler bar or the batting bar, look at getting those because it will definitely make your quilting easier and more enjoyable. Last but not least, we have our Quilt Motion. Quilt Motion is very user-friendly, very easy to use, and the best part is it does all the work for you. You simply program a picture in and have it quilt for you. We have two versions of the automations, Beginning and Pro, and on the Pro, there's record function. So if you do own any of these, the ruler base or the laser, or even these pattern sets that have these wonderful, easy, basic patterns, you can hit the record button on the automation, record what you're doing, save it, and then next time you can just go find that pattern again and quilt it out. The automation, it allows you to design patterns on the Pro software. You get import patterns in. There are just so many things you can do with the computer automated systems. If you're looking to take your quilting to the next level, now think about that, right? I say the next level, and I really am serious about that because these take your quilting to the next level, don't get me wrong. But automation, you're going to become, you make quilts for your grandchildren or your children or your husband or your spouse or friends or neighbors. Think about all the quilting, or even for charity work. Now, nothing says your quilting better than your free motion and you find a little mistake here or there. But you can really clean that up with the automation. You become as pro as you would like. And the best part is you can start at the beginner level. You don't need to worry about being the advanced level because our automation will help you through that process. And in fact, all these accessories and more that we have get you to that next level. Your journey of quilting will be fun, enjoyable, different, because you're able to have a variety of different ways of quilting. And they're very easy to install and to operate. And the best part is another best part is customer service. When you purchase any of our accessories, we're able to help and accommodate any issues that you run into. I'm very excited to have shown you these. We do have a lot more that we can that we have to offer. These are here for you, and I would really hope that you consider getting these accessories if you haven't already and you've been thinking about getting them. So get these accessories now. They're at a great price, and we do have them in stock. So I appreciate you watching. If you do have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We do have a lot of these videos out there, and if you like what we've been doing, again, please like and share those, because there's going to be quite a few of your friends or family members that haven't seen this that you're like, hey, this person would be, I should show this person this video. So again, please like, share, and subscribe, and also follow us on Instagram. You're going to find a lot of wonderful things that way as well. Our website is wonderful. Go to our website or contact your local dealer. These are all available through your local dealer as well. Thank you again for watching. My name is Mark.
Hello everybody, thank you for joining me today for another Tuesday with Grace. Today I get to talk to you about free motion quilting. I'm going to show you extreme paper piecing. Let me talk to you about pantograph. The stitching modes are fun, and each mode does specific things. All right, giveaways. A 4-pack of solid finesse thread and a 4-pack of the variegated. Certificate for $1,500 at graceframe.com.
So the winner is...
Okay, I have to close my eyes. Okay. All right, you have won.
All right, so as we press this down, I'm gonna go ahead and make one nice 12-inch circle. And there we go. So very easy. very fast. I don't know if we were able to get that on camera because that just goes super fast, right, as we go around, and very fun. And so when you do circles like that and it comes out that clean and that fast, who wouldn't want to do more circles now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I speak for a couple people out there. I mean, who wants to cut a circle, right? Cutting a circle isn't really something we like to do, but I'll tell you, when I tried this, I definitely went through some factors like, oh, I'm just gonna cut another circle. And I was like, how about this size? And I cut another circle, right? So it's something that I think you'll find that you just love and is super easy, as Mark pointed out, very effortless to make really 2 to 12 inches of a circle.
That's right. And how we adjust that is on this pin, we simply just twist the bottom of the knob and now we can slide this up and down the base.
Like I said, I do trim the bunny ears at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and when we press, we're going to be pressing those over next, and it's nice not to have all that additional, even though 1/8 of an inch of fabric is not a lot, but these are tiny little corners. But when we get to the bunny face, I do trim a regular 1/4 inch. On all of those markings can also be found on your TrueCut ruler.
There's also one of the nodes that is highlighted in green. That is our starting point. And a node that is highlighted in red. That is our stopping point. So our design is going to flow from the start to this stopping point. Okay. So now we're ready to edit these lines so that they curve. Okay. So we'll select edit, and we want to make sure that we're in the select options. Okay. It's also helpful to make sure that you click unselect all regularly so that you only have selected the nodes that you want to work with. I'm going to select one of these nodes by clicking and dragging a box around it. So you click and drag, a box forms, and you can pull that box over the node and it'll select. Then we can zoom in to that node. And when you select 2 ends of a spline, you will see 2 blue boxes appear on the spline. Okay. If you click and drag those boxes, also known as handles, your line will start to curve.
I'm just impressed. And see, this is what I love about, what we've just done. See, I've done something different to an extent, I was in the room when you did yours, but we've had a similar idea, but just the variations and the possibilities are endless.
And that's the fun thing. So you can take quilters of all different styles, experience, and I do love the fact that you use the marking tool. I thought that was a little bit sneaky, but because I don't know that we actually said that we could cheat and use the QC tape, but I will always say, you get somebody that says, oh, that's cheating, but the truth is, bad design, bad thread colour, bad quilt. And yet, how is that cheating? You used great thread choice, great design, and software.
And I utilised the tools that I had available.
So this is a circle ruler template, and this is a feather template. We developed these wonderful rulers, so if you're looking to do feathers, here's a nice template for your feathers. And then here's one for circles. We also have a super slide, and it's a 1/4 inch thick. And then we also have our slice, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why the thickness is important is for long arms. If you're using any of our Qunique machines, you would want to get the 1/4 inch thickness rulers. And we have 1/8 inch rulers as well for your domestic machine. I'm going to hold a couple of them up here, and they're the same design, so super slide, mini slide, and then we have slice. And for our Qunique machines, we do have a ruler base for all the 15, the 19, and 21. It's very easy to attach, very strong, and very durable. I'll show you the back side here. You can see it slides right onto the throat of your machine with this knob. So this just goes right onto the throat of your machine, and it gives you that platform that you need to put these rulers on there.
And notice that the faster the machine goes, I want to move it a little faster to keep my stitches nice. We don't have stitch regulation on the machine, So I am in charge of getting my stitches to be adjusted. So I just want to maintain my speed and my movements, and it will help keep your stitches nice and consistent.
We're now going to move into our pantograph screen. So this is the option we're going to use to sew edge to edge. Don't get too confused. This is the fun stuff we're going to talk a little bit later. Recording, pattern CAD, etc. So we did select and sew. Let's now do a layout of a quilt, and I'm going to go into one of my favorite modes, which is called Power Panto mode. And I'm going to use our ruler to do a measurement to determine how big and how wide this quilt is. And so I'm going to take my machine down here on the left, and I'm going to go to my left corner, top left corner, tell it I'm going to go and scan across my quilt to the far right side of this awesome mock quilt that I have. And I'm just going to come as far down as I can with the system, and I'm going to tell it that that's how wide it is. You do want to take a measurement, because really what we want to do is go in and determine exactly how tall it is, and that will give us our final dimensions. So here is the space that we're now working with. I measured from the top left to the bottom right. I then adjusted so I know how tall the entire quilt will be.
So in gold, you are able to select multiple blocks, same or different, and we're going to tap on multi-placement. And then you have all these choices that you can make for every single block, and you're able to stitch them out all at once. So that's very cool. So I just wanted to show you that. Okay, next we will go to pantograph. So we're going to go back to beginnings and pantograph. Okay, so one thing unique about beginnings that you're used to, like right now the height says 15.8. If you were to go up into the safe area, you see the safe area height being 16.67. And of course the width, 35.59, I'm going to X that. And so the width is the same as the safe area width. It defaults when you first open up, but you're used to your height being reduced, okay?
And what that means is that when we go and we push the clamp on top, it actually works like a ratchet. So I want you to listen to this here. So you can hear that ratcheting sound here. So that is actually what allows us, once we put the fabric on, to grip onto the fabric and then to ratchet or to create tension. So I'm gonna pull this back off. I love pointing this out here with two pieces. I'm gonna take off this one. So what is this? No, this is not just plastic. I love getting a little aggressive. These are made out of what we call polycarbonate. That is the same type of thing that safety glass is made out of. So it's incredibly durable, incredibly strong, and long lasting. And the reason I do this is you're not going to be breaking these now. I always tease, don't run over them with your car, because yes, I'm guessing you can break them. However, they've been built and they've been made out of this polycarbonate so that as we squish and as they expand around our fabrics, that they keep that same spring, and they will keep that same spring regardless of the amount of quilts that we're doing. So I really like to talk about and show that spring, because that springing component is one of those that helps it hold and wrap around the fabric to hold it nice against the rail of the frame. On this, I love pointing out the detailed design. You'll notice that these are unique in their shape. Not only are they unique in their shape with the ability to work with the square rails, but there are also these other parts.
Let's check out my sewing studio. So when you walk in, you're met with my long arm, which is on a Grace frame. This is a Juki sewing machine. It's a Juki long arm. It's the J350 QVP. It's sitting atop a Grace frame. And I'm just doodling on some fabric. I just had some folks over to try it out. There's many people's names. See, there's Sharon, there's Janet, Phyllis. I don't think anybody else put their name on it. So just some doodling going on there. Let's go on this side of the sewing room and talk about what we see here. I've got a design wall along most of this wall. And what the design wall is made of is construction foam that I have just put some flannel around it and nailed it to the wall. Very simple, very effective.
Your precision foot. This is a really good foot, has the little prongs poking out to help you measure as you're quilting. And so with the ruler, it's just going to give you that nice precision lines as you are quilting, so you can mark from one point to the other and get those nice crisp lines. Another thing that's nice about this is that it pivots and turns because it's on a bearing. This is a patented piece that we've come up with because you remember our Wonderfoot 360, what an awesome foot that is. Well, we've continued that on with this foot as well. So it gives you that nice turning, and it's easily goes against your ruler as you're quilting. So that's the first foot I'm going to show you. Then the next foot I'm going to show you is the rolling foot. Okay, this is also on a bearing, and you can see how easily it rolls, and it's made to roll against your circle templates and any other template that you have, and without all that friction on it. And it just actually, if you've got a lot of problems with your hands, it's just going to make it that much easier for you to glide around each of those templates. So love this foot as well. So that's the next foot I'm going to show you. Then the last foot I'm going to show you is our True Track foot. This is a really cool new foot. And what it does is it's like our track and guide on our cutters, but it's on the foot. So it's just going to clamp on there and give you those nice straight even lines all the way across, so you can measure going down, and boy, it'll make all the difference in the world.
Even with the ruler work, just go nice and slow and steady. Don't bear down on your ruler base. Remember, the ruler is there as a guide to actually assist you. Here we go.
Set your machine on top of the carriage, and then you tighten the clamps, and the machine is not going anywhere.
What a fantastic start to Spring Fling Day 2. Thanks so much, Mark, for showing us all of the quilting accessories that can really enhance our quilting. Up next, we have a video from one of our Grace ambassadors, Janet George, who's going to show us what it would look like from stepping up from the beginnings of automation to pro automation. So thanks, Janet. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company Spring Fling 2022. My name is Janet George. I'm a Grace Ambassador, and I'm honored to be able to share with you today how you can successfully transition from using QCT5 Beginnings to the Pro version. So the way that you would do that is you would purchase the upgrade from either the Grace Company or the vendor of your choice, and you will get a jump drive. You will load that jump drive just like you did for beginnings, so no difference there, just reloading with the new with the Pro version. And then once you do that, if you need time to learn Pro and you still have quilts to quilt that you want to stay in beginnings where you're familiar, you're still able to do that. So you will see Pro on your screen once you get all loaded, but to go back to beginnings, you just tap on Try Other Product Tiers and tap on Beginnings, and look, you're back to beginnings. And then when you go back to Pro, you just repeat that process, tap on QCT in between the beginnings and gold, and now you're back to Pro. And should you ever want to try gold in demo mode, you won't be able to quilt with it or save anything, but you're able to do that, and then the gold will show up on your screen. So we will go back and go there. So that's where you will be using your Pro is right there. It's that middle choice. So to get started, we're going to talk about select and sew. So we're going to tap on try other product tiers and go back to beginnings. We'll tap on select and sew, pick any block, open, and this is the screen you see, okay? So we're going to X out of this and go into Pro and go into select and sew and pick that block. I'm going to place it up here in the corner. So now you can see a comparison with the Pro screen and the beginning screen, and you can look at all the differences. There are none. There are 0 differences in select and sew, in beginnings and Pro. When you tap on quilt, it's all the same. The only difference is if you were to add gold, so we'll go ahead and select gold for a second and open. So in gold, you are able to select multiple blocks, same or different, and we're going to tap on multi-placement. And then you have all these choices that you can make for every single block, and you're able to stitch them out all at once. So that's very cool. So I just wanted to show you that. Okay, next we will go to pantograph. So we're going to go back to beginnings and pantograph. Okay, so one thing unique about beginnings that you're used to, like right now the height says 15.8. If you were to go up into the safe area, you see the safe area height being 16.67. And of course the width, 35.59. I'm going to X back. And so the width is the same as the safe area width. It defaults when you first open up, but you're used to your height being reduced, okay? That's just a feature that QCT does with beginnings. And now we're going to go tap on other products and go back in Pro and go into pantograph. And now you'll see that total height is the same height that your safe area height is. So that's an initial difference. Another difference is the row height. So you can see with the beginnings panto there on the screen there, you can have that to compare to, that this area right here is now different. Instead of row height being big, you now have a panto mode. So when you tap on panto mode, you have these choices. Power panto, which is the easiest. Easy is still really easy. And then basic gives you a whole lot more choices. Advanced comes with the gold card. So we're going to tap on basic, which, as you will see there, this is the screen that most looks like the screen you used back in beginnings. So that's just kind of unique there, that the hardest screen in Pro is the screen you had in beginnings for the most part. So what are the differences now? Because these are the ones I want to be very clear with, so this will make a smooth transition for you. Of course, with beginnings, you were used to being able to add however many patterns across you wanted, but rows, you were limited to either 1 or 2. Now you can add however many rows you want, and of course, the row height will still be the total height divided by the number of rows, so that will stay the same. But you're used to seeing either for one row the same row height, or 2 rows half the row height. So your row height, you're going to start seeing a lot of different numbers there, but it's still the same math there, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and select a pattern so you can see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to select pattern, and we're going to use a free one from Urban Elements. I'm sure many of you may have this. And I'm using one that nests a whole lot. So I'm going to use this patina, okay? And you'll probably set it up however you normally would set it up. Some people just eyeball it as you add patterns across. I tap on that lowest row of hearts, and I need to go ahead and figure out a pattern height. And with these nested ones, you typically want to start out with a lower number than what you really want it to be, because you're going to grow the height as you nest it. So I'm going to tap on the pattern number until they either almost touch or touch. So they're pretty close there. So now I'm going to tap on the hearts, and I've got that second selection there, and I need to give myself a total height. So in fact, I need to change the total width also, because right now it's the width of the safe area and we don't want that. So we'll just say 50, and for total width, okay, it needs to be less than 35, so we'll say 30. And now, you know what, I'm going to change that total height to be 40. We'll have a smaller one. And so if I were to say 4 into 40, that's 10. I know I'll at least have that many rows. And now I can, with all selected, and so that's something you'll need to get very familiar with using, is this all and none, because whatever is selected is what is going to change as you make choices. And this alternate is a toggle between the odd and the even rows. But we want all selected, and we're going to tap on size, and we're going to grow it. Okay, so in beginnings, of course, you were used to there's 1 or 2 rows, but you would have to move your design up to get rid of that gap. You no longer have to do that, and that has to do with fit. Okay, so you were used to using that lower one, and probably the star you didn't even have selected. So now with this fit, you're going to want to use that second one, and you're also going to want to tap on that star. And now look what happens. The top row wraps with the bottom, and so you fill in that gap up there. You're able to create that partial row at the top. So that's something really nice with the Pro version and using basic. So just wanted to point that out, the fit and the star, because that's a huge difference there, along with however many rows you want and the total height that you want. So we're going to move on now to the easy mode. So we'll tap on easy, and our total height and total width are still the same. We're going to select a pattern, and we're not going to pick the same one. Easy mode, you're not able to design a partial row at the top. So it's better to stick to patterns that either don't nest or barely nest. So we'll just pick this one, flower and leaf. It comes with QCT, and open it. And the next thing we want to do is give it a pattern height. So just whatever height you think looks good. And then you'll notice there's these white streaks down the side. That's because that yellow lock is locked. So you'll unlock that yellow lock, and now you can tap on center, and look, it stretches across, because you've told it I don't have to maintain the height and width ratios. I'll let you stretch it out. So now it's stretched out, and this would be great for if you were stitching between borders. This would work very nice, and it has figured for you the patterns across and the rows down without you having to do anything. Now these aren't selectable, but it is showing you that. So what if you wanted to stagger every other row? Super easy. Just tap the word stagger. You have your odd rows there and your even rows there. So if I tap the word stagger, they're immediately staggered, and I would probably want that second row of hearts. The hearts work the same as in your basic mode, that first row there. So that's how easy mode is. And you have your horizontal and vertical flip choices over here, but it's based on odd rows and even rows that are already selected for you. So really super easy to use here. And now we will go to Power Panto, which this is the easiest. And I want to select the same pattern that we used back in basic mode, the Urban Elements Patina. Open. And when it opens, it'll go ahead and give a pattern height that you may or may not want. And it doesn't give you any vertical spacing. Typically horizontal, you don't need any, but you do need to add a little bit of vertical spacing. So it's easier to see if you tap on the little magnifying glass, and you can either tap on the plus or tap down the line, and now you can see it a lot better. So we're going to add some vertical spacing, and sometimes what I'll do is I'll add so much that I start seeing the gutter, and then I'll back off, and it's just whatever is easiest for you and whatever makes your eyes happy, and that's your vertical spacing. Just by doing that minus and plus, we can tap fit and then X. We're back to this screen, and maybe the pattern height, maybe I think that's too big, so I can tap on the minus, or maybe I want it even bigger. So you just tap on the minus and the plus. You could tap directly on the number and get a number pad, but I think it's easy just to tap on that minus and the plus. It moves very quick. And then you have a save option. You can save here, and then read panto is how you would open it back up. If you want to see your safe area, you can tap there, and that kind of gives you a frame of reference as far as size. You have the grid lines, that's in the options, so that's helpful, and you have flip choices. But typically, this is all you need to do here. And we're going to go ahead and tap on sew in zones, because there's some differences now in how you're able to quilt out based on and if you were to say yes, you wanted to save, then you would be able to open it back up later for resume zone sewing session. Like, let's just say this is a really big quilt and you were able to get through zone 4, but now you need to start with zone 5. You could make a little note off to the side in your batting. You could write a big number 5 there, and then when you resume zone sewing, you would be taken to Zone Manager, and you could pick Zone 5 and start right back up. So that's a nice feature. For time, we're going to go ahead and say no. And the first thing I always like to do is to go into Zone Manager and make sure for my machine and the frame that that's what I want. And for zone placement, all of this will look the same. The difference is now that zone start position is no longer grayed out. If you wanted to start this first zone starting from the left, and then when you advance your quilt and you're ready to do zone 2, you could say, well, I want to start from the right. Some people believe that keeps their quilts going straighter, and that's your choice, but now you have that choice that you didn't have. And then your sewing directions are the same as beginnings, and I have it selected continuous, so it would stitch a straight line. Power panto is good for when you're stitching right to the edge or off the edge, because it's wrapped, okay? You don't have that clean cutoff like we did when we were looking in easy mode. So now we would say okay, and then we want to go into settings and make sure that what is selected is what we want. So I have medium speed, and maybe I'll do a 3 tie off and a micro stitch, and I don't like the automatic bobbin pull, and you can have whatever stitches per inch and say okay. So that should all be very familiar to you. And then you would move the machine and tap there. And I see that it's going to end over here. So I want to show you what it looks like when you end a zone and you're ready to go to the next one. So I'm going to get somewhere over here. And now that I've placed my zone, I can tap repair pattern. And I'm going to say closest stitch. And I don't have any bobbin in there. And you can see I've got my thread pull. So not an issue there. And so I'm very close, and normally if you were repairing pattern, you'd pull bobbin and all of that, but I'm just going to say so because I want to get it back to the very end. And then when it ends, of course, I would pull the bobbin, of course. And now I'm going to go ahead and move my machine to the center. So something that's really nice with Pro version that you didn't get to enjoy with Beginnings is with a nested pattern, it is going to take you to the exact spot. I'm going to tap Finish Zone, And now it's going to move to the exact placement spot. I won't have to do any measuring up or down or anything. I get the exact spot, and it's on top of the stitching, and you have a little grid there showing that. So if I were really stitching a quilt, I would mark somehow. I would either use a piece of tape or a blue marker or whatever, and I would do that single stitch, and then it flashes done. And now here's another nice difference in Beginnings and Pro. When I tap continue, it tells me the machine will now move to where the fabric marker for the next zone should be positioned. So I'm going to say okay, and the machine is literally going to move back. And so at this point, I would unclamp everything, my side clamps, my front clamps, whatever clamping you have, and I would be ready to advance my quilt. And so that mark that I would have made, I would advance it so that it's underneath my needle. And that's what it's telling you. Move the fabric so that the marker is beneath your needle. So we say, okay, and then have you move the fabric? And then you would say, okay, when you have, and now your machine is free to move about. So that's a wonderful feature. I think everything else is still the same. You still have your plug-ins where you have your marking tool. You still have the partial diamonds once you place it. You're able to move your needle and do the partial diamonds so that you can cut that off. So that's really nice. Okay, there's two other things that I want to show you that are in, and we're going to say no. Two other things that come with the Pro version is QuiltCAD. And QuiltCAD is actually somewhat easy to learn to use. You can see it has a lot of things over here that you do have to learn. But Lizzie Allen, who is a Grace Ambassador from Australia, on her website has generously provided a free tutorial on setting up a whole cloth. So you'll see that now on your screen. Is that like so pretty or what? And even as a new person to Pro, she will take your hand and guide you step by step, picture by picture, so that you can print that out, so that you are able to follow that and create that yourself. So that's a really nice thing, just to be able to lay out your entire quilt here, whether it's a whole cloth or something else. You could add blocks, you could add a panto across, but this is just a way to design what your whole quilt is going to look, and then you're able to actually stitch it out. If it's going to fit between your rails, you can place as a single pattern or sew in zones. If it's a longer quilt, we're going to go back to the home screen, and another choice is Pattern CAD. So Pattern CAD is where you actually can create a pattern, like a brand new pattern. You have all these incredible tools. It takes a few minutes to learn to use Pattern CAD, but it's not that you can't learn it. But I'm going to be honest with you, there is a whole lot to learn here, but you are going to be able to either create a pattern and save it as a panto and stitch it out, or you can take a picture and actually create a design to stitch from a picture, or you can even open up an existing pattern and edit it. Maybe you don't want maybe there's a line that goes into it and you want to take that line out. So you can do a whole lot in here. This just opens up a whole lot of options if you're creative and want to do that. I've seen some amazing things done here. So we're going to X out of that. There will be quick reference guides that you will be able to download. There will be one for Power Panto, for Easy Mode, and for Basic Mode. And the Power Panto and Easy are each just one-page reference guides. Basic is 2 pages because there was a lot more for it. But you'll be able to download those, and that will help you to know what to tap on the screen in setting up your design. So I hope that this presentation, I know it's quick and it wasn't a total teaching time, but I hope that has taken any fear from upgrading to Pro. Pro is wonderful to have. Not that Beginnings is not, but Pro opens a lot more doors, and I hope that this has helped you feel comfortable if you would like to upgrade. And thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Janet. You really are the master of automation. If you guys weren't already aware, you can join our Quilting with Grace group. And also we have a QCT group where Janet is always on there helping people with questions that they might have about the automation. Up next, we have a video from Nathan where he's going to walk us through what is the Cutie actually made of. We get that question a lot because it's so lightweight and so portable. So I guess we'll see what is the Cutie really made of and how great it can make your quilting experience.
Hi, I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company. Thanks for joining me. Today we're standing in front of the Cutie tabletop frame, and I'm excited to look at what is this frame made of. As I've been with Grace Company for several years, what I find is that when people see something either on a brochure, you might see a short video, there are always these questions. What is the quality? What is it made out of? And today what I want to walk you through is a little bit of the engineering that went behind the design of this product, and then the materials that the Cutie frame is made out of. So stick with us as we go through these. You're going to find that it's an amazing frame, has some wonderful features, and it's made out of an incredibly wonderful amount of materials that make this an ideal product for you to have for a lifetime. I just love looking at this frame. If we can kind of see this on the table, this is the Cutie tabletop frame. Right now I have a standard domestic machine on this. If you're new to this, you might be wondering, well, part of what is this? This allows you to quilt any size quilt up to a king size in this smaller footprint. When our team has designed the parts and the pieces, they did so strategically, making sure that you can endure a lifetime of quilt finishing with the simplicity of your own domestic machine or machines up to 19 inches. So we're looking at about 4 feet wide here. We're a little over about 3 feet deep from front to back. And we're going to look at it. We end up with what is this here? What are these parts on the rails? We have something similar looking in color. We're ending up with some bungee or some clasping items. You can see also that we have a couple different colored plastics on the sides, and we have levers, and we have black extrusions, some different plastic colors down here, and we have white, and then it's powder coated, or I don't know. And so today what I'm looking to do is demystify, and we're going to talk about the different parts again, why we made them out of the material that we did, and at the end of the day, the performance and the experience you get because we match the engineering with that customer experience and put them all together. Right now, this is the machine. What we do in the process is the system has a set of handlebars that allows us to move the machine, and this allows us to glide the machine over the surface of the fabric. I wanted to start so that you would have a reference before I take this machine off to the different parts and the pieces. So again, you'll notice that it allows us with the front handlebars to very lightly glide the machine over the surface, and we can work through any size quilt by putting it and quilting through this space that fits in between the rails. Again, this isn't here to talk about the details on how to use the frame. It's really more to answer why did we make the frame the way we did with the materials we did. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take this machine off. Again, if we're going to look at this on the sides, and let's kind of do a little bit of a close-up again. Again, not necessarily this is a process, but if we were to look at the close-up, there is this cap that holds the rail. And what we do is we can just very lightly slide that to the side, and I will do that with both sides. And by doing so, that exposes the rail and allows that rail to be lifted out of the throat of our machine. The machine itself, kind of as you're going to watch as I undo this, if we kind of do a close-up, this machine is being held on the carriage. It is not bolted down. It is not clamped. It simply free motion sits, but we have these clamps. And again, when we put this back together, I'll talk a little bit more about these clamps themselves. But right now, what I'm going to do is just loosen these clamps up so that we can, with a little bit of a lift, take our machine off, and I'm going to put that down to the side. We'll come back to that, but move it off so that we can look at the rest of the components that the frame is made of. And I'm going to get this back to our starting point because we'll go through the different parts and the pieces. First and foremost, we end up with what we would consider the main hoop area. And that would be the front rail, the back rail, and what we have are two side rails. And I want to talk a little bit about the design and then a couple of these parts that we're clipping onto this rail section. This is the majority of the area. This is where the fabric rests over. This is where the fabric sits. This is the area that we're using to hold the fabric in place. So what we're going to do is let's move to the front rail first. Let's take a look at this rail, and I'm going to pop off a couple of these clips. And again, they just pop right off. And what I'm going to do, and we'll see with a couple close-ups here, but this is made very uniquely. And so the design of this has a unique shape, and it has these indentations. Why does it have some indentations? Well, if we look at the rail in the front as well, and we take a close-up on this, this rail is actually a square rail. So this rail is not circular. And what that means is that when we go and we push the clamp on top, it actually works like a ratchet. So I want you to listen to this here. So you can hear that ratcheting sound here. So that is actually what allows us, once we put the fabric on, to grip onto the fabric and then to ratchet or to create tension. So I'm going to pull this back off. I love pointing this out here with two pieces. Let me take off this one. So what is this? No, this is not just plastic. I love getting a little aggressive. These are made out of what we call polycarbonate. That is the same type of thing that safety glass is made out of. So it's incredibly durable, incredibly strong, and long lasting. And the reason I do this is you're not going to be breaking these. Now, I always tease, don't run over them with your car, because yes, I'm guessing you can break them. However, they've been built and they've been made out of this polycarbonate so that as we squish and as they expand around our fabrics, that they keep that same spring, and they will keep that same spring regardless of the amount of quilts that we're doing. So I really like to talk about and show that spring, because that springing component is one of those that helps it hold and wrap around the fabric to hold it nice against the rail of the frame. On this, I love pointing out the detailed design. You'll notice that these are unique in their shape. Not only are they unique in their shape with the ability to work with the square rails, but there are also these other parts. And this allows us to have a functional piece that we'll show you later. If we step back here, we end up with these bungees, and part of that will be how we can help lock our fabric up and over the rail. So again, polycarbonate, unique designs in their shape to hold rigidity, durability, and functionally to help us keep our quilt in place so that we can quilt. Moving to the front rail, if we look at this long rail, people often think because we end up with these polycarbonate parts that maybe these rails are plastic. They are not. In fact, all major parts of this frame are made out of steel. And so this rail, as we have this, is made out of steel. We have an additional steel coupler that goes in between that. There is a little bit of a line that lets it ship to you in a smaller box, and then we build those together with a strong steel insert that helps hold those two rails perfectly together, so that regardless of the amount of force you're pulling or pushing onto them, that it will be able to hold up to, one, your use of it, and two, the size of your quilt. Because again, remember, we can quilt up to king size quilts, so the frame has to be built rigid enough and strong enough not only to work on the project today, but enough to be able to work on those projects as you go year to year to year. So again, we have a steel square rail. I'm going to kind of move us over here to the left side. We're going to kind of do a little close-up as we wrap around the side, and I'm going to point out a couple pieces here. You're going to notice that we have a couple gray components. These are what we would call thermal injected, so these are an ABS plastic. They do have what we would call nuts and some pieces that have been inserted internally so that our pieces of hardware can come together and compress correctly to hold that rail firmly in place. With that, we have this other mechanism in the middle that is also injection molded. This actually has a little bit of a cam, which is really fun to look at. And this is one that once we loosen this on both sides, actually allows this rail to move out or to move in. Again, since this is not necessarily a functional video, this is what we can do when we have those larger machines for us to be able to extend this rail all the way out for those much larger machines. And again, when our engineering team designed this, they did so in a way that you will be able to do this over and over and over and over again, and it will continue to hold its current form and its function together. So again, I'm going to loosen those up. We're going to slide that rail back in, tighten those. We can come to the back edge here on this main take-up rail, and we're going to look that it's similar colors, similar kind of a texture on it. And again, this one is an injection molded part as well. That is what we use to help hold and clamp that rail together. And this is really a good part because the rail just simply sets inside. Again, you'll notice that this rail is square, which is similar to the side rails and the rail in the front. So this is a steel component. It sits inside of this plastic component here, and we can put that lock over, and again, that's what holds that in place so that the rail cannot come out. Now this might be a little bit of a trickier one. We're gonna take this side and we're gonna dive down a little bit closer. This also is what we use to raise and to lower the frame. And so we can loosen these clips to compress it, which means it takes less space in the closet or under the bed or wherever. We can raise that to the height of the machine and they clip in place. And this one again has been engineered. If you'll notice, it's not on the outside of the frame. When we first did this, the considerations we had to make is where is this going to be stored? How is it going to be stored? How is it going to be lifted? How is it going to be handled? And we wanted to make sure that doing that process over and over and over won't impact the integrity of the frame at all. So this has a special set of ratcheting gears on the inside, or a tooth that helps us lock it into place. And again, incredibly durable, so that we can do this over and over and over and over, and we're gonna find that we'll still always be able to put it at the perfect height for our machine. So I'm gonna lock those in place. That keeps that rail so that it doesn't move. Then I'm gonna kind of move down right in front of it. You'll notice that we end up with another steel component, which is our angling and our corner brace here. And what that does is that helps keep this frame in place so that when we pick it up, that the frame doesn't pivot or shift or become a little skewy-wampus, if you might want to say so. So it keeps everything aligned, and we have the same type of steel corner bracket that we have in the front also on the back of the frame. And so we end up with this same strong part on all four corners of the frame, again, building rigidity into the base of what that is. With that, we're gonna kind of come back up these rails. We're gonna move here to this back rail. You'll notice again, it's the same as the front, so it is the square still. I'm gonna pop off a couple of these parts. Again, you'll notice that they're the same color as the front, what we call quilt clips. The shape is a little bit different on this one. This one has, again, a different feature and a different function. On this particular one, you'll notice that it doesn't have all the ridges. It just has a set that kind of mimics, in essence, the square rail here. That allows it to clip onto it, and then it stays in place because it's not ratcheting. We just use the front polycarbonate extrusions to create the ratcheting mechanism. This one fits on the back and helps clamp the fabric. And again, it does have a unique piece that lets us put this bungee over it. So I'm gonna pull these off again so we can see the steel rail. So this steel rail runs, again, the width of the frame. It also has a coupler that is a steel coupler internally with the steel hardware that is, once it's assembled, is very, very, very rigid, and we're not going to be bending or flexing this. Now, if I probably jumped on it, we probably would do so. We're not doing that. So holding any weight of the quilts or any size of your quilts, this will do a fantastic job in holding up to the rigorous process of you quilting quilt after quilt after quilt. So that's what we have on this upper rail. I am going to go ahead and clip these back on. Again, for other instructions on details on how to place a fabric on this quilt, how to move and how to quilt from zone to zone to zone, I'm going to ask you to reach out and look at the Grace Frame YouTube channel. You can log on to graceframe.com. You can also call any one of our tech support members as well. There are a lot of instructions we have to help you engage with the Cutie frame for the quilting process. So we're not talking about that as we're talking about the build materials. I'm going to clip these back on. We're going to clip on the front rails, and we're going to clip those easily on. They just snap over. You'll notice that those now have been put back on. I'm not necessarily going to hook the bungees. This is when we end up building a lot of fabric up. If we were to kind of come do a close-up on this again, this does latch over, and it can lock onto this rail here. So I'm going to lock that onto the rail. So this can create a way of holding our fabric. Again, we're not going to spend a lot of detail on this, but just know that every part has been designed for its purpose. In fact, these are our bungee cords that actually are fairly long, because the larger our quilt gets, then the more bungee we need. So this makes it very easy for us to expand out. You can see that, very easy to expand for the larger sizes, or for us to go ahead and condense and pull that down for those small projects when we start with those smaller projects. Those bungee clamps we do have on the front rails and on the top rails, and those help hold the fabric on top of these surfaces. Again, look at some of the instructions that you can find on graceframe.com or on Graceframe's YouTube channel that shows you how the quilting process works with the Cutie frame. All right, we're gonna look at this next big platform, and then we're gonna look at some of the tracks. So what is this big platform? This platform is what we refer to as the carriage of the system. So if we kind of take a top shot at this and we're looking at the top, you'll notice that there is this space. People might want to know, well, my machine, how do we know my machine fits? This actually right here is just under 11 inches. And so what we would say is that if your machine has a base that's wider, then it will be able to sit. Let me do this really quick. I'm gonna pull up this machine. I like maybe showing this. If you look at the side shot on this machine has a couple wheels that are fairly far apart. Again, I'm just gonna set this back on top of here. You'll see that it spans the gap, and that would be the question. My machine will fit, yes, as long as it has a base that's wider than the 11 inches, which allows it to sit on this carriage. Perfect. Yes, you can have much, much, much larger machines. We would say that this frame will accommodate up to a 19-inch machine. So this is what we call the upper carriage. The upper carriage is not bolted to the frame. It simply sets and rests on the track. The upper carriage is what gives us our front to back motion. We have a bottom carriage, which we'll get to in a minute. That's what allows us with the bearings to have a left to right motion. By combining the front to back, left and right, that is what allows us to have omnidirectional, so we can move this machine in any direction completely smoothly, and pretty much it's very effort-free. So it's a very, very smooth system. So with that, I'm gonna kind of pull this part off, and we're gonna talk about some of the different parts that are what this carriage is made up of again. All the white we're seeing here is what we would call stamped steel. So let's kind of maybe turn this here so we can see this. So this is a stamped steel carriage with some welded parts and some parts that are bolted together. So this is a very, very rigid piece, very, very strong and durable. If you wanted to say, well, how much weight could I probably put on this? I would say this would hold somewhere between 50 and 75 pounds without any types of a struggle. You could put more, but what we start finding is that trying to move a machine at 75 pounds around gets a little bit harder on something that's this small. I'm gonna turn it over. We're gonna look at the bottom here really quick as well. So there are a couple parts that this is made out of. We actually have some very unique extruded plastic parts. That is actually where the handlebars go into this. And so I'm gonna show you, well, why might we have that? Again, our engineering team, they're ingenious. So that allows us actually to expand the handles. So if we have a long machine, well, we might need to have more movement on that machine on the carriage. So we can expand our handles out. We can contract our handles. The other thing is the reason there's one on the front and the back is because those handles can be moved to the back of the frame. So you can work from the front or from the back. Now here's another great component. I'm gonna tighten that handle up. And yes, this also has some extruded plastic. It has a special aluminum piece that we extrude custom for this specific function, bent steel rails. Down here, we're gonna take a look at this right here, which is an interesting piece. This is an extruded piece of aluminum with some very specially designed bearings. And those bearings are what actually ride on a track that allow this to very smoothly move from the front to the back of the carriage. So again, if we kind of step back on this, we'll notice that there are 4 sets of these bearings. In essence, each wheel itself has 2, so there are literally 8 bearings on the top carriage. We have 8 bearings on the lower carriage. So this frame has 16 bearings to help create that nice, buttery, smooth fill. And we'll notice that those are attached and bolted onto the steel components of this frame. And as I flip them over, I'm gonna show you one other part, then I'll put it back on the carriage, is we actually have these special, what we call machine base clamps. And these machine base clamps, if we were to take a little bit of a close-up here, you'll see that there's this special soft rubber piece. And what these do is they come in and they clamp on the machine's base. So again, depending on how wide or how narrow your machine are, we can come in and we can clamp in to help hold that machine in place. And this is what we use to keep the machine in place as we're moving it around or over the surface of our quilt. So again, I'm gonna now take this, set it back on our carriage, and then we'll show you that bottom carriage again. I like pointing this out. So again, I'm gonna put it down there. Now remember, we have those 16 bearings. Those 16 bearings help disperse whatever weight our machine is as it sits on the trolley. And then again, super buttery smooth. Just those bearings are perfectly designed for this application with our aluminum extrusions attached to the steel carriage, running on a very unique track. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna take this off now. So this was our upper carriage. We're gonna talk about our bottom carriage, and then we'll talk about the tracking system on the frame as a whole. This is the bottom carriage. And so this carriage here is what we use to move the machine from left to right. And the upper carriage rides on top of this. And so what we can see on this one is there's quite a bit of white. We'll start with the bottom. This is all steel. So we end up with a major steel structure, steel bracing across. We have those same bearings and the same wheel structures, 2 bearings per wheel. So again, this bottom carriage has 8 bearings specifically, very friction free. That's what we use to glide everything on, but we want the steel to create the strength for whatever weight machine we have. Then I'm going to flip it over, and we have a really, really unique track system. So here at the Grace Company, you'll see this also designed into several other brands because our technology is used with many, many companies. As a forefront creator, the Grace Company with frames, you would probably say if anybody hears Grace Company or Grace Frames, what do we do? Well, they make quilting frames. True, that has been our expertise for a very, very long time. This is what we call our dual track system. And what that means is for every area that we're going to be running the bearings, we have 2 tracks. This is the same track technology that we bring from our professional series frames and that we've designed into many of the other professional frames in the industry. So it has become the go-to standard for the track and the bearing system, or what we call the track and carriage system for frames. So what's awesome is here's this little Cutie frame, a great product to bring into your home, wonderful price point, and here it has this technology that are on the premium professional systems that are out there, our professional systems and many other professional systems. But what if we look at this, we end up with these black tracks, and so there's a gray part and a black part. These black tracks, trust me, took us more than enough time to come out with the right material that had the right fill to create that buttery smooth motion that we get between the steel bearing. And again, what's nice is it's not a standard plastic, it's a special high density plastic that can take the weight of the different machines and smoothly allow that to work with those bearings from a flow perspective. So it's very, very gentle, very soft, very lightweight is what we end up feeling because of the design between the engineering on our bearings, those extrusions, and how those dual wheel systems engage with our dual track systems on this Cutie frame. And again, some of our other frames in our professional series frames have the same dual track system. So I wanted to kind of point those things out. So that's the bottom carriage. I'm going to place this back onto the frame. And again, what's nice is you're noticing nothing's bolted on. It simply sits on there, rolls very, very lightly left to right. We can take our top carriage again. If we were storing it, we would simply take those 2 parts off. I am going to show you one other thing that I wanted to point out because we do get this question frequently. So these are the upper and the lower carriage. So one of the other things we've done in the design of this, and we're not going to take a close look at this, but we actually do have a very high density of special foam that we put underneath the frame itself to keep things from sliding or shifting or from it keeping it from scratching your surface. So again, as we step back, if I put this back down, the track, if you'll notice, we have an identical track that we're using on the left to right motion that we're using on the bottom carriage that we have from front to back. And so the track is the same again across the frame, and the track is the same as we use that carriage from front to back. That's critical to have the same kind of materials and the same structure so that you end up not feeling different pressures on the machine when you're pulling it compared to when you're moving it left or right. We want to make sure that when we're making a circle, we get a circle. So there's our track on our carriage, on our frame, the same things that we have here on our bottom carriage. We're going to take that bottom carriage. Again, remember, as I was mentioning this just sits, it does not get bolted down. The table itself, the frame does not get bolted down, it simply rests on the table surface. We then have our upper carriage. Again, is not bolted down, it simply sits on this platform, and that allows us to have that perfect motion from front to back and left to right. So the last thing I want to do here is there are a couple other pieces we're going to highlight. There's some accessories you can buy. One would be leader cloth. Another one would be what we call side tension clamps, are accessories that we can use. And we also have a storage place. We're going to kind of do a close-up and we'll get you some other B-roll on this here, but it's really awesome to see. We actually have clamps and storage places for those clamps built in. That allows us, when we're not using bungees to create side tension, that we can store them on the frame so we don't lose pieces. What happens if we take this frame and we go set this and put this in the closet? We want to make sure that parts and pieces aren't coming off and we're not misplacing those. So I'm going to go ahead and put the machine back on here again. Grab my tension clamp, which I didn't put on there. So there's a tension clamp. Again, we're going to pop the top off. Allows us to pull our rail out. I'm gonna lift my machine. And again, for additional information on how to use this frame more fully, I'm gonna recommend and invite you to go look at Grace Frame's YouTube channel. You can go to graceframe.com as well. And then we have plenty of videos on the Cutie page itself, both written and in video form, that walk users through exactly how to set up your fabric on this frame. So as you notice, I plopped that back on. Oh, we're looking like that bar's a little bit too close. I'm gonna undo some clamps over here on the side. That allows us to adjust this frame up. We're gonna lock those back in place. And again, we can do that on both sides of the frame. Close up again, there we go. Now we're clearing, and now we have that wonderful, buttery smooth. Literally, you can glide the machine over the surface of your fabrics. So I'm gonna kind of come back and conclude it. And as we do so, I would say if you also have any other questions, again, reach out. You can reach out to Grace Company at our 800 local dealers. There are several Grace Frame dealers out there that carry this product. They might also have it in store. We have wonderful videos on our YouTube channel as well. So again, as we're looking at this, this is a 4-foot frame. You can quilt any size quilt up to king size, even bigger. Works with the domestic machines. Those domestic machines, it will also work with up to our 19-inch long arm machine as well, so you can add different machines. And this frame can continue to grow with you as you continue to increase your skill sets and your performance and your quilting style. The frame can extend. It has a lot of features that allow it to adjust to your machine specifically. And at the end, we've really built this out of some wonderful materials. Again, steel is the main structure for strength and integrity. We have those steel brackets for the corner braces. We also have the parts that you engage with most when you're engaging with your fabric, which is our quilt clips, made out of that special polycarbonate, or the same thing like safety glasses are made out of, so that they're going to withstand the test of times and being used over and over and over and over, squeezed over those fabric parts there. And then again, we have specially designed and engineered plastic components that are injection molded and extruded for their different purposes and their process. And as you can see, as our engineers and our teams spent hours and hours of time defining not only the design, not only the shape, but also the right kind of materials for the right kind of processes, I would love to reach out to you and encourage you. This is a perfect place to begin. If you've ever had thoughts on, I didn't know, I don't have space, or there's this budget restraint, or I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be able to do it, the Cutie frame is an ideal way to begin your quilting journey from the very beginning, with you placing the fabric on this frame, to the finish. Feel free to contact us at our 800 number. You can feel free to reach out to our dealers and find this online. We appreciate you watching to understand and know what the Cutie frame is made out of and what those materials are and part of its purpose and functions, because this is a perfect place for you to begin on your quilting journey.
Thanks so much, Nathan, for that really informative video. Up next, we have a video from one of our vendors, TrueBlue Quilts, and she's going to talk to us a little bit on monochromatic quilting. Take it away.
Hello, I'm Andy from TrueBlue Quilts, and today I'm going to share how I enjoy, experiment, and excel as I quilt by creating monochromatic color palettes for my quilts. Let's start with the definition. Monochromatic means one color, but it certainly does not limit you to one fabric. When I say monochromatic, I am looking at one family of colors and not just one single fabric to make a quilt. With the beautiful selection of a rainbow of colors, why would you want to limit yourself to a monochromatic color scheme? Well, you may have a friend who just loves one particular color and you want to make that person a quilt. So of course you're going to incorporate that favorite color into the color scheme for their quilts. Perhaps you are decorating and you either want to blend the quilt into the colors that are already there, or perhaps you want to add a pop of color. And that way a monochromatic quilt could enhance the beauty of your room. And finally, it's just a great excuse to dive in and play with your stash. You may notice that you have an overabundance of one color. Let's go ahead and use those fabrics up and have that great excuse to go shopping for brand new fabric. Quilting is built on the idea of contrast. So I went to my stash and I pulled 3 different blue fabrics to illustrate our concept of light, medium, and dark. Those values are pretty easy to come up with in your overall design. You can find light fabrics, you know, when you put them next to other colors, you know how to build that light, medium, and dark. What we want to do is bring out those middle values, those medium lights and the medium darks, the things that would go in between these 3 colors to give us more variety in our quilt, whether it is a single block or the overall quilt design. So I went back to my stash and I found a wider selection of blue fabrics. And I'm just going to spread them out here so that we can start talking about what I would choose to put in a quilt. The first thing you want to do is get an overall sense of what you are working with in terms of light, medium, and dark. So I will switch these around and I'm going to bring the lights over here to this side, keep my mediums going there, and put the darks together on this side. So overall, the things that I have grabbed do tend to be a bit heavier on this dark side. This particular denim shade is a great medium value. When you start adding more white to your print, that puts it on the lighter side, and having more black or dark tones of a color family will put it on the dark side of the spectrum. So we're working with a gradient. We want to just build those stair steps from light to dark. Now you can see that this particular fabric is not playing well with the others. This would be a great builder for a whole quilt because you've got the white on the royal blue background that makes a great eye-catching print. You've got some other colors. You've got some lighter blue and some almost purple in this particular fabric, that even some green that you could bring in other shades for your quilt. But it really stands out against some of these other colors that I have selected. So I perhaps would not use this particular fabric with any of these others. You can see how a bold print may have sections of light and dark depending on how you cut the fabric. This one as well has a huge contrast. So depending on how you cut the fabric, you may get a light section or a dark section. Several of these fabrics do have more of a teal color story. So those would be great fabrics to put together and bring in some of the middle values of blue along with a darker navy, and you've got a great selection of fabrics to use in a monochromatic quilt. So you just play around and build. So I may keep that as my light. This is a medium light, a medium dark, and a dark. And you can see how all those fabrics would play together in one quilt. The next thing you want to do is audition some backgrounds. And I typically will stretch my definition of monochromatic, and the main color family is what I'm playing with, and then I can just go wild with backgrounds. So you can audition a white, an ivory, or cream. You could get into the grays, or you could go a totally different direction and bring something much darker like a dark brown or a black. And your fabrics are going to play differently. They're going to read differently depending on what they're next to, the background that you select, which is why I recommend auditioning a wide variety of backgrounds. If you don't feel very confident choosing fabrics yourself, there are tools that can help. It is easy to find an assistant like a color wheel. These are available at most big box stores in the art craft section. Your local quilt store may carry them as well. And these help you see the range of value, the lighter tones and the darker tones, all within one color family. And then, of course, you can branch out into some of the more advanced color theory of complementary and analogous colors. And I am not a trained artist, so I just go with what looks good to my naked eye. Another helpful tool may be the paint chip samples that you find at the hardware store or in the home renovation section of a department store. You can grab these paint chips, and they typically have multiple shades of a color. And as you find the ones that are pleasing to your eye, you can then take those paint chips back to the quilt store and match up similar fabrics. A tool that helps you see the contrast in your fabrics are red and green filters. These may go by the name of color evaluator lenses. And you put the red filter on, and in this particular example has a green filter as well, and it blocks out all the different colors, and you only see the dark and light values of your fabrics. So that is another tool that you may find helpful. Before you go searching for some brand new fancy tool to help with your color selection, reach in your pocket and take a picture on your phone, because you can get the same guidance from some of the filters that are available in your photo editing apps that are already available on your phone. Simply scroll to the bottom where the filters are listed and choose one of the black and white options. They may be called noir or monochromatic, they spell it out for you. And this helps you see where you have the light, medium, and dark in that grayscale perspective, where the light fabrics will show up obviously as the whiter shades, and the darker fabrics will show up as the black shades. And you can see the variation and the balance in your selection very easily, where you may need to find some of those middle tones to bridge the gaps. Of course, the fabric itself can help us out. If you pay attention to the selvage of your fabric and find those dots of color along the edge, those are actually the exact colors that the manufacturer used when they printed that fabric. And you can use that to select an accent color. You can find additional shades and tones and values within the color that you are focused on, and that will help you round out the color story of your quilt. Many manufacturers are now printing gradient fabrics. They're making that ombre style of fabric where a full spectrum of light to dark is printed on one piece of fabric. You can see the ombre shades here, a V & Company collection, as well as the Stonehenge gradients by Northcott are some of my favorites. And just buying one fabric allows you to play with that monochromatic color scheme, because you can cut the different sections of light, medium, and dark and mix and match them within your quilt blocks. One of my current quilt projects is this monochromatic blue quilt that will have a variety of different star blocks. And hopefully you can see that these are pairs of blocks. And what I am experimenting with is reversing the placement of lights and darks in these quilt blocks. I've written a book of monochromatic quilt patterns, and one of the most popular designs from that book is this pattern, Yellow Suns. The original version is on the left in yellow, and I recently made a green version, which you see on the right. So this gives you a good example of playing with light, medium, and dark fabrics and the wonderful glow that you get from a monochromatic color palette. Please visit the TrueBlue Quilts booth to purchase your copy of Monochromatic Quilt's Amazing Variety. I also have a free download of my reference guide, Tips for Building a Monochromatic Palette, that includes a blank coloring page so that you can try out these principles of building a monochromatic palette and audition your color scheme before you go to the store to buy your fabric. Thanks and enjoy your day.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you for joining and sticking with us. Really quickly, as you can see, we do have someone who's back with us. Karla, welcome.
Hi.
We're
Thanks for having me.
Yes, we're so excited to have you. This segment's actually going to be a really fun one. This is going to be a little bit later. We'll talk about Karla's journey, how she got into quilting, how it kind of was going to be something new for her. But I do want to talk kind of quickly about what we just watched there, kind of to go along with our theme of On My Way to Something New. So I know there was some really neat tricks or ideas that were talked about in that last segment. I know one of them we were kind of joking about was the paint samples.
At Home Depot, picking out the paint chip color.
Yeah, I thought that was a really wonderful idea though. And I thought that was such a great way to, hey, again, try something new there, right? So that really brought us into that. So I thought that was kind of a fun, really fun segment there. And kind of just talking about that was a pretty neat segment. As I want to kind of maybe do some interaction with you guys watching with us, as well as Janna and Karla here. But I wanted to see maybe what your guys' favorite segment has been so far with the Spring Fling.
Yeah, there's a lot. How do you pick just one?
It's a really good question, but I do want to see, because I know that there's a lot we talked about. Yesterday there was some patterns that we talked about, how to make a purse, we talked about the QCT5 19, right? So we've really done a lot yesterday. And even today as we're kind of getting through this day. So I just I just want to hear and see some of your guys' favorite ideas or favorite segments that we've seen so far throughout the Spring Fling events.
Automation, that was great. Yes, the automation's always a good one. Yeah.
One of my favorite segments was getting to see Nicole Moore's studio.
Oh, that was fun.
I love seeing everybody's studios, how you have it all set up. It gives us ideas, it gives everybody else ideas on ways to set things up and how to fit your quilting into a small space or into a big space.
Right. And the accessories, Mark did a great job.
That was a wonderful one, yeah.
And the cutie frame segment, Janet George, awesome.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, these are great. Yeah, I just love being able to see all the diversity that we have, right, as far as it's the cutie frame, it's the QCT5 19, accessories, right, or seeing someone's studio, which is always fun to get the ideas on. So there really has been a whole ton. So thank you guys for seeing. I know one that I really loved was Nathan's demo, and I have to tell you a little bit why. So the cutie frame, I would say, was kind of my first introduction into Grace Company, actually. When I first came on, it was a little bit in and they're like, you're gonna be a part of a video with Karla. And I was like, what?
The very first, yeah.
Yeah, and so it was with the cutie frame. So my dad's been with the, Nathan Erznozik, he's been with the Grace Company for quite a while, but even with that, I never was really in the quilting world. My grandma quilts. And so, I've done a little bit, Nathan's done some, but I personally have never really done anything. So kind of coming in on the cutie and being able to learn with it, I thought it was really neat to be able to have Nathan explain a little bit more about the cutie and kind of how it's made. So that was a segment that I really loved and thought it was very neat to kind of learn more about that. So.
And there's so much more to watch and see and learn, so.
Yeah, kind of to that point as well, as we do have these again, for any segment that is pre-recorded, we do actually already have it available for you to go and watch. So let me really quickly show you kind of how you guys can find that. So super simple. All you're going to do first is, again, you're going to start out on our main website, so graceframe.com. And again, you're going to do this banner here. You simply hit join the festival. and it's going to take you to this screen. Now this screen, or my screen, looks like this because I am registered. If you have not registered, there'll be a prompt over here that will again just say register for you. But this is where, let's say you're coming in here and you're interested in seeing those events again, or you're ready to, you want to watch them, beforehand because you're going to be busy or whatever. This is again where you can come in. We kicked off this morning, as you can see, and then it'll take you through the day and what that looks like. So then again, we had Mark who came on, talked about all of our wonderful accessories. Then we had the automation with Janet George. And then again, Nathan came in. And then we had that wonderful TrueBlue Quilts Monochromatic. That was a very neat segment there. And then this is kind of, again, what we'll talk about later is Karla's story. But this is, let's say, again, you're going to unfortunately be away or not be able to watch one of these segments later. This is where you can come up to the top and you can do watch now. So this is the videos on demand. So you simply will scroll down here, and this is where you can see all those segments, again, that are pre-recorded here. So this is, again, the Accessorize Yourself. Later we'll do Doodling Your Way to Quilting. Again, Unique 19. Really, this is just all those all the videos that you can see on the machines as well as frames. And just come in and watch them. And even the live segments, once we actually, obviously, once we do them, they'll then be available on there. But this just, again, is something that you can go in and re-watch if you want to, get an idea of it, watch it again. You can easily come in here and do that. So just another quick reminder on that. And then again, because in this segment, we will be doing some giveaways. These giveaways that we are going to be doing, we're actually doing a combo. We will do some live giveaways with Flinko.
We love the Flinko.
Yes, I know. Who doesn't love to win something, right? So we will be doing some of that. But then we also will have some giveaways for those that have pre-registered. So again, if you haven't registered, make sure you do that. And then, for those that maybe don't win on those registrations or don't win this live drop that we'll do here, is we do still have amazing deals for you guys, again, for the Spring Fling. And we actually will be extending some of those sales through April. So if it does give you some time, to look at things and really figure out what's going to work best for you.
Well, and I always think too, and Karla can agree with me on this, is you can have one cutter that you've purchased for yourself, and then you have to have one cutter in your house, and then one cutter for travel.
Or 10 cutters.
Or 10 cutters, exactly. So even if you win one, you're going to have to want to buy another one so you can have that extra happening.
Yeah, sometimes you can't find them when you need them. So it's always nice to have a spare.
Yeah.
Yes, very true on that. Yeah, well, let's go ahead. Again, we will be doing some giveaways or pre-registration giveaways a little bit later, but I want to maybe to kick things off to get started. Let's go ahead and do some interaction with you guys, and let's do a Plinko giveaway.
Okay,
Awesome.
I'm excited because this is the new game, right? We get to pick which thing, and I'm gonna just be completely random and not
Make
see.
it a good one.
Ooh, I've got the circle cutter. So we're gonna do the circle cutter this time.
And let's see, Karla, because I know I've seen some really neat quilts that you've done using the circle cutter. So tell me why do you want the circle cutter?
I love circles, and I love what you can do with them on a quilt. It just makes it different and very unique because no circle is the same and no idea is the same out there. So if you're looking to try something new, circle and the circle cutters are really fun to add to any quilt. I mean, you can just lay the fabric with the circle cut out on top of like a car. I know people have done that, or a design that's on the quilt, and just add a little bit of whimsy and a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's a great
Okay,
one.
the next one is the $200 gift card for TrueBlue. That one's amazing. I'm actually gonna mix it up and do it definitely in the order. So next I've got, let's see here. Oh, True Grips, always excellent.
Wonderful. That's a great one. You use on any rulers with that.
Yeah, it doesn't just have to be true
Or
colors.
templates.
Or templates, yeah.
Yes.
So we've got Finesse Thread.
That's a good one. That looks like it's a 4-pack of our variegated on that one.
Ooh, our mini 1.5 inch or 2 inch mini quilt clips.
Always a good one.
Great to put around the thread when you
The thread,
used
or
it up.
just to add extra stability as you're quilting. So really a good one.
Oh, and our ruler bundle. So our bundles are on special. Not sure if everybody saw that. So go to our website, check them out. all the ruler bundles, the square, the rectangle, the triangle, they're all on special right now. So check that out on the website.
And this one, I will say, it looks like it is our rectangular ruler bundle. So Janna, do you know what size of those are?
We have the 6.5 by 24.5, the 3 by 18, the 6.5 by 12.5. So three amazing rulers. I mean, everybody needs those, right?
Yes, yeah, that's wonderful.
So how many prizes are we giving away here?
So we're going to do 3. So with this, we're choosing 3 because we have 3 different platforms that you can be watching on. So we have YouTube, Facebook, and then we do also, and we are going to choose a winner from our Grace platform. So make sure, again, go ahead and put your comments in there, and let's see, what's a good question that we can ask them before we go ahead and drop these here?
Yeah, okay, let's see. Since we're going to be talking about Karla getting started, let's see. She did a segment yesterday.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
So
what is the name of the design? Not very hard. You can go and look. The pattern that I came up with and made.
That's a good question.
So here we come. Lots of people answering.
Back. Even if you didn't watch that segment, you can still go find the answer because
all you have
it's
to
the title
do
of the
is,
segment.
yes.
Wonderful. Yes.
Robin Anderson, congratulations.
Yes, it was that cactus quilt. Awesome. And so then really quickly before we get kind of see what you're going to win here, Robin, is just a reminder for these live giveaways, you're going to need to make sure to reach out to melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. So that's MELINDA@graceframe.com. It's up there on the screen. Make sure, again, take that down. Even if your name wasn't just called, take it down because you never know. You might be the next winner here. So, again, make sure to take that down and make sure, again, you're going to need to reach out to Melinda for this live giveaway. For pre-registration, we have that information, so we will reach out to you on those. But, Janna, why don't you go ahead and drop one here?
Okay, let's see here. We're going to put it in the middle. Oh, the $200 gift card. Congratulations. Again, with any of these prizes, if you guys need help figuring out what to spend your stuff on, give us a call. We'll help you. We'll help you figure it all out. Okay.
A nice mat.
Ooh, a
Great
mat.
one.
Yeah.
That's wonderful, yeah.
Our mats are awesome.
Yeah, the bundle's great. Yeah. Okay.
That's a great one. Well, let's go ahead and choose another
right.
winner here.
We have to pick another winner.
Janna just
I'm
ready.
so excited to give stuff away. Yeah.
Awesome. So that cactus quilt, Rhea. So yes, congratulations,
congratulations
on that.
Rhea.
All right, go ahead and give it a drop
here. I'm
here.
gonna start way over here. Ooh, the mini quilt clips.
That's a good
Congratulations.
Yay.
Awesome. Wonderful. And again, just one more reminder, you're going to need to reach out to melinda@graceframe.com, so make sure to take that email down there. And then let's go ahead. We'll choose one last winner. So again, this is going to be from our Grace platform here. So just make sure to put your comments in. Again, the question was, what is the name of the pattern that Karla did a segment on yesterday? I believe it was a little bit more towards the morning on that one as well.
Yeah, I was probably the first one. So
Yeah.
Right after the live.
we haven't, yes. The cactus flower, yes.
Kim, congratulations,
Woo!
Kim. Thank you.
Awesome. All
Okay.
right.
I'm
Go ahead and give it a
feeling
drop.
Kim wants me to put this here.
Ooh.
I feel like I need to do it again. It didn't even go inside.
Well, I don't know. I think you almost could do both of those.
I
that's a
agree.
good idea.
Totally. That is a great price.
Well done, Kim, on making the
Hack the system.
Yeah, hacking the system to get the 2 prizes. So the True Grips with the ruler bundle.
Yeah, and that really is going to be a great combo because you'll be able to easily use those True Grips on there and help keep those rulers from sliding. So that's absolutely wonderful on that. So again, just one more reminder, reach out to melinda@graceframe.com. And then for those that maybe didn't win, but again, are still interested in any of these prizes or any other products we have, I just encourage you to go check out the website because we do have those special deals for you guys on this event. So
It's really exciting, all the specials that we have going on. And again, like LJ said earlier, it's not just through the festival, it's all through the month of April. So spend now so that you can save up some more and then spend some at the end, get all the products.
But we could run out, I want to say.
That's
So
true.
if you're waffling and thinking, oh, I'll wait and see if I win throughout the festival, don't.
That's very true, very true. Get it now, right? Do that. Get something new to start that journey.
Right.
Yeah, do it now. That's absolutely wonderful. So we just did some live giveaways, but I kind of want to talk about some of the giveaways we're going to do for the pre-registration.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about what's going to make these, or what makes these items that the lucky winner is going to be, so lucky to get on. So one of them that we're doing is our 5-foot luminous light bar.
Oh, I love the light bar.
So Gianna, share maybe why. Why do you love the light
so
bar?
the first time I'd heard, oh, we have a light bar, and I'd been around crafting lights before and for embroidery or different things. And so the first time I was around a light bar, I was surprised how bright it was and how perfect the color was, right? Like before trying to match colors.
Well, well, let's see. On that
Yeah.
point, let's go ahead. Let's put a comment in the chat there. Go ahead and put it number 3. If you guys have ever wished you had more light, or that you had maybe better lighting or a true light so that you could have matched your fabric colors or thread colors more.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've been matching like red and orange together, and I thought they were both red, and it wasn't right. And with the luminous light bar, it eliminates that possibility of not having that same coloring together. It has that true match system.
Yeah, wonderful. See, Sandra, I have the light bar, don't know what I'd do without it. Who couldn't use more light, which is absolutely
so
true.
So true.
I know, and one thing that I think that's really nice about the light bar is it actually sits on casters. So I know people that will actually move it and have it over their cutting space, and then once they're done with that, they'll go shift it over their quilting space, so it really can be moved. So you can make sure to keep that light all throughout your studio or workspace that you have there.
Lighting is very important.
Yes, it is. Oh yeah, 3, 3, 3, 3. You got to put more. Need a light. Light's absolutely necessary. Again, yeah, it really is just wonderful. And we say that, and you're like, oh, light, but no, it makes a huge difference. I know at shows that we've gone to, when we turn the lights off, people are like, whoa, I didn't realize it was that dark in here. And so really, it can help illuminate your area and just kind of, I think.
And it doesn't hurt your eyes.
Yeah.
And it eliminates the glare. As quilters, yeah, there's a lot of glare from rulers and templates and stuff like that. It really does help because it doesn't shine right in your eyes, and it is a soft light.
Yeah.
Actually makes you look a lot younger. So I encourage you to
doesn't
get
need that?
one
Yeah.
and stand in front of it for your husband or your loved one.
Well, and the other thing I love about the light bar is we're giving away the 5-foot light bar, but it also comes in a 10-foot size, and then you also have the option to get a 2-foot extension, so you can make that 12
Right.
feet to go all the way over that large continuum frame.
It's a great accessory, so if you're not a winner, make sure that you check out the great deals as well, because it's on sale.
Yeah, it is. And one thing I was thinking about too is if you guys maybe have a light bar or are thinking about getting one, go ahead and maybe, tag us in a post that you have saying, hey, check out my workspace. I just got my new luminous light bar, here's the difference between, maybe like a before and after photo. Those are always super fun to see. So just a reminder again, follow us on our social media, tag us just so we can see, because that's what we love to see.
Yes.
And really see that difference there. But this 5-foot light bar really is going to be absolutely amazing for whoever wins this. And again, this is chosen from those that have pre-registered. So we do have that information, and we will be reaching out to you to make sure we can get you this wonderful 5-foot light bar. But let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this giveaway here.
Okay, we love the drum rolls. Olga!
Congratulations, Olga.
Oh, I'm so excited for Olga.
That'll be absolutely wonderful. You'll absolutely love that light bar. And I mentioned this earlier, but I do just want to say thank you everyone for all your comments and all the support that you give the winners of this wonderful Spring Fling we have, because that's something that people just absolutely love. And again, this is Olga, this is back to the social media, but hey, maybe when you get it, let us know, tag us so we can see what your space looks like with that new 5-foot light bar in there. And so then another giveaway we're going to be doing here is going to be on our Cutie frame.
The Cutie.
Oh, no. Let's get ready.
Yes, yeah, this is one again, we've talked about it before. Nathan actually just did a segment on it beforehand, and I honestly probably could spend hours talking about the Cutie frame because it's such a revolutionary thing for the industry. One comment that I love and I get pretty often if I ever go to a show is, how come you didn't come out with it sooner, right? Because it just makes so much sense, right? Why wouldn't you have something you can use a domestic machine on? Why not have something that's portable, doesn't require dedicated space, but you can do any size quilt on it still?
And
right?
it grows with you, right? So if you have that domestic machine and you're getting all set up, right? You're trying that something new, you're getting going, and you're like, okay, I love quilting and I'm ready for that long arm. The 15 and the 19 both fit on the Cutie as well, so that can get you going even farther into that something new.
Yes, that's wonderful. Yeah, and I think we're going to give away that Cutie, but just to talk about, I think the Grace Company and really how I had conversation with someone a little bit earlier today that said they really just appreciated that we're not necessarily pushing anything on you, because there's different things that are going to fit different needs based on where you're at right now. And the Grace Company absolutely has created things that are going to fit those different people, whether it's, hey, I need to get the Cutie frame, start out with a domestic machine, or I have the Cutie frame and I'm ready to upgrade and go to a 15 or even the 19-inch machine.
Right, yeah. And I love that it has the 19, right? Like,
Yeah.
who doesn't love 19 inches of space? And if you don't have that large space for a frame, the Cutie will get you there.
Yeah, I actually started out on a hoop frame because I didn't have enough room in my home. So, you know, we're just like you. We start out somewhere and we grow as quilters, and then you're ready for that dedicated quilting machine. So, really a good frame to not necessarily start with, but to keep going through your quilting journey. So, it's a great one.
It is wonderful. Well, let's go ahead and do a drum roll for the giveaway of this Cutie frame.
Yeah! Yeah!
Pam.
Congratulations on that. And I know there's so many comments saying people like, oh, I want one, I want one, I want one. Well, guess what? You can get it now, right? This is back to Karla's point. Get it now. It is at an absolutely amazing price. So like I feel like even if you have a bigger frame, just get the Cutie, right? I mean, throw it in there, take it as a travel.
Yeah, I love the story of the lady who said, she says, we're going four-wheeling, my husband and my kids, and they're gonna go off, and then I'm taking the Cutie into the mountains, and I'm going to quilt in nature. And I just think that's the best thing, best compliment,
That's awesome.
right?
Yeah, that's a great way to do that. I love that idea. That's wonderful. Well, the next giveaway we're going to do, again, pulled from those that have pre-registered, so we will reach out to you to make sure you get your prize, but it's going to be the 15 Pro, or Qunique 15 Pro.
Really? We're giving away a Pro?
We're giving away a Pro. It's
Great machine.
I know.
Very easy to use.
I love it.
Not intimidating at all. It's a great step up from a domestic machine. So.
Yes, yeah, it's wonderful. And let's see, because I know, why don't you guys go ahead and share some features about that Qunique 15 Pro machine?
Oh, my favorite feature is the touchscreen, right? That it's got, you can use the handles for when you're quilting, you can easily go between them, but as you're going along, you can use that touchscreen, because everything's touchscreen now, right? Our phones, our computers, everything's touchscreen. So that's the wonderful thing about the 15 Pro. It's got that touchscreen, so you can easily move between stitch sizes and speeds and your different modes of quilting, right? To go from your precise or your cruise, or it even has the manual mode that you can go to if you like that as well.
And built-in stitch regulation, so really a good feature. If you're not used to it, haven't ever had it, it's a great way to quilt.
It really is, yeah. And I know I see all these comments saying they love the Qunique 15 Pro if they have it or they really want it. It would be something, amazing for them. What a terrific prize to have. And I have to say that even if you aren't the winner, guess what? You can still get one. You can still get it. We do have, again, amazing deal on that 15 Pro. And as you saw there, even if you were to pair it with a frame, we're actually doing a discount on both the frame and the machine for you guys. So check those out. Again, you can find those at graceframe.com or that events platform to shop those deals. But let's go ahead and announce the winner of this Qunique 15 Pro.
Yay! Elaine! Oh, congratulations! So just like LJ was saying, it's with your choice of frame, and the 15 Pro can fit on a lot of our frames. In fact, all of our frames. So give us a call so we can talk about which frame will be perfect for you.
If you have the room, 12-foot continuum, telling you.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you guys. Actually, what we're going to just talk about so you guys know kind of what's coming up. So if you're just joining us, we actually just did some giveaways for those that have pre-registered. And then kind of here in just the next couple of minutes, we're going to go into Karla's story and how she got started on her journey. And then after that, we have Doodle Your Way to Quilting. We'll have a segment with Leah Day, where that actually will be a live segment where you'll be able to ask her some questions on that. So that'll be a really neat one to, again, have some more of that live interaction and really get to know her on that. And then just make sure, you guys, that anything, if you get a new product of ours or whatever, make sure to share it with us. And check out, graceframe.com, and especially with Karla here, especially as we talk about her journey. Yeah, coming up here. Check it out, because I know it's something that they're just kind of building out now. It's a newer thing, but it's something that she has some great ideas on, and she shares her story on. So make sure to check that out. It's up there, Karla Quilts, the number 4 Grace. So make sure to check that one out as well. But I want to go ahead and do some more interaction with you guys watching. And I do want to do another giveaway because I'm feeling a little trigger happy. Can't stop me right now. But I want to go ahead again. Let's just do some questions to see how you guys are enjoying the show so far. But let's see. I'm trying to think of a good question here. You know what, let's do a simple one just to keep it nice and easy. And again, for anyone that's participating, make sure put a chat in there because you might just win the Plinko drop here. But I want to see what is the next segment, I just said it, that we're going to do for this live here.
Not a real tough one.
But what
How
is
have they
it?
been listening?
And
That's
it will be
yes.
live, I guess.
It will be live, yes. But yeah, what is it that we're going to do here again, just the next couple of minutes or so? It's a tricky one. I did just say, you can rewind back just a second.
Yes, quilting is my life. You have got it.
Wonderful. Yeah, all the comments coming in. We'll let them keep coming in. But yes, it is Karla's story or Karla's journey or what got her into the quilting world. So I'm really excited about that because I actually, even though I've worked with Karla, I don't know if I know like Karla's origin story, you know?
Oh, I love that, the origin story of the amazing quilter.
Like, cinematic. Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Coming to a theater near you.
That's right.
That'll be fun. You know, maybe we'll release it after it goes.
Yeah, it's not like Wolverine or something like that. I promise.
Wonderful. Well, yes, congratulations. So, Robin, yes, Karla's life, her story again, getting into that industry. Yeah, well, really quickly before we have Janna go ahead and drop one of the Plinkos is, again, for these live Plinko drop giveaways, you need to make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com. So that's MELINDA@graceframe.com to claim that prize there. But let's go ahead and drop a Plinko here for the winner.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to pull this one, that rogue one out. See if it goes rogue again.
Well, you know what? Actually, let's. We're gonna
She's throwing wrenches all over the place.
Well, let's see, because I think we have a couple other options for those. So let's go ahead and let's switch it out. Yeah, let's see some other things that people can potentially win here.
Okay, so what are we switching out here?
Let's go ahead. Let's pull the mini quilt clips out. Let's see what else someone else might be able to win here.
Okay, we are going to put in our comfort cutter.
Yay, love that one.
Excellent. Our ergonomic, right? Easily switch between left and right-handed, so that's wonderful. Okay, anything else we're going to switch out?
Let's see. Let me go ahead. I'm going to pull out
the thread.
That's a good one, but let's just see what else we maybe have.
Oh, our square ruler bundle.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So that is a 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5 inch square ruler bundle. So that's going to be amazing. Okay, are we good?
Well, let's.
One more.
Maybe we should do one more. Since we have the ruler bundle of the square, let me pull out the rectangular one and do one other thing different here.
We're going to get in here. We're going to get in here. Ooh, the True Sharp 2 electric sharpener. We just love that, right? It can sharpen the 3 different sizes, the 28 millimeter, 45 millimeter, and 60 millimeter size blades. So, yeah.
That's a good one. That's a
Ooh,
great
I
one,
do like
actually.
this.
Okay,
I like the switch up.
Let's see.
Right?
All right.
Okay, so back to Robin. Okay.
All right.
Robin, I feel here.
Ooh.
Off the charts
Off
there.
the charts. I feel like we might have to do that
it one
again.
more time.
Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah.
Just keeping you on your toes, making sure you're paying attention.
The 2.
Oh my gosh.
See, Robin, that was meant to be. One more time. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. And again, make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize there. Let's go ahead and choose another winner here for our Plinko drop.
So we've got our Dolores. Congratulations.
Karla, yes, Karla is up next.
Okay, let's see here, Dolores. Ooh, the square ruler bundle. And you know what? I'm going to actually throw in a pack of True Grips for that as well so that you can have that go in there.
Awesome. Janna's going off the rails over here. That's great.
Exactly. Learn from the best.
Yes, wonderful. Well, let's go ahead and choose one more winner here so we can do one last Plinko drop here. Brenda. Awesome. Congratulations.
Brenda.
Yes.
Awesome, Brenda.
Okay,
It's ready
Brenda. A few. Brenda's over here.
Brenda and I have emailed back and forth several times.
Oh, the
That's
$200 gift
That's
card
great,
as well.
Brenda.
Congratulations.
Awesome. That's wonderful. Well, that's great. I guess, Karla, you've been talking with Brenda a little bit, so that's wonderful. Maybe, you know, Karla can help you figure out what to get with that $200 gift card there. So
I think
that's
she's
awesome.
got it all nailed down.
Oh, good. She already knows. She's got it. That's great. And then just a reminder really quickly, make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com. And then for those that are still interested in the products but didn't quite win this live giveaway, we do have those deals available, so make sure to check those out because they're mind-blowing. They really are. I think I said the joke yesterday, but I don't know if there's anything we have that's not on sale right now. So we really do have a lot of amazing deals for you guys today. But let's go ahead and let me see here. I know we're going to have the segment with Karla, but I don't want to quite get into that yet. I do want to maybe talk about just really quickly our website again and the events platform to make sure you guys know how to navigate that properly. So really simple. Again, I'm just going to take you through and we're going to go back to the beginning. So this is going to be how to, again, just even get to that Grace platform. So you're going to first start off on graceframe.com here. And then it's going to be, again, this main banner that pops up. You hit join the festival. And I'm going to take it here. So this is where it's going to take you. Now again, my screen looks like this because I am registered. If you have not registered, you will see a button pop up right here that will say register now. You'll also see across the top, it'll say bingo. And I encourage you guys, if you have not done the bingo, to play that game because that actually will help you navigate and get a feel for the website. And then at the end, you actually get to spin a wheel and you get a little prize there. So make sure to go through and do that. And then again, just for, if you've done it, if you've maybe forgotten how to find something, you can always go back to this main homepage, scroll down about halfway through or just a little bit down from the top. And we do have this video where we walk you through the entire website. So again, you guys really can get a feel and know how to navigate it. And then again, I am just going to go through here so you guys can see what we have. So we have the event schedule. So this is where you can see it automatically is going to take me to today. So we had the kickoff this morning with me and Janna. Then we have the fun segment with Mark earlier. Then again, we had some automation with Janet George. Then more with Nathan. And again, really just wonderful things. And this is, again, let's say if you're really wanting to make sure you watch this Duel Your Way to Quilting, you can come in and add it to your calendar. And then one thing that's really nice about this as well is you can see it gives you a couple different calendars you can add it to. And then one thing that we had mentioned earlier, but you can actually come into My Account, edit profile, and then this is where you can choose how to manage those notifications that you get. So as you can see, I just have it on email, but if you would like as well, you can always do in text. And then let's say if it's something that you're like, you know what, I want to opt out of that, you simply can come unclick it and it will do that. And then this is where you'd hit save changes. And again, this is just the schedule that we have. And so let's say, because I know we've seen some comments that are saying, oh no, I'm going to miss the segment, right? Or I have to go step away, that you can actually come up here, do the watch now. And this is where we have those videos on demand. So again, any pre-recorded segment for the day, and actually for all the segments are available here. So again, you can see there's the Accessorize Yourself. There's one that we'll be doing a little bit later today. There's one again with Nathan if you want to watch how the cutie's made. Or again, if you wanted to watch what Karla's first part of the quilt or her cactus flower tutorial, you can watch it there. So again, these are really where you can go back through and rewatch any of the live segments here. I'll go back up. And then one thing that's also really fun is that you can actually see up here on this tab is you can see the giveaways that we'll be doing. So this is, again, if you've registered, if I should say if you haven't registered, make sure you do, because this is where you can see, again, all those wonderful prizes. And we do have them announced, so you can see kind of what day we're on. But as you can see here, again, we've given those away. This was that first day yesterday. And then again, we just picked these ones today, so they're not quite up there yet. But really, look at that. There's so much that you have the opportunity to win, so you want to make sure you're registered. Because see, even like next week as we kick it off, we'll be doing the $200 gift card, the Cutie, some wonderful cutting products. And then later in the day, we're doing the Cutie again, some thread, more gift cards, more TrueCut, because again, who doesn't need some more cutting products? Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for your patience as we work through this. As you can tell, kind of just work through some things. So thank you guys for your patience. I know everyone was worried, we're going to miss Karla's segment.
It's like Horton Hears a Who. We're here. We're here.
Yes. Well, thank you guys again so much for your patience as we do that. And I know, don't worry, you're not going to miss Karla's segment. It is live, so.
I haven't started it yet.
Yes. Oh, building suspense. That's,
Okay. Oh, yes,
that's what it was.
April Fools. That was the whole thing. Yeah.
Keeping it on your toes there. We're trying out something new and it didn't work out.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, kind of. I know we're kind of getting close to getting into Karla's segment.
Karla's story censored. No. That was awesome. Yes. No expletives though. Sorry.
That was a good one, Jean. That was really good. Good April Fools, yes. Well, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for your patience, and thanks for sticking with us. And kind of to say thanks for sticking with us as we go through that, let's do one more giveaway. Now, this can be even a little bit different. I do want to give away one specific item. So the item I'd like to give away is going to be our 60 millimeter straight cutter.
I love this one.
It's quick release as well.
Yes. Yeah. So Karla, why don't you tell us, what is the quick release feature? What does that make it?
Oh, it just means that you just push on the back of it and the blade comes out, and then you can just hover over it and put it back in, and it's just quick and easy. So you don't have to touch the blades at all and cut off those precious fingers.
Yes, much safer with that quick release feature. So what we're going to do again, thanks for sticking with us as we went through that. And before we get to Karla's story here,
You better
we're going
pick
to
out a few of them.
Yeah, we're going to do a couple. Again, we're going to give this to you guys, but make sure, again, for those that we choose here, you need to make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com to claim that prize there. So it's MELINDA@graceframe.com. Again, make sure to take it down because you might be the winner of this, or you might even be the winner of next week. So make sure, again, to have Melinda's emails down so we can make sure to give you this here. But let's go ahead and just say welcome back, say woohoo, just make any kind of comment to say thanks for sticking with us, and we'll go ahead and choose a couple different winners of this 60 millimeter straight. Joyce, yes.
Congratulations. Great job. Yeah, keep on your
Wonderful.
fingers.
Yes, that will definitely help you keep it with that quick release. So congrats again. Make sure you'll need to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com there. Let's go ahead and choose another winner here. Drum roll. Yes, glad we're back.
We're glad we're back too. Yeah,
Congratulations, you won it. We need to say the whole name because I noticed that one Brenda got really excited because we didn't say the last name. And she's like, oh, I got so excited. And it wasn't me. Dang it. Sorry. Try to catch you on the flip side.
Yeah.
Brenda.
Yes. Well, and then this is, again, even if you don't win it, we do have those deals special clear through April, like Jan had mentioned earlier, that we're doing for you guys. But let's go ahead and choose one last winner, and then I think we'll kind of transition into Karla's story here. So.
Oh, Janelle Andrews, congratulations.
Yes. Keep me on your list.
Congratulations. You'll love it. Awesome.
Congratulations. And thank you again so much for everyone for your patience as we worked through that. It's always fun being live. I think that's part of what keeps us on our toes,
We don't like to see the angry emojis up there either. So we'll try to do better.
Yeah. Yes, well, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. And I know a question that Karla had brought up, and it's kind of getting into Karla's story, but we want to hear some of your guys' stories and maybe how you got into quilting.
Who inspired you, or what inspired you, or, it could be that you just wanted to try something new out of the box and looking around the world. There's so many ways or people or things that can inspire you as a quilter. So how did you get in, and who was it? Who was your inspiration? So just hurry and type that in there, and we'd love to see that.
Yeah, that's a great thing to think about too, because is how do you get inspired for those things, right? And how that inspiration from someone else helps you get to that next level of that.
Yeah.
And somebody
quilting
said
journey.
their husband, Robin said, from an Amish woman who lived near her.
Wow.
Somebody's aunt inspired them. So, and grandmas.
Mother-in-laws.
And it could be just the artistic aspect as well. I love the artsy part of it as well because I love the creative side. So
I know I'm always inspired by when we're able to go to a quilt convention or a show and we get to see the quilts that people have submitted.
Absolutely.
It's amazing, the detail and work that goes into each of those quilts. It's so nice to see.
It really is.
my friend Tina, a wonderful grandmother. Oh, wow.
94-year-old grandmother.
Thank
That's
you
wonderful.
for sharing.
Yeah, this really is, it's super neat to see. And I think the origin story is, I think, like I said, like I've worked with Karla, but I don't know that, right? Everyone talks about where they're at in their quilting journey, but it's the starting of it that's really something that's unique. And I think that that's actually what I'm really excited to hear about. So Karla, let's maybe kind of get into it, and let's start with your quilting journey here. So how did you get started in quilting?
Actually, I got started because I came home from a religious kind of sabbatical, and I needed to start someplace. And my mom was working at the store, Mormon Handicraft, and it was a consignment shop here in Salt Lake City. And it was a great job for me because I was able to jump in, and that's where I started quilting. There was this wonderful group of quilters who taught hand quilting there.
Wow.
And I took one of the classes, and I just fell in love with it. And from there, it just kind of grew. Well, my brother kind of connects with my brother's story because we're one big happy family at times. Other times, not so much. But anyway.
I think that's any family.
That's right. We're typical. Anyway, his story coincides with mine because we started selling his quilting frames at Mormon Handicraft. And who doesn't like a challenge? And I was kind of like, I've been the Grace poster child for the quilting frames for a long time. So I was on that, the brochures and the booklets and everything, and I just grew to love quilting more and more. Well, in about 2014, not only did we start working with the hand frames, but it was 2002. We went to machine quilting frames, and my cute little Bernina sewing machine was the first sewing machine to sit on one of those wooden machine quilting frames.
Oh, that's amazing.
And that's what we tested it with, and then we kept going to shows, and we loved to banter back and forth what ideas we could have. You come from a family of people who like to invent and think of things, and so being in the car with us maybe is a little daunting, but we're always coming up with not only political ideas, but just things like that. So my brother is an inventor, but it kind of passed down in my genes because my mom's always that inspiration, and my mom is Grace. Well, her inspiration was her mother. And I brought my grandma's quilt that I was able to inherit. And I'm the youngest of 9 kids, so for me to inherit this quilt was really something.
That's
because
amazing.
everything was given away, and so this is very, very near and dear and precious to me. So I actually have 2 quilts. This is my grandmother's flower garden. And she hand-pieced this, and my mom, she loved pulling my grandmother's fabric out and ironing all the wrinkles out. So my mom was a very good homemaker. I'm not quite so much, but, but she was. But I do love the quilting side of it. And my mom was a great homemaker, but not quite the quilter that my grandma was and is. And then this is my mom's favorite design. My mom loved the sunbonnet too. So this was another quilt that I was able to get and just love it. So that's kind of my story and how I got started. But now I'm working here at the Grace Company and have been for a long time. I worked as the office manager for a long, long time. And while I was doing that, every time we'd come out with a new frame or a new machine, guess what Karla did? She would try to make a quilt to match that. So all those quilts that you see on the advertisements and stuff, who did them? Karla. I love quilting.
So now you're inspiring everybody else.
So I hope so. Yeah, and some of the quilts I've done, people have said, oh, where did you get that pattern? Others, it's my pattern. So now I'm designing and creating new patterns, and it's been a lot of fun. And then I came on as educator a little while back, about a couple of years ago, right before COVID. And it's like, what am I going to do? How am I going to start? Well, I started writing the help files for the automation because we didn't even have them. And that really helped me understand from a quilter's perspective how I wanted to write them and how I wanted to get into quilting. And it's just, God, it's boomed from there. I love trying new things. That's me. I love thinking outside the box. So if you want to try something new, try a different technique or some different way of quilting rather than the same old, same old. You know, if you've seen me on Tuesdays with Grace or any video, I'm always pushing you to try something different and think outside the box and make it you. That's my big thing. I want you to take patterns and designs and don't use the instructions totally. Add a little bit of you inside the quilt to make it personal, and that's really where I come from. So I brought my other quilt, okay, that I worked on. So I really branched outside myself because I really wanted to use the feather pattern, and I practice. I'm a doodler and I do doodle all the time. Ask them in the meetings here. It's a doodle fest with Karla. But here is just, this is called a petal quilt, and it's kind of monochromatic, and it goes from one color to the other, and I don't want it to get it on the floor.
So we'll help.
So I'll just hold it up here, you guys, and you can see. And I did the feather designs, but you can see that there's a little problem with it, okay? I don't want you to get too close. Because I used a yellow chalk to mark it so I could draw on it, but you can see that feathers look pretty good. And the ruler work, I was using a different template, and the ruler work, and it's just a lot of fun. So it kind of goes from the darker to the lighter, and it was a lot of fun, but it was a challenge for me because I hadn't really done that, and I wanted to do the little pebbling, but I had to get it off the frame to start something new. So I did the outside petals, but I plan on going in and highlighting the inside petals at one time. So who knows when I'll get back to it, but it's a lot of fun. So this one was really my try something new. Not totally perfect, but I'm very proud of it and how it turned out. So you'll probably see it in some ads coming up for our new 21, Unique 21 X Elite machine. This is the quilt that I did for it. It started out as the Sure Stitch Elite quilt, but they kind of morphed into something different. So thank you, Janna, for holding on to that. So really, you all are my inspiration. I love seeing what you're working on and how you quilt things, and you give me ideas all the time. And that's really my story. I love quilting, if you don't know that by now. And so follow me, please, on Instagram and Facebook and everywhere. It's Karla with a K. You've got that down really well. Karla, Quilts, Quilts, for the number 4, Grace. Of course I do. It makes my mom smile. I have a quilt that I made that has this little cutout of my mom, and she's done in hot pink because I love hot pink. And I always walk in, it faces the door as I walk in every day, and I just always say, "Hi, Mom," because I know her spirit is here with us, with all of you. My mom would just take you in her arms and love you as part of the Grace family. So thank you for letting me share my small little story. I mean, there's a lot more I could go on and on about, but we only have about 10 minutes left. So we're going to leave that up to you so that you can share some of your inspiration with us. Because I'd like to hear about your story, because your story coincides with mine.
Yeah, so definitely share with Karla on her Instagram and also on our Facebook pages. Let us know about your stories. We'd love to hear them. We love to see like Karla's quilts that she has from her family. We'd love to see those that you have. I know I have ones that are passed on. I can't wait to get started on quilting them and, you know, get to that next level. Try that new thing that's going to help me get even better.
Now, are you ready to try something? Because I know Laurel's been saying, "Oh, Karla, I'm going to try that pattern."
I know.
But you know, life gets really hectic, and sometimes it's not your season, and that's okay. Maybe you're a new mom and you're working with those sweet little kids. You know, you have to kind of have that season to do the quilting and the work on those projects, and sometimes you just start them. And they get on hold, and then you work on them little by little, and they gradually get done. But I always want to encourage you to get outside your comfort zone and try something a little harder, a little more difficult. Like I was going through my oops category. I get to judge the oops category. And I saw one person who said, Y seams were really hard. They are. I agree with you totally. But she did a fantastic job. A lot of those quilts, I don't even know why they're in the oops category, because they did a great job in fixing the problems. So anyway, it's been a lot of fun. A lot of fun to quilt, and a lot more things to come from the Grace Company. You know, we have so many things in the work right now that I'm just so excited. I have to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, well, maybe don't go too much then. Don't give anything away. But what's something maybe that you kind of are working on now? Is there maybe a new design you're working on?
Oh, lots of new designs all the time. And so I always help coming up with something new. But if you want to see some new things and you want to be first in the, join Tuesdays with Grace. Make sure you're registered for that, because not only do I show you new patterns, new designs, but sometimes we get into the automation and we show you how to use the automation. I'm really excited about some segments coming up through the summer, and I know everybody's busy through the summer, and now we can start traveling, okay? Yes. But these are segments that you can watch again. You don't have to be there live to watch them. And several of you have already joined, but I'm going to do several more segments for the automation and go through it in simulation mode and teach you how to use it more savvily and, you know, user-friendly, so that you can get past some of the hurdles that you face.
Oh, I love that, because I know that's a question we get all the time in the sales department. How do I learn this?
Right.
Yes.
Where can I go? What's going on? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so do you want to show them how to register for Tuesdays with Grace?
Yeah,
Real
definitely.
easy. You just go to our website, scroll down.
Yeah, so like Karla was just saying here, so you just go by our main website, so graceframe.com. And let's see here. Scroll down. Boom. Look at that right there. Didn't even have to scroll that far.
I'm sitting at one of the frames.
But super easy. All you do is you simply click it, and it's going to take you to Tuesdays with Grace. So this is actually something that we have built out for you guys, because if you're just joining us now, or actually just first hearing about Tuesdays with Grace, this is actually something that's been going on for quite a while. I think a good couple of months now, right, Karla?
Well, this website, I've been doing this for a long time, but we do now have our own website where you can go in and watch past segments. I just got through with the kaleidoscope quilt, so if you want that pattern, go and download it. Now I've got coming up a segment on a little bunny bag for Easter. It's really cute. It's a lot of fun. Very easy to make. And then for future, I don't know, what else do I have planned? Because I've already pre-recorded some of these.
Well, let's look at the event schedule. What do we have on there?
Yeah, so really quickly, you guys will see that this, just to make sure you guys know kind of how to navigate this, is the whole layout of this is extremely similar to what we have for our events platform for Spring Fling. So if you know how to navigate that, it's going to be the same for this. So again, you'll just simply come here to events and workshops. You hit see the schedule. So this is where you can see there's the sneak peek. And again, this is where you can collapse it and again see those specific days of what is coming up. And so then let's say, you know, let's look at the 26th here. The little peeps. So this is one.
That's right, little peeps.
Yes. So if this is one that you're saying, you know what, I'm really interested in that, you actually can come in and see the details. This is where you'll be able to come back and watch it live. And then again, this is where we have some more information on what the video is, as well as what is used in the video, and then this is where you can get those patterns. And one thing that I think is super neat is that these patterns are completely free. So you can go in and download them at any time for free and really get to see how it's done. So again, it's very easy. And let's say if this is something, again, you have that pattern downloaded and you want to make sure to not miss it, to see that, you know.
I did some couching with the couching foot on this one because I thought it was really fun, the little texture. And it's little peeps because Little Peeps was, you know, the little peeps at Easter.
Yeah, the marshmallow
peeps. The inspiration.
Yeah.
I wanted a simple, quick, fast little quilt. We're always looking for a quick little quilt for those new sweet little babies that are coming. And sometimes you don't want it complicated. And this one's so quick and so easy that you can put it together in no time. But just adding that little bit of couching just was a lot of fun. And very cuddly, very soft. There's Minky on the back so that they can, you know,
perfect for the next little new one. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. A lot of fun. So, yeah.
Well, this is super neat. I think this comes back to the whole trying something new, right? Because, like, yes, I know I'm being called out. I have not done a whole ton of quilting. I really, really should do more. But I know the couching I've done, I guess I've messed around with couching a little, but I've always loved it. So this is maybe, I guess, a great opportunity for me to actually see it and get a pattern for free and be able to give it a try out. So this is, again, Tuesdays with Grace. I know Karla really enjoys doing it, and we love being able to give it to you guys. And so again, those free patterns as well is such a big part of it that that you just kind of can have with it and go in. So again, it was very easy. It was just on graceframe.com. Scroll down just a little bit and you'll find it there. And then I want to encourage you guys, especially maybe with the Tuesdays with Grace, if you do one of the patterns or whatever, share it with us.
Yes, please.
Let us know what it looks like. You know, tag us, do the Karla Quilts for Grace, or even our just Grace company on that one, because we would really love to see the beautiful artwork that you guys do. But we wanted to say thank you so much for sticking with us in this live segment to hear Karla's story, and sticking with us to get some of those, again, wonderful pre-registration giveaways. And we will be doing, again, more of those next week on there.
Jean says she's being a couch potato. Does that count as couch eating? Yeah. As long as you're eating potato chips. Awesome. You guys are awesome.
Yes, well, thank you guys. Yeah, and again, thank you all for all the comments. That is really what makes this so enjoyable for us, and to have that interaction with you guys. So stay tuned, because next we actually have Doodle Your Way to Quilting. And this is a really exciting one. This is actually with a newer member of the education team, Maddie, here. So that'll be a really fun one. Make sure to stay tuned for that. And then again, later we also do have a live that we'll be doing with Leah Day, where you guys can have or ask her questions. So make sure to tune back in for that. But thank you all for joining us, and we'll go ahead and go to the next segment here.
All right, so as we press this down, I'm gonna go ahead and make one nice 12-inch circle. And there we go. So very easy, very fast. I don't know if we were able to get that on camera, because that just goes super fast, right, as we go around, and very fun. And so when you do circles like that and it comes out that clean and that fast, who wouldn't want to do more circles now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I speak for a couple people out there. I mean, who wants to cut a circle, right? Cutting a circle isn't really something we like to do, but I'll tell you, when I tried this, I definitely went through some backwards, like, I'm just gonna cut another circle. And I was like, how about this size? And I cut another circle, right? So something that I think you'll find that you just love, and is super easy, as Mark pointed out, very effortless to make, really 2 to 12 inches of a circle.
That's right. And how we adjust that is on this pin, we simply just twist the bottom of the knob, and now we can slide this up and down the base.
Like I said, I do trim the bunny ears at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and when we press, we're going to be pressing those over next, and it's nice not to have all that additional, even though 1/8 of an inch of fabric is not a lot, but these are tiny little corners. But when we get to the bunny face, I do trim a regular 1/4 inch. On all of those markings can also be found on your True Cut ruler.
There's also one of the nodes that is highlighted in green. That is our starting point. And a node that is highlighted in red. That is our stopping point. So our design is going to flow from the start to this stopping point. Okay. So now we're ready to edit these lines so that they curve. Okay. So we'll select edit, and we want to make sure that we're in the select options. Okay. It's also helpful to make sure that you click unselect all regularly, so that you only have selected the nodes that you want to work with. I'm going to select one of these nodes by clicking and dragging a box around it. So you click and drag, a box forms, and you can pull that box over the node and it'll select. Then we can zoom in to that node. And when you select two ends of a spline, you will see two blue boxes appear on the spline. Okay. If you click and drag those boxes, also known as handles, your line will start to curve.
I'm just impressed. And see, this is what I love about, what we've just done. See, I've done something different to an extent, I was in the room when you did yours, but we've had a similar idea, but just the variations and the possibilities are endless.
And that's the fun thing. So you can take quilters of all different styles, experience, and I do love the fact that you use the marking tool. I thought that was a little bit sneaky, but because I don't know that we actually said that we could cheat and use the QCT, but I will always say you get the somebody that says, oh, that's cheating. But the truth is, bad design, bad thread colour, bad quilt. And yet, how is that cheating? You used great thread choice, great design, and software.
And I utilised the tools that I had available.
So this is a circle ruler template, and this is a feather template. We developed these wonderful rulers, so if you're looking to do feathers, here's a nice template for your feathers. And then here's one for circles. We also have a super slide, and it's a 1/4 inch thick. And then we also have our slice, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why the thickness is important is for long arms. If you're using any of our Qunique machines, you would want to get the 1/4 inch thickness rulers.
Hi everybody, welcome. It's Karla Jerome here with Grace Education, and with me today I have a very new, exciting member of our group, and this is...
Hi, I'm Madison. I just started working here in November, and it's the best job I could have ever imagined.
Yes.
Karla's literally the best. This is my first time on camera, so please bear with me if it's a little rough. But yeah, so I have no quilting experience at all, but I love to design, I love to draw, and I will be starting school next year, so this is just a fun little job to get me through.
Yes, and so we're really excited to have her gifts and talents that she's bringing to Grace Education. And yes, she's not a quilter yet, and she's going to become one, more and more experienced with every quilt or every video that we do. She is going to become more confident in her abilities to quilt. And that's why we're doing this video today. We understand that free motion quilting is very intimidating. It's not like the automation where it's quilting it for you. It is a little bit of technique for free motion quilting, and that's what we're going to bring to you today, is some tips and techniques and skills to help you develop your free motion quilting abilities so that you can take them to your quilt and quilt more confident, quilt quicker, and just gives you those little steps that will actually make it, that design, that much more perfect as you're quilting. So let's jump in and talk about free motion quilting and why it is so intimidating. And Madison, with her experience and artistic abilities to draw, and she's a calligraphist, and so she's really good at the art side of it. But what makes it so intimidating to you to jump on the machine and start free motion quilting?
Oh, for me, I'm a perfectionist. I love everything to look neat, look nice, and I don't know if I trust myself enough to make sure I move it correctly or not have those rigid spots in my quilt. I want it to look very nice so that people can see it and be like, oh, that is amazing, and get the compliments, because that's what I want.
And that's the best compliment you can get, is when you have free motion quilted a quilt and somebody says, oh, you use the automation. And I've had that a couple of times on my quilts, and I just love it. I think, no, that was free motion quilted. So this, we are going to give you some guides and some skills to work on at home so that you can take on the challenge of free motion quilting. Because we here at the Grace Company want you to explore all aspects of quilting, not quilt the same way over and over and over again. How boring is that? If you couldn't choose different ways to draw or learn new things, would the drawing be more exciting for you or less?
Drawing is what I love to do. It's everything. If I had to draw the same design over and over and over again, I wouldn't want to do it anymore.
It gets a little boring, so we want to change things up a little and help you out. So that's what we're going to jump in and do right now. So Madison here, I gave her the challenge of picking out a real simple, what she thought was a real simple quilting design. And we're using block designs here. And she picked out one, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about why she picked this one out and the reasons behind it.
So, this is the design I chose. I chose it because it seems simple, but also when quilted, I would hope it looks a little bit more complex, so I'd look like I have more skills than I do. I also chose it because in my eye, I am very geometric, and I can split this up into many different parts, so it will become easier to quilt. If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And that's a good point to point out is when you're looking at designs, how can you break it up? It's just like quilting patterns. As we're looking at it, I always think about, well, how could I do that and make it simpler? And that's what she has done with the design process, is she's broken it up into sections. And we're going to show you those steps and then talk about the steps that you need to go forward with to start quilting.
All right, so this is how I broke it up. I took this triangle pattern and I'm able to rotate it and flip it, and it makes this cool diamond looking shape, whatever it is. So this is my basic design that I am going to trace and learn how to free motion quilt. So yeah.
So tracing is a key component. You know, it takes you back to your grade school days when you started tracing over the alphabet or your designs to become a more confident writer. Well, that's what we're doing with these designs, is tracing. There's no problem with tracing. You just need to figure out the best way to break it up and start tracing it to get those muscle movements in your brain working. This is really a good, important step as we get older. We need to change things up a little bit. And we need to learn new techniques and new processes. It keeps us young and vibrant and keeps us up with this younger generation. So, Madison's going to show you what she's done to trace it.
All right. So for tracing, I'm going to take this design and I'm going to start out with the triangle first. And I'm going to take my Sharpie or marker or whatever.
Yeah, and let's just put that paper under it so it doesn't go through on the quilt.
That would be really awkward.
And you're usually doing this tracing part and learning the design sitting on your couch with something to drink, watching Netflix or something fun like that. So you can just zone in and do your drawing.
So I'm just going to go over it and trace it. I'm going to try and keep it as smooth as I possibly can so there's no ridges.
And she's not going to stop. She's just going to go from one point to the other, and she's going to do it over and over and over again till she feels like she's to the point and confident with that design and those movements from one step to the other. So she's going her curve up to this point, then she's coming down, and she's going back up to make that little petal look, and then she's going back. So she's starting at the top left, going down to the point, going back up, and ending at the right top corner. And it doesn't matter if it's perfect. You're just learning the muscle movements through the tracing. And then once she feels good about her movements, she's ready to move on to another part of our free motion quilting skills.
So now that I've got this down, and as you can tell, it does not look perfect at all. It's very shaky, but as I've got the movement down, I'm going to start now on the block and go through the whole thing, and we will go with that.
Can you turn that so yeah, it's the same look? Yeah, there we go.
All right.
And then she's going to start at the top left corner, key point. That's how our mind works. That's how we read. That's how we write. And she's going to go all the way around the block, learning those movements from one point to the other, all the way around this motif. And you're going to do this over and over and over again. Now, she has the camera in the way, but she's just showing you. It's sometimes hard to work and show you at the same time, but we're trying to do our best. And she's getting those movements down. So in her mind, she's figuring out how to make those free motion movements around her block.
So I've traced it about twice, and definitely doesn't look as pretty as I'd like, but it's just tracing, so don't have to be perfect at that.
Right, so now we're going to show you what it looks like just on a block without any markings. Because we want to show you how markings can really help you scale your design and make it more accurate. But so for this technique, let's grab one of your little squares here. And we are going to have these downloadable for you to learn these designs. So, all right, so on this block here, what I want you to do is try to do it without any lines or markings.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just to show you different ways to do it and how much easier it is to have lines and markings.
Yikes.
Yeah, it makes it hard. So on this block here, okay, what we're going to do is make some lines and markings to help us create that visual effect that it's more perfect, and it'll make it easier for her to scale and draw and make it look perfect. So she's going to take her pencil and a ruler and do her markings. This is what she learned. She learned that there were specific markings that you could make. And Madison, what are those markings in the motif? Now, triangles are a little different. And rectangles as well. So you just have to look at the design and decide what markings are going to help me as a quilter scale my design and make it look like it needs to look.
Well, for me, I already told you I'm super geometric, so I like to make shapes out of everything. So first I'm going to start with an X so I can find my center point. And then I'm going to do a plus sign as well, because then I can find both my center each way. That was not very centered, but it's okay.
It's okay. This is just practice. Yeah.
But yeah, so now I find my center point, so now I can know where to stop on my loops and where to go to, and it'll make it a lot easier for me.
Okay, so we're going to do it just with our cross and our plus on our block. And then we're going to add one more point to show you how to scale and size the design even more accurately. So let's start with this. So she's starting at top left again, going across to the middle, down to the center, back up, and then see how much better the design already looks. And now she has those markings and she's able to go all the way around her block, where before it made it hard. Nice job. See, she's good. Perfect. Yeah, so now we're going to add one more mark, okay, to help us as we're scaling our design. And that mark will be, and you're going to show them.
So I'm going to start out with my cross again to make sure I can find my center.
And as you're practicing, it doesn't have to be actually perfect, but the more perfect you can create it, the more accurate you will be. You know, there's lots of different types of quilters. There's those who are perfectionists. There are those who want to be perfectionists, me. And those that, you know what? They like a little give and they are free with the wind and they like to quilt the way they want to quilt and they are happy with that. So whatever type you are, we want to just help you feel good about what you're creating. So, and she's deciding what size she wants to make that little dip going across. Now sometimes too many lines can be a little hard for you to see and adjust. So, but this will really help her as she's going across.
So I decided I'm going to do 3/4 inch on this block because I feel like it makes it a little more even on all sides.
A little more curvy, and then you'll just turn that around and bring that up.
Yep. So that's my plan as of now. But with marking, you find what works best for you. And if that's drawing a circle and it helps, draw a circle. Whatever is going to make your design look the best in your eyes.
Awesome, and yeah, that was a good point. I hadn't thought of maybe drawing a circle in there and coming to that top of that circle would help make it look more rounded and prettier. Go for it.
All right, so now I'm going to trace now I am going to start at the corner as always, but I'm going to bring my loop down all the way to this line, come back up, and go around, just like I've been doing. So it just makes it a little curvier. Give it a little bit more spice. Ooh, that one was not.
Well, and 3/4 may have been a little bit too much because it has more of a dip. So, yeah, and that's where you learn what the design looks like and how you can scale it up. So her next one that she does, she'll probably maybe put it maybe at 1/4. Or even, I wouldn't even say 3/4, maybe just a little smaller.
Yeah. So
but it does look pretty.
It's definitely pretty. I did mess up a bunch, but it's not my quilt. So it's on a paper, which I can redo as many times as I want.
Yeah, and you can scale it to whatever scale you want. So let's do one more.
Perfect.
And we're going to show you with just a little bit smaller. With the markings, so we'll maybe just go down
1/4 inch.
Yeah, let's try 1/4 inch and see what that looks like. Maybe not quite so much of a dip, but you decide as you're drawing out these fun designs, and they are very basic, very easy, how you want to quilt it. And we would love to see pictures of what you're creating.
Yes, please. I would love some more inspiration on different designs.
So she's going to come down and she's going to use the ruler. What's nice about our True Cut rulers is they do have the markings. A lot of rulers out there that you use with your quilting feet do not have the markings, the 1/4, 3/4. So it's really hard to scale your designs accurately.
Yes.
That might even be a limit, so. Do you think so? So as we're drawing it.
Let's use a better eraser.
Yes, and I got all our erasers together.
Yes, and it's very nice to have all of your supplies handy so you don't have to.
So let's see what a half looks like.
All right.
Yeah. Let's try that. That might even be a little bit too much, but who knows?
Who knows? We can try it out.
Makes it a little easier to mark around. This one might have been a 3/8. But you have that marking on this ruler as well, which you don't on other rulers, so it makes it very nice for deciding and scaling your designs.
Let's move that down a little bit.
And maybe even this marking won't help you with your scale, but try it out and see what works for you. You don't have to do every step we are giving you. We want you to make the process your own and find what works best for you. Okay, let's try it out. Right. So she's starting at the top left, coming down. Oh, that's nicer. And another thing that you could do is you could also put a line here and here to make sure that your scaling was exactly right. And I like the half.
I like the half too. I think it looks.
She's doing a really nice job, and it looks really perfect. There we go.
Just this side, but
yeah, the handle kind of got in the way. It makes it a little hard. Now, when she's sitting there, she could really, hone in and draw, but, she could even go back over that line because it's not her quilt yet, okay?
Yes.
So, anyway, now, do you feel good about your markings and your design?
I feel good about the markings. The design, still little bit, but I'd like to try it and see how the movement works.
So now we're going to go to our quilt, okay? Are you happy with this one?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go to our quilt. We're going to take our little squares. So she has scaled it to work within the little squares on our little 9 patch. And what we're going to do is we're going to pin it to one of these. And maybe we should cut it now because then the pins will get in the way. So what we're going to do is do our best, okay, to pin it. And we don't want to hit the pin, so let's pin one up here. And now what we're doing, So we're coming to our quilt, and we're going to talk about our pre-quilting checklist and also how to quilt it on our quilt. And just to gain a little bit more confidence, what we're going to do is a little step that we've come up with. It's called trace sewing. And it's sewing over your little block without the needle being threaded. So it gives you a little extra feel of those movements of your machine across your design and can help you see the little wobbles and just guide. You can do this as many times again as you want till you're confident in your abilities for the to begin free motion quilting. So let's jump in and talk about our pre-quilting checklist. What's important, Madison, before we jump in and start quilting, make sure our wheels and tracks are nice and clean. Make sure you have threaded your machine and tested the tension on it correctly and that it's ready to go. The wheels and tracks can build up with lint and dust and really affect your free motion movements. Even the slightest bit of thread around the wheel can cause a little jump in your design and throw it off. So really important for you to check all your wheels, your tracks, and wipe them down and clean them. Another thing that you need to remember is do not use Clorox wipes or other wipes like that. They have a residue that will attract the lint and build it up even more and quicker and faster. It's just something I've learned from cleaning the bathroom over all these years. Then another thing that's good is you want to check the movement of the machine. Move it side to side, front to back, making sure that you haven't missed something on the table that's going to impede your movements as well. And also, it kind of does help you feel if there's a little thread or something underneath. Yeah, I can feel a little jump right here. That might be a little ding in the track, but it does help you. If you'll put your hands on your handles like this, if you want to do a little test to know what you're feeling, take a little piece of thread and put it underneath one of the wheels on your frame and move it back and forth and you will feel it. So do that little test and then you'll know what you're feeling. So make sure that you're doing that and then just make sure that it's threaded correctly, that you have the bobbin in and the bobbin's pulling up and that you've done your stitch off. See, did my stitch off, it's looking good. And so really excited to jump into quilting. There's nothing worse than to not have gone through these steps and then you have to stop because you're so excited to jump in and start quilting. So anyway, go through that process and make sure that it's ready to go. Now, if you want a copy of our pre-quilting checklist, just let us know and we'll be happy to get you one. In fact, we'll put it on as part of the downloads so that you can have that accessible as well. Let's talk about the edges. So as we're quilting, when you're using the ruler base, and that's what we're using underneath here. And the reason is it gives you a hard surface to draw on, also to make your markings, and it just kind of gives you that flat surface where I like it because I can see my design a little bit easier. Now I'm not using my ruler foot because I'm not doing ruler work. So I'm just using my regular foot. And so make sure you have your ruler base on, but with the ruler base, Madison, I want you to pull the machine towards you. Feel that?
Yeah.
If we do not make our markings, the ruler base will hit this pole and throw our design off. Because I'm using the 21, I'm going to have to manually mark my quilting area. So what I did was I had you pull it forward, okay? So I'm going to take my painter's tape, okay? So right before we hit that spot, this is where I want to put my tape because I want to know that if I come past this mark, that I'm going to hit this pole and it's going to throw it off. So I want to put it right before and I'm going to do that all the way across my quilt so that I have those markings.
That makes sense.
I will just do that all the way across, and it doesn't have to be solid all the way across, just so that you know that going past this point. So now we've marked our quilt, we know how far we can mark. So let's go in and jump in and unthread our needle. And then we're going to start our machine, we're going to put it over to our starting point, because now we're ready to quilt. And I'm just going to hold on it as well, because I have to have my hand right here, so don't sew over it. Anyway, we're going to start at the top left here, and we're just going to pin it in place.
Perfect. All right.
Okay. Just move up, smooth movements, come down. Not as easy as you think, is it?
No, not at all.
That's why this part of the quilting is so important. It's called trace quilting. There you go. Yeah, just turn off.
Perfect.
Nice job.
It's definitely rough around the edges, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
First try.
Yeah. So now we can remove this and see what it looks like. Now, you can go over it and over it again. You can have lots of little blocks that you have done to see, but look, there's your design. Not too bad.
Not too shabby.
No. So now you want a free motion quilt over this, or do you want to try making the marks and making it a little more perfect? I'm going to let you decide how you want to do it.
Let's try making marks. Let's go for it. Risk it for the biscuit.
Let's do the marks. Okay, so I'm going to move the machine right here and put the needle down. Okay, so we'll remember to rethread our needle here, but let's take one of our marking pencils.
Yep. So I'm going to start as I normally do. I'm going to make my X.
And now she's really taking care and trying to really mark it as accurately as possible. This is where you want all your intersections to intersect correctly. And if they don't, erase it and start all over again, or just erase that line so that it is intersecting correctly. With the rulers and the marking, you just kind of have a little bit of an offset that you have to learn to adjust. But as you start marking, you learn those.
All right.
All right. So this one here, she's going to try it without this one here, and she's going to go around it and free motion. And she's going to rethread her needle, and then lift it up here, and make sure when you're threading your needle, you're hitting the little.
If I can get that. Okay, there we go.
All right. And she's taking care to make sure it's threaded correctly.
Me and my wobbly hands.
Yeah.
It's jitters, guys.
Yeah. There's nothing to be jittery about. The Grace Company loves quilters in all stages of life. And we're trying to be very supportive because we want you to quilt for a long time to come, and there's nothing worse than to have somebody criticize your work of art that you've spent so much time with. So every stage of it, we're going to support you and cheer you on. Okay, so she's going to talk to you about what she's doing as she's quilting it, and she's going to again start at the top left.
Yes, so I'm going to pull my bobbin.
And now if you hold on to that and just pull it away, it'll pull it up for you.
Okay, perfect. So now I have my bobbin.
Okay,
pulled.
let's talk about a little stitch off, okay? To secure the stitch. So what you can do up in the top left is right there where you pull the bobbin up, move the needle so it's right there over it, and then do one little needle down, and then bring it back up. Now we're going to move it just slightly, and now do another one. And now just move it back and do one more.
Perfect.
Okay, that will secure the stitch, okay? Now we're ready to jump in and start. Okay.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Now, because of the lights, it got a little hard to see.
Yes.
So a lighter marker, this is what you learn as you're quilting, would probably be a little easier for you to see.
Yes, for sure.
On the darker fabric. So, just learning as we're going, and that's what we want. We want you to learn as you go along as well, so that you can change your technique. So on this next one, let's try it again.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to pull my needle up.
Pull it away. Yeah, get your tail underneath. Now you're going to bring it back. This is where you could do your little stitch off if you want. All right, now you're going to bring it back up. Yeah, pull your bottom thread up, and now we're going to cut all of our threads so we don't have it hanging there. This is why it's really important to practice, practice, practice.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm seeing that now as I go. I thought it would be easier than it is. All right, so I'm going to go let's go right here. So I'm going to mark it again. Same thing, because that's what I like.
Okay. Now, is that easier for you to see? Because we have these lights coming down on us, and sometimes as you're quilting, you get that glare, and it's hard for you to see your design. So even just a thicker line can even be even better.
Okay, let's go
Well,
with
and
this.
I even have this pencil that has more of a line. And for starting out, till you understand and get more confident, maybe even just a thicker line. Who cares? If it's thicker, that works. So the pink is the one that we choose for this one. And then she's just going to make sure that she's lining up, and then she might want to use just a couple extra, but this is to get those motor skills. And even after you've traced it time and time again, yeah, you can still come to that section of that, and it's like, what am I supposed to do? Which direction am I supposed to go? So the more you do it, the more confident that you are in your design. Now, I have my little arsenal of designs that I really like, and I feel like I'm pretty good at. Just grow yours.
So now I'm going to do the 1/2 inch, because I thought that helped.
Nice.
I suggest doing this while the machine is not right next to you, just since it gets in the way a little bit.
Yeah, push it off to the side, put your channel locks on so it's not going to move down towards you, but make sure your machine and your frame are nice and level. That also is really key to free motion quilting. Yeah, she's just using her 1/2 inch line to mark.
And the more you practice, the better this will get, for sure. And I am going to work.
And the easier you'll learn those movements.
Yes, I'm going to work, and I am starting a free motion quilt project soon.
Yay.
So I'm going to use my designs, and I'm going to see what works and what doesn't. And that's going to be my little project that I'm doing.
Okay, so she's going to go around this one more time, but then we're going to show you a little bit more complicated design using these same basic movements, but adding another element to the design. And then we're going to let you go and experiment on your own, free motion quilting.
So fun.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Even though you've made some mistakes and it's not perfect, that technique and learning, it's really fun. Enjoy the process. Enjoy learning. When it becomes such a challenge and you just feel like, oh, I'm not good at this, don't let those negative thoughts stop you. Just encourage yourself. Say, I'm going to get better with every one that I do. Nice. She did her little stitches.
Did it right this time?
Well, it's because she remembered and I stopped her and I told her correctly.
Okay, I'm gonna.
All right. Nice job, Madison. Don't overthink it either. Sometimes when we overthink it, it makes us mess up. Just smoothly do it. Get a little more confident, and yeah, you got it. Perfect. Look at how nice that looks. Really, it does look nice.
It definitely does look a lot better.
Yes, so with every one that she does, it's going to improve more and more. But maybe adding an extra little circle or swirl to it can help make it easier for you as you're moving along. So that's what we're going to show you. And then, like I said, we're going to let you go and experiment on your own. So,
Perfect.
On this one down here, let's add our little element. Let's draw it out, and then we'll do one big one over there.
Perfect. Okay. Same thing, gonna go mark it. Marking is probably the most important part of this. Make sure that you have all your lines set, because as you can see, the more lines I added, the better I got. Sometimes if you add too much, it might get cluttered and you can't focus, but find that perfect spot for you.
Yeah, too many lines can really mess it up for you, because it's like, oh, what line am I trying to move towards? Sometimes, and that's why the trace practicing and the tracing are really important, so that you get those movements down and you understand and know.
Yes, for sure.
And this is a really fun little simple design to hone your techniques, because it does have the curve and it does come into a point. Those curves can be a bit more challenging, and that's why marking it up is really important. But the more you do it, the better you will become.
Yes. And this is supposed to be fun. This should not be stressful at all. You'll get there.
Yes. All right, let's show them the new design that you picked out. It's just a little bit more complicated, and talk to them about this design.
Okay, so this is the design I chose. It's very similar to the other one. It's got practically all the same components, if you can see it. The only added part is where you come and you do a loop and you go down in a loop as well. So just added. It can get complicated, but in reality it is a pretty simple design. Just as you practice, you'll get better at it.
So one thing I want to point out as you're doing this, okay? If you will start out at the left part, okay? And you will swing down and around, coming towards the right and the center line that we're going to mark. Then you'll make your loop. Then you're also going again outside this one towards this direction, coming down and around and out to your point, and then you're going up and doing the same thing. So you're swinging out this direction and around. So she needs to trace it at least once.
Yes, so I can get all my papers organized. I have my designs again, and I did the same thing. I blocked it out in a triangle just so that it makes it easier in my brain to focus on it. So I'm gonna go through.
So she's going to start right there at the top, go out and around to make her loop, come down and back to the point, and up and around, make her loop, and back. Now, yeah, she's going to do that several times. Then she's going to go around the whole block, learning those movements of the design all the way around the block.
All right, so I have this. Now I'm going to go to my block, switch it like this. And normally, if I was not on camera, I would practice this multiple times. So
And that's what we want you to do.
Take your time with this. Unless you're on camera, then...
Then it's like, you're put to the test.
Exactly.
And look at how sweet she is.
Sometimes.
I haven't had a hard day with Madison at all. So much nicer than my kids at times, so. There we go. So you feel okay?
Yeah.
All right, so now I want you to take your pencil there, and I want you just to practice drawing it lightly on there, just using those movements that you did. And this can maybe be an added help to you as you're coming down and around. And it's nice because she's making just a little heart kind of shape right there in the center. See that little heart right there? And she's going all the way up to the point. And this is also a way to help you with your movements and also gives you a nice sewing line. And these are erasable, so you don't have to see them. Now she caught onto her ruler base right here, but that's because of the camera. Not a problem. She knows the movements. So now, did that kind of help you feel a little more confident?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so just know that with these lines here, you can erase them. So this one right here, if you have a good eraser, erase it and start all over, and we'll move this out of the way so you can make it, or just lightly do your little circle. Knowing that the ruler base is right there. There we go. All right, so now she's ready to jump in and quilt it. And then we'll just do one big block. Okay, now she's gonna come over here and pull her thread up and tie it off. Are you having fun, Madison?
Yes, I'm having a lot of fun.
Good. It's an added element to do everything on camera, but quilting is fun. Enjoy it. You kind of get lost in quilting, and so that's what we want you to do. Get lost and come into your own little world of quilting and enjoy it.
Okay. We all ready?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Oh,
Nice.
I'm ready.
Nice. Don't overthink it. And sometimes it works best if you're not anal about it and have to stay on the line. So just kind of enjoy the movements. There you go. Nice job. See, she's getting more confident in her abilities. That was beautiful. Nice job.
Perfect. Even though it's not perfect, but it's fun. Get a practice fabric and just try what I'm doing before you go on a real quilt. And you'll get better at it as you go.
Okay, so we're really excited that you joined us today. And just to recap some of the steps to help you with your free motion quilting, one of the key things is the tracing of the designs using a pencil, a Sharpie, a marker, and going over it again and again. Then taking it and free drawing it using your markings. Make sure that you have those markings and that you kind of break up the design, because does it help, Madison?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so, and then you can just kind of use what works best for you and how you quilt. She said she was more geometric, so she liked that. Maybe some other form, just a dotted line here or a dot there, will help you go through those motions and movements easier. So again, make it how you want to quilt. Then the next thing is we took the designs to the quilt. We did our sew tracing over the design because we pinned it to it, and you can see right here, that's what we did. Right here, and you see the holes, it just gave us little markings, and it helps develop the feel for the machine and gives you much more confidence in your abilities to move to the next step. And then we marked it, okay, using our markings, finding what marker works best for you to see your markings. It's really key and important. And then we started marking it, and we just went on and on and on. So just practice, 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 and enjoy. And thank you for joining us again here today. I'm Karla Jerome, and this is
Madison, thank you so much.
Yeah, and we hope that free motion quilting becomes your expertise at it, and that we're learning a lot from you. So we'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you so much, Maddie and Karla, for really inspiring us to pick up our pencils and start doodling. Up next, we'll have a demo on the QCT5 machine with Mark and LJ, where they're going to show us how easy it is to transfer from a domestic machine to the QCT5. Here we go.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Mark.
And I'm Laurel.
And Laurel, I cannot be more excited to show the two most popular machines we have in the QCT line. And I'm serious about that because we get so many calls, we get a lot of emails, a lot of customers are looking to move from their smaller machine and they want something bigger, and the QCT15s fit that and
Perfectly.
Way perfect. And you know, listening to the customers and what they want, it just shows to all of us that we have an excellent machine out there. And to be able to talk about the features to you is just great. And I can't wait to look at the feature sets. But before we do, Laurel, I know from being on the phones and getting emails that there are certain things, maybe what customers think of when they look at transitioning. What are some of those transition points that some customers have maybe some issues with?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple aspects that kind of can, you know, make people a little bit worried, right? So one of them, actually, I'd say is probably a big part is the intimidation, right? Is you're going from your machine that you're very comfortable with, you've used probably for a lot of years, and then you're going to a new machine, right? So then the new aspect of it can also be kind of scary sometimes, and then sometimes the cost of it, and then almost kind of just the weight of it, right? Some long arm and mid arm machines can be pretty big, and they can be kind of scary, and you're like, I don't know, be a little anxious about getting started with it. But when we asked customers that and we got their feedback, and with that, we were actually able to design our awesome, unique 15-inch machines that really take all those out of the equation, so you can go very easily from your own domestic machine to these.
That's right. And if you don't know Grace Company by now, that's exactly what we do with all of our stuff. We make it easy for you to transition. And so the products we have, very cost affordable, non-intimidating at all. I mean, my 8-year-old daughter and my 4-year-old daughter were quilting with these machines. And that's just how simple it is. So yes, let's look at some of these wonderful features that both machines have to offer. And hopefully as you look at this, you're going to consider maybe which one is going to be best for you as we look at these. So let's go ahead and go to your right and look at the 15R.
Yes.
And the 15R, Laurel, this was our first machine and has been very popular since then, right? The size of throw is 15 inches for a reason. What is that 15 inches?
Yeah, so it's actually this whole space right here. So it allows you to really, like you can see here, you can do, and you have a lot of space to work with when doing your quilts.
That's right. And as a hobby, transitioning from a smaller machine, Laurel, is big. And then if you have a larger throw and you're able to finish more projects, you're not in a hurry, but just how nice it is to go through each of your quilts with a nice throat machine. You can finish them nice and easy. And these have built-in stitch regulation, which we'll get into in a couple of minutes. But before we do, let's look at the handles, because talking to a lot of customers, comfort. You want to be able to hold the machine with comfort. You don't want to be too high, too low. You don't want to have to like squeeze the handlebars, right?
Yes.
We built in nice ergonomic handlebars on the 15R. Let's talk about the handles and the buttons and what do they do?
Yeah, so one thing that Mark had pointed out that I just love to point out as well is how easy I'm really pretty much what I like to say, just resting my hands. Like I don't have to grip them.
No grip.
I have to get white knuckles or anything. I can really just easily set my hands down. Like I'm giving my fingers a little rest here, you know, just very easy, very comfortable. And another thing that actually I love to point out as well is actually how light the machine is, and that you can do with the handlebars. You actually can very easily move the machine
with just a couple fingers.
With this, very easy.
You know, that is big, because not only do we get questions about intimidation and cost, but I know a lot of you out there have maybe arthritis and carpal tunnel and things that maybe prevent you from holding machine the way you want to hold the machine because of how tight you may have to hold other machines. And so it's nice to have just those fingertips moving around, right? Maybe you could use a couple knuckles if you wanted to, just put that up there if you needed to. So that's nice and ergonomic. It also comes with a screen. Now, the screen is not touch, but that's okay because the buttons access everything we need.
Yeah, so really it's one of the great things that I love about this is that the buttons actually can click, which sounds kind of odd, but really you want something to click so you know it's working, right?
That's right.
So you can hear it.
And also beeps as well.
Yes, yeah, so very nice. You can know that they're working and you can use them. And then just a little bit about what each button can do is over here on my left, this main big one here is actually your needle up, needle down.
Yes.
So, yeah, very easy, very nice, easy to use. And then over here on my right, the big button is actually my start and stop button. And so that's great. And we'll get into the different modes. We'll show you how to use that. And then these other side buttons on the right here, they can be used to control my speed.
Yep.
And then over here on my left, these other two will actually allow me to navigate through my menus and the settings that I'm in. So.
And that's big. to have those options right at your fingertips.
Yes.
You want to be able to change your needle down. You want to start, stop machine. But we've gone further than that. We wanted to make it to where you are really quilting with comfort so uniquely that we are able to swap the buttons down. So if your strong hand is left-handed, you can actually make the big button on the left side your start, stop, and your big button on the right, your needle down, and also the other buttons will change as well. So that is unique in the Cutie line where you can change those settings. So that is fantastic. Laurel, I cannot stress enough, you know, when my daughters were using this machine, it was just, you know, it was a proud dad moment for one. I go down there and they're using it. They're so excited. But just to see how easy it is for them to use, I have no doubt that when we are talking to the quilters out there that this machine is even going to be better for them because they're able to do everything needed from one pattern to another and move the machine around. One thing that helps them with the whole process is our stitch modes, right?
Yes.
Being stitch regulated is big. And I don't know if you guys ever has used stitch regulation or foot pedal, but let's look at the different modes that this machine comes in, and let's start with the precise mode.
Yeah, so I'm in the precise mode right now, and I can tell that because just right here on the screen, it tells me I'm in regulated precise. And so really, I personally love this precise feature, and I've had people tell me that it is a game changer for them because what it is it's actually allows you to be in full control of what's happening.
Yes.
So, and I'll show you, when I want to speed up, the machine will speed up with me. When I want to slow down, it'll slow down. So you can see if I'm speeding up, or if I want to go a little slower, it'll go slower with me.
And if you want to stop, go ahead and stop. And it stops. And even more, you know, when you go ahead and turn it back on and move it around, and then just stop moving the machine. You know, the needle stops where it is.
Yes.
And these machines have built-in safety, so if you just leave it there, just in about several seconds, that machine will stop. So right now, the machine is in the off mode, so you don't have to push the stop button. It has that safety feature, so if you accidentally leave it on, it will shut off. So that precise is big, so huge because regulation. I don't know about you,
is big,
but I try to use machines with like foot pedal, and then I'm trying to gauge how fast I need to move the machine and how slow to keep up. And I'm ahead, like my foot is heavy. Like I like to press down on that. So if I'm not doing consistent work with my machine moving and the hopping foot and the foot pedal, then that is just it's a recipe to have inconsistent stitches. And so precise stitch regulation. We also have cruise.
Yes. And so I also, I'm a little biased. I love all the modes. I'm going to be honest. I love all of them because I think they all have their place in what you're looking to do. But let's go ahead and move to cruise. And I'm just going to show you kind of what this one does. And we'll see kind of if you can maybe figure out what the difference is between the precise and this cruise mode. So go ahead and I'm going to turn it on. And then I'm going to move it. And then I'm going to let it kind of sit there.
I noticed right off the bat what's wrong.
Yeah, tell me what's different.
What's different? Yeah. So when you press that button, you notice that the needle would go up and down at a speed, right?
Yes.
That is really nice, especially for doing designs that you want to be able to move the machine slow, fill in some designs. You want to get down there and fill in these little spots around the machine, and you want to move the machine slow. So having that needle go up and down allows you to have the stitches consistent, and you don't have to worry about, because I'm moving slow, that I'm not going to be able to fill in that spot properly.
Yeah, and then another thing that I love as well is it actually, as you can see there, is it has its cruise, right? So it sits there, it'll kind of just stitch, or if I speed up, the machine will speed up with me as well, right? So
it's still regulated.
Yes, yeah. So not only can I do the smaller portions where maybe I'm looking to do some filling in, or I can go from that right into doing like the stitch regulation. So it's really a great mode that I love as well.
That's perfect. Then we have based.
Yes. The based is also a great one because it actually has 3 different sizes that you can do. So you can do a smaller based, a medium, and then a larger based, just depending on the project that you're doing and kind of what you want to do. So I'll show you a little bit here. You can see right now I'm in the small. So I'm going to go ahead and stop it, and I'm going to go ahead and move up to the medium so you can see what that does. as you can see here. Obviously a little bit bigger.
That's right. And then the large
Then
is
the
going to
large.
be large. So we have precise, cruise, both of those are stitch regulation. Then we have based and manual. Now manual mode, we won't get too much in the manual mode. That is really turning the regulation off, and then you're stitching and keeping up with the machine speed. And it's easier to do this. So on manual mode, the machine will go from 5% up to 100%. So you can keep that where you want it to be. So go ahead and turn that on.
Yeah, so right now it's at 20%.
Okay.
So as you can see, it's just going to stitch at whatever speed. So it's just kind of what I move it at.
And then you are in control of your machine speed at this time. So the regulation again is off. So you are keeping tabs on how your stitches are being consistent. So 4 different wonderful stitch modes to make the machine very likable and very, very fun to use. It also has a built-in bobbin winder. Now this built-in bobbin winder is big because it's separate, Laurel. You don't have to have the machine running in order to wind your bobbin. So built-in bobbin winder, and it uses the M-class bobbins.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing outside of the modes, that's great. You buy the machine because of those features, but I will tell you, out of the box experience is one that you cannot forget.
Let me just tell you, for a little bit, I've been working here for a little while now, and I actually had never had the opportunity to set up a machine. We went to a show, and they're like, all right, we're going to have you set the machine. I was like, okay, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how it goes. And I took it out, and it was one of the easiest things I have ever set up. It was super easy. It's pretty much like you're pulling it out of the box and setting it on your frame, and it's pretty much good to go. It really is a very easy process to go from the box to running.
That's
very easy.
So out of the box experience, you know, whether you're young or old, this machine is easy to use and easy to maintain, easy to handle, wonderful features. But as we mentioned earlier, we have 2 wonderful machines we're talking about. So this is the 15R. Now let's go ahead and look at the 15 Pro. The 15 Pro, Laurel, is a fantastic machine, and it's really an upgrade from the 15R. And it comes with several new features that the 15R does not have. So let's look at what some of those features are on the 15 Pro. We all know that both machines, they have the precise, cruise, based, and manual.
Yes.
They both have the built-in bobbin winder, which we'll want to expound on a little more. But more importantly, it has a touchscreen. And the touchscreen on the 15 Pro is fantastic. Because I don't know about you, but now we live in the world that every time you see a screen, you just want to go and touch it. And so the 15 Pro has that screen built in. So not only can you access stuff from the handlebars, but you can go from the screen as well. The screen has several new features to it. Let's look at some of those. One of them is the cruise mode. The cruise mode in the 15 Pro is a little different from the screen aspect. And let's talk about the cruise mode with the 15 Pro.
Yeah, so with the 15 Pro and the cruise mode is it actually has the ability for you to choose what your cruise speed is. So right now you can see on the screen that it's a 5%. So I'm gonna just go ahead and show you kind of what that looks like here. So it's still gonna do the cruise, but it's only gonna do it at 5%. Now if I stop it and I wanna go ahead and just increase it here, go ahead, I'm gonna move it up to 15.
Yeah.
We're gonna see what it looks like. So now if I just go ahead and hit start, you can see it's moving at a much faster speed than when it was at 5%. So again, you can just see much faster speed.
That's right. And I have to tell you that one of the reasons why we did that is, again, we listened to all of you. And having the cruise on the 15R is nice, but it has just that one speed. And so as you're filling in your pattern or around your pattern, we all know that some of us, we're speed demons, right? And we want to be able to go faster. And so having that from 5% to 20% allows you now to finish the smaller bits that you want to fill in a whole lot faster. So that is really nice to have that speed that you can change it yourself. Now, the screen also has a couple of features. One is needle jog. Needle jog for some could be the very favorite. And the one that I'm really speaking to is, you know, like the vertically challenged quilters out there. That is hard to change. So let's look at the needle jog and why is that so important to have needle jog built into the machine?
Yeah, so the needle jog is a great feature because sometimes if you're trying to do it, you know, and let's say you are a little bit shorter, you really can't quite reach. You can see even now, it can be a little bit difficult to try and reach the back of the machine, right? And you don't want to stop what you're doing. Let me go around my machine, right? You don't want to do that. So with it being on the screen, it's a really nice feature. You can just simply tap it.
That's
Again,
right.
it'll
No
go
move.
up.
Keep tap. Yeah.
You can see it does it nice and just small increments. So it really allows you to have and be very precise in what you're doing, right? Because sometimes you're doing something for whatever reason. Oh, I need to go run to the restroom, or I need to go take care of something, right? And you come back, and maybe sometimes your machine will shift a little bit. You can come back and easily start right there, and you can't ever tell you
Placement.
stopped.
That's right. And if you break, that's great for if you break a thread or your bobbin runs out and you have to get that precise
Yes.
placement again. And normally we
Fantastic.
do needle down, or we try to turn the hand wheel like you had mentioned.
Yeah.
But if we can't reach the hand wheel and we really don't want to do needle up, needle down, we can now do that needle jog and have that needle jog down in increments to get right above the place where you broke off. And then you know you're right there and you can start up again. So that is a fantastic thing to have, the needle jog. The other nice thing we have on here is
the full stitch and the half stitch. And this is great. It can be found in the settings. So if you just click up here.
And you're referring to the needle down, right? So needle down on the 15R.
Yes.
And same with this one, we can set the needle down where you press it once and the needle will go down, you press it again and it will come back up. But this full stitch we're talking about does it differently.
Yes. So I'll just show you right now. So right now we have what we call, I'll go back here, get into. So really this is what we call half stitch, right? So it'll go down. If I click it again, it'll go up. But now if you go into your settings, we have this great thing that you can switch it to a full stitch. And so this is where it'll go down and up.
There
So you can see again, it's really quick. Very easy process. But again, great feature that allows you to do a full stitch, because sometimes, again, depending on the project, that's really what's going to suit you better.
That's right. And again, we listened, and so we built these into the 15 Pro, which is nice. You know, we love to make it easier for you getting a machine, especially when we're thinking about transitioning. And now that we've seen some of the features, hopefully it makes it easier for you to understand, you know what, long arming or mid arming isn't that hard. It's not intimidating. I can do this, and that's what we want you to understand is how easy it is for the 15R and the 15 Pro to start quilting. The other nice thing about our machines is how easy it is to thread. You know, threading the machine is very easy. As you can see on the side, there's not a lot going on. You don't have to worry about electronically or screens to go through. It is simply manual threaded and it's very simple. And so as you can see on that side, threading the machine is really easy as well, Laurel.
Yeah, and one thing that I also love is when we ask quilters kind of what are some things that you can run into and that you really would like to have solved, right, when quilting. And one of them is actually trying to get a new bobbin. So other machines out there will actually have it where you have to have the machine running, and that's what will allow it to wind your bobbin. Or sometimes you have to stop, you have to unthread it, thread it a new way, right? But what's great with this is it actually is what we call two separate systems. So when I'm stitching, that's its own system. And then we have this other system here that allows me to wind the bobbin. So I don't have to stop in the middle of my project. I don't have to unthread it all, right? It's a really nice, very easy. I can come over here and thread the bobbin, which again, huge feature. Allows you to save a lot of time with what you're doing and not having, again, to shift as much. So that is a fantastic feature with really actually any of our machines. So that's not only in the 15 Pro, that's also with the 15R.
That's right. And it has a separate thread cone, so you can have your specific thread color for your bobbin over there without needing to cut and bring it over. You have your own separate one. So the 15 Pro is a phenomenal machine. If you're looking at ways to move forward in your hobby, and having stitch regulation, having the different stitch modes is key, built-in bobbin winder. We talked about the handles, and we don't want to forget how easy it is for the machine out of the box to be put on your frame. And so we want you to have everything easy. Keep it simple. Out of the box, we don't want to make sure that your ability to create your patterns is stress-free. And so it's so fun, Laurel. It is so fun when I go to shows. Now I've helped my wife do a couple quilts. Haven't finished them all. She finishes them. She loves doing that stuff, the binding and stuff. I love turning the machine on and then just moving it around. But I love talking to the customers that I listen to their stories, and a lot of them bring up these concerns. And so talking to them with what Grace has going on and about the machine features for both of them, it's fun to see their face turn from, oh, I had a dream and I can't go down that road, to have their face like, oh, this is possible. I can do this. I can maintain this. I can handle this. I'm not scared of this. And so the 15 Pro, what a wonderful machine it is. I know you, from on the phone, you just got in telling me there's a couple of stories with customers who mentioned how easy it is and how much they love the 15 Pro.
Yeah, one thing, I actually had this really sweet lady who called in, and she actually went from her own domestic machine, and then she went into one of the 15-inch machines. And she talked with me through a couple of things where she was a little bit nervous, right? Because it's new, it's different, you're not quite sure, it's a little bit bigger. But she just talked about how really it was a life-changing thing for her. It allowed her to do more of what she loves, which was quilting. And it also allowed her, again, do bigger patterns because she now has a bigger throat. So it really was an amazing thing for her to be able to get.
Yeah, and there's stories like that all the time. So going back to these, Laurel, the 15R, the 15 Pro, both machines are fantastic. They are both our most popular machines. Built-in stitch regulation, built-in bobbin winder, has different stitch modes, easy to grip, buttons on the handlebars. What more can we ask for? You know, get the machine, put it on a frame, and move forward in your hobby. And that's just very, very exciting. And again, the more I keep talking about this, it just brings a smile to my face. I just get really excited to talk about the features because it's easy. It's easy features to talk about. And so with that, thank you all for watching. Again, please leave your comments if you have any comments. And as always, follow us on Facebook, on Instagram, share, like us. There's a lot we have going on, and I'm sure that you have a couple people you thought of that, hey, I know this person will love to have a 15-inch machine and these feature sets. Get them to come to our website as well. But as always, thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next time.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So excited to be here. This is my first time live with you on day 2 of Spring Fling. Thank you so much to Mark and LJ for walking us through the amazing Unique 15 machines. We're really excited for this next segment because we have a very special guest. Who's our guest coming up with us, Karla?
Oh, it's Leah Day. Welcome, everybody.
Yes, we're so excited. She is here to do a live Q&A with us today. So now's the time. Start putting those questions that our viewers have in the comment for Leah Day. So Leah, while those are coming in, tell us a little bit about you, your background, and why you're here with Grace.
And your sweet baby.
Thank you guys. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, you're great.
So this is just what I do. I am an online quilting teacher. That's kind of my official title. And then back in 2018, I became a Grace Company dealer. And so I love it. It's absolutely awesome to be working with Grace Company, to be able to make videos on my Unique 21 that I have set up behind me here. And, you know, also I have a hoop frame and I can do videos on a home sewing machine set up on a hoop frame. Might potentially get another long arm for that. So it's just given me so many fun things to shoot videos on, to be able to teach machine quilting in different ways, and to get off that, you know, home sewing machine and a table, which I did for a really, really long time. And it was great. It certainly worked. But after a certain number of years, I was like, I really want to make more quilts. I really want to be able to finish more quilts for my family. And I was able to do that once I started working with frame quilting, with long arms. I honestly can say that there's no comparison. The speed that you can get, the ease of finishing, the less wear and tear on your body, on your neck and your back, it really makes a big difference. So yeah, that's pretty much what I do. And my husband works with me. And yep, we have a brand new baby girl. So we're she's just started to crawl. So we're going to have to figure out where those baby gates go this week. Yeah, that's just staying busy now. Trying to keep up with one that is crawling and one that is driving. My son has started to drive this past week too.
Oh my gosh.
It's an adventure.
Definitely. And I guess this is one of the questions that Karla and I wanted to ask, but how does having a young baby, I guess, affect your quilting? How are you?
When do you find time to fit it in?
Yeah. How do you make that happen?
Well, you know, I believe in scheduling. So the baby wise method, if anybody has a little baby too, I really believe in scheduling, and baby wise mom blog was really helpful for me this time around. So I scheduled my son back when he was little, and then I was kind of like, well, I remember it, but I didn't really remember it fully. And I found that blog and then started just reviewing it, and then got Betty on a schedule where now she goes down for a nap at about 8 o'clock and she stays down till about 10:30, 11. I get a lot of work done in the morning. So
Nice.
that helps a lot. And then with two of us, you know, if I need a film or something, Josh can take her and put her in the car and they drive around, they go see Granddaddy or something like that. So we figure out a way of working it around. We do have a shorter work day though. I can definitely say I'm not getting as much done. And that's okay. You know, sometimes we have to just make adjustments, and you know, that's worth it to me, just to enjoy these, you know, little baby years, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, we have a question from one of the viewers by Vicky Servius. So she says, Leah, I have the 15 Pro on a Qzone hoop frame. How well will the automated program work with having to shift the larger quilts?
That is a great question. So my advice for a hoop frame, when you're picking your design, is to do custom quilting style instead of an all over quilting style. What that means is basically pick a design, like let's say a block design, and you have a 15 Pro. So the size of the design is going to be 10 inches is kind of going to be pushing it. So I would say probably a 9.5 inch square, and place those squares and stitch those, right? And then as you advance the quilt, it's less, you're not having to get it back and rehooped perfectly because you're placing each individual square on the quilt. That's a custom quilting mentality and a custom quilting style too. It's going to make your quilt look better if you think about it, because you're going to be placing the design into the space that fits the best. You could also do, like, let's say you had sashing. You could put 3 little designs together, create that design, and then place it into the sashing too. And then when you do it that way, yeah, it might take a little bit longer to quilt each section. You're going to end up with a better looking quilt, and you're going to end up with a lot less kind of headaches when it comes to advancing. You're not going to be trying to connect a large panto edge to edge, which, you know, I still haven't quite figured that out yet, to be perfectly honest. And it might make you a little bit crazy. I just think that the advantage for a hoop frame is honestly custom quilting in a much easier way. That's my opinion.
I love that. Thanks for making such great points. There's another comment I saw. Courtney, if you can scroll up just a tad. It was about the Molly Maker book, I believe. Oh yes, here we go. So from Stacy. Leah, I love your, Mally the Maker book, excuse me. I made Miss Bunny and, sorry, you're cutting out.
Kind of froze on me a little bit.
Can you hear us okay?
There it goes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. We love technology, right? The internet. Okay, so it says, Leah, I love your Mally the Maker book. I made Miss Bunny and my Mally doll is in process. Do you think you will get back to more of Mally's story in the future?
Yes, absolutely. I've been brainstorming some ideas. I had an idea for book 2, you know, what Mally was going to do. And then I had a lot of life that happened in the last 2 years. And I don't know, you know, it's one of those funny things where you have a consideration of where things are going to go and then kind of gets all jumbled up. And so I want to get back to that and kind of storyboard out. I outline the book fully before I write it. And kind of the first step that I really want to do is get back into the world by narrating it. I was working on that back in 2020 when I had to kind of shelve the whole thing. My house flooded, all that 9 yards. But yeah, narrating it, creating the audiobook. It's kind of one of those weird hats that I have, and a lot of people will look at it and be like, wait a minute, you wrote a book? Like a real book? And it just makes me laugh. It was just a fun adventure, and I would love to get back to it. I want to make some more dolls too. I did make a Mally doll. So there's Miss Bunny and Mally. I've been wanting to make a bear and maybe a cat. So they were just, it was just a fun tangent.
That's something new that I definitely want to try. So I'm going to have to check out your book. That's amazing. Okay, one of the other questions that we had was by Teresa Williams. If you want to pull that up for us, Courtney. We've got lovely Courtney behind the scenes helping us out. Says, do you bind front and back on your machine or by hand?
This is a great question. Okay, so if it's a super special quilt, super special, going in a show, then I will stitch the binding on the first step by machine, and then I'll finish it by hand. I'll do the hand stitching to close. If it's a quilt that's going to get drug around the house, never going to go into a show, then I will do all of it by the machine. And I have a complete binding tutorial, how I prep the quilt, how I bind it, how I stitch it closed, leahday.com/binding. You can find multiple videos on how I do that step by step. Yeah, I mean, you know, if it's not going in a show, it doesn't have to be hand finished, you know. And I've never had binding come unpicked, you know, the machine done binding. I've never had that get messed up, ever.
Now, Paula Becker has a really good question, and I'm curious to know this one as well, is what batting do you typically use?
Okay, I've got two favorites.
Okay.
So I really like Hobbs Heirloom Wool. Now you gotta have to remember to steam the quilt when you're done with it, and that kind of folds it. It creates kind of almost a what's the word? What wool does whenever you wash it wrong. It kind of it makes it thicker and stick together so it doesn't beard. And then I really like Quilter's Dream poly and cotton. They have multiple different thicknesses and lofts. I love their Quilter's Dream Puff, which is a really fluffy polyester. It's almost as a density that's almost on par with wool. So, you know, those are the two companies that I kind of bounce back and forth from, Hobbs and Quilter's Dream. Really, you can't go wrong with just a solid quality batting. The biggest thing is whenever you cut it and you have leftover pieces, make sure to save your little info square, you know, the thing that has the amount of quilting that you need and all the information about it. Save that with the scraps so that way you remember what you've got. Because, you know, if you don't remember that, then you don't know how much quilting that batting's going to need. Yeah. So you might end up not quilting it enough in that next quilt whenever you do. And I usually buy king size battings and cut them down. So that way I have lots of scraps.
Awesome. We're going to jump back to some of the other questions. There were a lot that came up. Sorry, let me see. Okay, so Vicky Surveus said, I noticed the basket thing that you have on one of the bread holders. Did you make it or buy it? It looks like a tool holder.
Basket thing, bread holder. I don't.
I was hoping you maybe knew the reference.
I know what she's
Well,
talking
somebody was asking about your dad's caddies that he made. Are you still selling those? And I'm wondering if that kind of segues into that, you know, the little caddy.
Yeah, that's what it was. So it's a tool caddy. It is made out of leather. It's a little steampunky.
Cool.
Dad has moved on. He's no longer working for us anymore, but I am planning on coming out with these some more. It's something that kind of also, I had to kind of, you know, I had 2 really, really weird years being pregnant with Betty all last year and then having a flood and renovation stuff. So I finally feel like life is getting a little bit back to normal again after a very long stretch of time. So I have a laser cutter now, and we are laser cutting out in the barn. Cool. And so I'm hoping to be able to come out with these again, laser cutting the leather. That's very time consuming to cut leather any other way, basically. So I'm hoping to pursue that in the next couple of months. And it's just an adventure, you know. Coming out with the tool caddy, I've now started thinking maybe I could make it out of wood, which sounds kind of crazy. So there's never an end to the creative things that we can do.
That's so fun, and I always love seeing the things you're coming out. And I have to give a little shout out. Janet George, who's one of our other Grace ambassadors, is just giving you some props. She's saying, hi, Leah, thank you for the incredible quilting help that you've been for me. Going back to the sit-down tiara days, aren't we glad we have
Yes.
21s with QCT now? Looking forward to more great help in the days ahead. You're such a gifted teacher and very much appreciated.
Thank you, Janet. And I missed Janet. She was coming through town last week, and I totally missed her. Just, you know, life being busy. And I really, you know, we were going to try and meet up, but it's on the list. We will maybe meet up again at a show sometime soon. That would be fun.
Love that.
Amy has a really good question that she would like to know your opinion on, okay?
Okay.
She is asking, what machine frame setup would you recommend for someone that would like to do lots of edge-to-edge type automated pantographs?
That is a great question. I would recommend going with the Continuum 2 frame because it's a rolling rail frame. You get the full width of your quilt from edge to edge, right? Or the full length of your quilt from edge to edge. So you're getting the maximum amount of quilts set up. You don't have to shift side to side like a hoop frame. And then I'd recommend the biggest long arm you can afford, because then you can size your design to be quilting the greatest amount of quilt with every pass. So that, let's say you get a QCT 21, like what I've got behind me, you might have a potential of 16, 17 inches vertical, and then full width of the frame, 127 inches on a 12-foot frame. You're going to be knocking that quilt out pretty quickly, right? And with automation, then you could set it up and it's running automatically edge to edge. And then all you're having to worry about is checking your bobbin at the beginning of each row. You don't want to run out of bobbin thread right through the middle. Check your bobbin and then reset the machine to start the next row. That's really going to be your best bet. And if you can't start there with a Continuum 2 and a 21, then start with something, a smaller long arm. Start with a 15 Pro. And you're going to have 10 vertical inches, right? And then you can expand later. But yeah, I would definitely go with the Continuum 2.
Awesome.
There's another good one there too.
There's, I think, Chris Vigil, what is the purple quilt behind you? Is there a pattern?
Yes, there is. This is actually the quilt I just recently made, and I made it for Betty. So this is the Whirligig quilt. Let me see if I can hold it up. Yeah. So it is circle appliques and kind of slightly pieced too. And then I did these cute hearts. So yeah, lots of cute little videos, and you can find the video on how to make it. I just recently posted this. It's going to be on my blog at leahday.com. So just go to leahday.com and you click on the sidebar for latest news, and you'll be able to see how I put this together. And then next week I'll have 3 short videos. I'm trying something new. I'm doing some shorts, under 60-second videos. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I did a video on testing the stitches, on stitching it, and then another video on how to tie off your thread tails. So all that's coming out next week.
Awesome. And just so you guys are aware, on our website, on the events.graceframe.com, if you go to presenters, you'll be able to see Leah's lovely picture, a whole bio about her, and all of her different social media platforms, her website, so you can access all of those great resources. So be sure to check out the website to get all of that great information. Donna had a question. What do you prefer, free motion, ruler work, or automation?
It depends on how fast I need to get the quilt done.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, if I'm harried for time, okay, I'm gonna just buzz over it with something quick, like giant super spirals, and so that's gonna be free motion quilting. If I have a little bit more time, and let's say it's a very, very special quilt, very meaningful, then I might design my own motif and digitize it for QCT, and then place it and stitch it. And then also add some ruler quilting around it, and then some free motion quilting in the background or something like that. So it really, truly depends on how much time I've got for the project. If I'm in a hurry, I'm going to buzz over it, free motion quilting, nice open design, no travel stitching. If I have tons of time, no limits to the creativity, then I am going to really stitch it up a notch and have some fun. I love playing with all the tools in my toolbox, and the fact that I can digitize and I can do automation and I can have rulers in my hand to help guide. All of those things can be used on one quilt, right? So why not use them all if I've got the time?
Here's another good one. Will, and it's Christiane, sorry.
I think that's it, yeah.
Okay. She says, will the high shank rulers work with the Unique long arm?
Yeah, that's all you want to use. You want to use long arm thickness rulers, so the 1/4 inch thick rulers. You do not want to use the thinner home sewing machine low shank rulers, the ones that are like the same thickness as your cutting rulers. You don't want to use those because the foot could hop up on top of them, or it could slip and go over the edge of the ruler foot. And guys, always use, I don't care what kind of machine you're using, whether it's a long arm or a home sewing machine, if you are ruler quilting, you need to use a ruler foot and rulers. You really should never do it without a ruler foot, because any other foot is just not high enough, and you can go over or you can go under. You need that base. you know, that wide, thick base that a ruler foot has. And you can get our ruler foot for the Qnique long arms. Each one will be in the hopping foot set, is the one that you want for a ruler foot. Okay.
And Leah has actually designed several rulers, and we get to make them here at the Grace Company. But yeah, can you tell us a little bit about your inspiration for the rulers and how you came up with them?
Mostly is just, you know, filling a need. So my favorite is the Ditcher ruler, and it is specifically designed to help you stay in the ditch. And then it's got etched lines on it to help you be able to echo ditch. That's stitching 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch away from the ditch. So it's really just designed to help you have that precision quilting and that control that you want. The wave rulers, the super slide and mini slide rulers, I like, you know, simple wave designs, and I like to be able to go inside and do creative, you know, little filler designs inside. So that was really the motivation for those. And you can also cut the edge of your quilt with those and make a cute little wave edge along the side. The feather ruler was largely, you know, being able to control a machine this heavy when you're first getting started. And I'm still, you know, I'm still struggling sometimes to control it and be able to get it to do what I want smoothly. And to be able to quilt a feather and a nice, you know, symmetrical feather, that was a struggle for me. So I designed a ruler that will create a perfect symmetrical 2-inch feather. And so you can make the identical shape on both sides of a stem, and you can use the mini slide ruler to stitch the stem. So, I mean, there's a reason, there's a method behind the madness, right? And then the scallop circle ruler, the 2-inch circle, will create cute little scallop shapes, or you can do circles. And that one, I really wanted something smaller. That I saw a lot of scallop rulers were humongous. They were like 18 inches long, and you really can't control a ruler that's getting out here this big because you only have one hand on it. And if your one hand can't hold the ruler in place, then it's going to be wobbling all over the place. So that's why I designed that scallop ruler. It's real small. It's like this big, and you can do one single scallop and hop it over and chain them together. It helps you line everything up and keep it all nice and organized. And I'm more meticulous. Like, I really want a perfect look, and I want it to be consistent. And so that really is always the motivation behind my designs and the etched lines and stuff on it, just trying to help you line it up and get it exactly right.
Thank you. That's awesome. You know, Brenda asked a really good question, and I'm very curious to hear what you have to say about it. She wants to know if she should get an idler on for an 8-foot frame.
Well, it depends on your long arm.
Yes.
If you have a Qnique 19 or a Qnique 21, then yes. If you have a Qnique 15, it's probably not going to do you any good. And the reason is, you know, it's going to eat up a little bit of space. You're going to lose about 1.5 inches of vertical quilting space. Okay, so it's going to reduce your space just a little bit. But in my opinion, I think it's worth it because that, and I have an idler on mine behind me. It's just a stationary rail. But what it does is it bumps that back rail up so that the volume of the quilt starts building up higher and no longer presses on the machine bed. So you no longer have to go back and raise your frame up and fiddle with your frame every time, right? But because it goes upwards and into the long arm area, into the arm, the 15 just doesn't have quite enough space for that. So I would say a 19 or a 21, yes. If you have anything smaller, no.
Yeah, there's another good question. I was reading. So anyway, somebody asked about red snappers. Now, I know that you like them, so tell us a little bit about them. And then somebody asked about magnets, so maybe you could combine the two.
Yeah, I've never tried. So ostensibly what this product is it is designed to help you connect your backing fabric to the leader cloth in a fast way. So pinning, at first I was diehard pinner, and that's what I did every time. And then I actually did the math on the time involved, and it was taking 45 minutes to an hour to pin a big quilt to my leader cloth. That's very, very time consuming, especially if you're cranking them in and out, right? You really want to get a new quilt on the frame, and you don't want to spend a lot of time on it. The red snappers enable you to be able to basically just set the backing against the leader cloth and clamp it in place. And it takes now maybe 10 minutes to load the quilt on the frame entirely. And that's stitching on the batting and that's stitching on the top row of the quilt top too. So 10 minutes and I'm ready to start quilting. I think that's worth it. I'm not trying anything with magnets yet. I don't know what that's referencing. You know, but I think they're great. Unfortunately, shipping costs have gone up, so I can't carry them anymore, but you can Google the name and go and find them if you want them.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So Doris want to know tips for using a minky backing.
That is a great question. So minky is lots of fun to play with, but if you put it on your frame wrong, you will be crying because it has a stretch to it. You want the stretch, I always have to stop and think, you want the stretch to go parallel with the frame, meaning that it's stretching as you're pinning it to the backing fabric, to the leader cloth. That's where you want the stretch to be. You do not want the stretch down the sides, and you can just pull, actually I have some minky right here. You can just pull on it and be able to see which edge is the stretchy edge. So here is like, you know, just a little bit of minky that I've got on hand, and I just pull on it and that feels more firm. I rotate it around and I pull on it and I just compare. It's like, all right, well, that one actually now feels less stretchy than this edge. So that stretchy edge, I would be pinning along it, and then I would have the not stretchy edge going down and being put in tension on the frame. And the reason is, you don't want that side to stretch. When you take it off, the whole thing will have been stretched out, and then it'll go shoop, and it all look distorted and gross. So.
Oh, here's a good one, Leah. It says, what's the leader cloth?
So leader cloth, great question, Teresa Williams. What is leader cloth? It's the fabric that is used to connect the backing of your quilt to the frame. It allows you to connect the quilt to the frame and get good tension on it. It's very essential in a rolling rail frame like the Qzone Queen or the Continuum 2, where you basically have the frame set up full length, bigger than the quilt, and you want a leader cloth that is going to be durable and made out of a thicker material. In Grace Company, you will get your leader cloth with your Continuum 2, and it's a great leader cloth. It really is awesome, and I have had it now for years, and it doesn't wear out. You use it over and over and over and over again.
Oh, I'm trying to see. Okay, yeah. Do you have a lot of bobbins wound ready before you quilt or as you go?
I always wind a lot beforehand. I hate stopping to wind a bobbin. I really, really hate it. And I tend to quilt mostly with white thread. I know that sounds a little bit weird, but visibility is key when I'm filming a video. And so I just got into the mode back in 2009 of always filming with white thread. And so I'll wind 10, 15 bobbins in white thread and then call it a day, right? You know, I don't want to have to stop in the middle to do that later.
Awesome. So the next question is learned free motion quilting from Leah's YouTube videos. She's a Janome Horizon 7700. What frame would you recommend? A Cutie or Qzone? She's a mom of 3 littles, just quilting stuff for fun, and usually make a queen or bigger.
I would say really it depends on how much space you have. So if you've got the space for an 8-foot or a 10-foot frame, then my advice would be to go on ahead and either get a Qzone Queen or a Continuum 2. And the reason is, long term, you're going to be happier, especially making queen size or bigger. Now, of course, unless you can't do a bigger quilt on a rolling rail frame, like you can't do a king on a queen size frame. That doesn't work because of how they operate. I would say, as far as a comparison between a Cutie and a Qzone, I'd probably go with the Qzone. This is just my opinion, though. I think a Qzone hoop, like a Qzone hoop frame, And the reason is that it's going to come with a carriage that sits up on top of the quilt. You only have to roll one side of the quilt to install it. So it's a little bit quicker in advances. You have channel locks already there coming with the frame, and it can more easily attach a laser to it so you can do pantographs if you want to. But look at, I think the most important thing, look at your space first. Your machine may change, and it may change faster than you think. When I first set up this frame, I thought an 8-foot frame is going to be the biggest frame I'll ever be able to put in this room. And I'll only ever need this QCT5. Well, less than 2 years later, I switched things around in this room so I could fit a 10-foot frame. And then less than 6 months later, my house flooded, and I was making excuses to tear out a wall so I could fit a 12-foot frame. So stuff happens.
I love that. I've seen a few questions that are about quilt clips and asking, do you always, maybe tell us what the quilt clips are, what they're for. And then also I had someone asking, do you float your quilts or pin?
Yeah. So quilt clips are these blue things here on my frame. And so the quilt here is floating, meaning I've got my backing fabric attached, and I attach it to the back rail, and I also attach it to this front bottom rail. And then I don't have anything on this top front rail, nothing at all. I took all the leader cloth off because I found that I didn't need it. And so I only attach the backing to those two rails, and then I float the batting and quilt top off this, and then clamp it in place with that quilt clip. And that, I love that. It's perfect tension. Never have a problem with it. And it's really speedy because I don't have to, I don't have to do anything extra to the quilt between advances. I just lift up the batting and backing after I have moved the quilt forward and smooth it out and then clip it back in place. I'm ready to go. It's just about speed.
Nice. Somebody's asking, I think it's Kim, what do you think about pre-wound bobbins?
I hate them. Sorry. I'm not a fan. As far as I'm concerned, it's mystery thread. I don't know how old it is. I don't know where it came from. I don't know really what color it is. I mean, I can kind of guess, but I like to wind thread from the spool that's going in the top of the machine. And if my machine starts to eat it, the thread might be old. So I can identify that pretty quickly and, throw it away and grab another spool. I like to match perfectly so that way I know that those are the same, and that hides those little tension issues and stuff that can happen. I just don't like pre-wounds because the bobbin thread tends to be very, very thin. I end up having tension issues with that. I find that thread, this is just me personally, balances better with the thread on top. So they're working together better. That's just how it's worked for me. And the only time that I use pre-wounds ever is in my embroidery machine. And that, embroidery intentionally is pulling hard to the back. So your stitches it's just a whole different thing. So that's the only time that I really use that kind of bobbin.
Colors. I'm interested to find out for myself about the bobbin thread color versus the the top.
Yeah,
you able to
I
hear
always
me?
match. Always. And they contrast. They contrast sometimes. I will, let me see if I've got a quilt right here. I'm like right next to a whole bunch of drawers that have different quilts and things. So here is a quilt that I did a while ago. And that is the right side with just some fabric that I dyed. And then this is the wrong side. So as far as I'm concerned, if you get over the fear of contrast, you can end up with really beautiful double-sided quilts. And it's not that scary. This is one, let's see here. This is an ugly one. I'll show you an ugly one. This was from long before I became a professional quilter. So this was like 2005, 2006 maybe. It's like a landscape with a girl in it. And
what do you mean?
Doing, and I did a light, and this is what you don't do. Okay, so if you're going to contrast, go with a darker fabric to a lighter thread, and then it will look pretty. This looks gross because it's like the light fabric kind of shines a light through the stitching. I don't know. It's a little bit weird, but I pretty much picked up on darker fabric, lighter thread. It looks great. It does make you be a little bit more conscious. If you hear a bad noise, you got to stop and check it and pick that bird's nest out. If you've got a bird's nest on the back, I mean, a long time ago, I realized that I was really ignoring a lot of stuff that I should have been stopping and checking my machine for. And the reason, you get in quilting mode, you want to keep on going. But when you have that contrast and you know that your stitches are going to be visible, it makes you a better quilter, because you're going to stop and pick that out and double check the back and make sure that that's going to look good.
Nice. Thank you. That's a question from Karla, because we get a lot of people who ask, what to use. So I'm trying to extend this to help you out and find some interesting things. So, and then another quilter, let's see, Linda. She wants to know if you are a day quilter, I'm going to put morning quilter, noon quilter, or evening quilter.
Well, I had to get really careful a couple years ago about working at the wrong times of the day. So because I work at home, I found I could just work all the time, and that got really unhealthy. And so now I can quilt within the hours of basically 8 o'clock until about 3 when my son comes home. So that's my window, and I don't do any midnight quilting anymore. I don't, if I have something to stitch in the evening, it's something personal, it's like for Betty or something like that, then maybe, but for the most part, my evenings are, hanging out with the guys, hanging out with Betty, doing that kind of thing. And I really, now quilting very much is business and work. And I keep that within those hours, and that's working out really, really well for me. When it was a hobby, of course, it was easy to spend lots and lots more hours in the evenings and getting in, I used to stay up till 2-3 o'clock in the morning and stuff like that. It caught up with me and it will eventually. So I don't do that anymore at all. I value my sleep. So I really try and plan my projects better. And like I was saying about speed, if I've got a deadline and something's got to be done, I'm going to make choices about a quilt that are entirely different from what I used to do. I used to make very emotional choices like, oh, it's got to be quilted this crazy way. I have no time to do it in. And now I can make choices that are like, I only have a week and a half to do this. It's going to get quilted very simply, and that's okay. The only wrong way to quilt a quilt is to just not quilt it and not get it done and leave it as a top that never gets enjoyed.
Somebody asked the question of how many quilts are you completing in the year? And I'm sure that's probably changed a little bit with this crazy year, but I guess on average, what does that look like?
Yeah. So right now I'm completing 1 or 2 quilts a month. I have a big I'm making Dresden plate blocks. And so that's kind of a fun putter around project. I'm doing some projects for, I'm doing some secret sewing, so I can't share everything about that right now. But when I'm kind of calculating the behind the scenes stuff plus my own personal projects, I'm doing about 1 or 2 a month, and I could be doing more, I could be doing less. So, there's not really a right or wrong there, I don't think.
Leah, Carolyn asked, and this is a really good question for you because I know you have some. Do you have any quilting books that are on free motion patterns? And what do you recommend?
Well, I have
know you've
the books that I've
written
written.
some,
Yeah, I've got the books that I've written. I do love Angela Walters' books. I think she's a terrific quilter. I know Christine Camellini, she has an excellent book. And then Carly Porter, her book on graffiti quilting is amazing. Blows my mind. So I love all of those quilters. My friend Krista Watson has a great book that's on walking foot quilting and free motion quilting. So it's really just on the technique that you're interested in, and then just being inspired, seeing pretty pictures, that kind of thing. And that's where I love Carly's book. Her photos are amazing.
Yeah, she's about to have another little one too. I saw on her post that she sent out. That was a lot of fun too. So maybe Spider is her third one. So it's fun. Somebody else asked, what is a good way to quilt the last row of the quilt on the long arm?
That is a great question. I like to baste my quilts down. So I'll use the base stitch, and I like it set on the smallest setting. And so usually about, 1 or 2 rows. So like these blocks, I'll have like 1 or 2 rows left of these blocks. And then I'll go on ahead and run lines of basting stitches about every, 6 to 10 inches apart. And these are stitches that are really, really big, easy to pick out. And I'll do that all the way down to the end of the quilt, basting down to, the bottom edge of the quilt. So everything is stable and essentially quilted with basting stitches. Then I go in and do my quilting design, whatever that is, and then pick out those basting stitches. I do it that way now because I found that to be a little bit of a struggle. That bottom edge likes to ripple and do weird stuff. And if it's a really special quilt, I'll go on ahead and from the very beginning, I'll baste it about, every 10 on this long arm, I'll do 10 to 15 inches apart on those lines. And that way the entire quilt's already locked together, stable. All the layers are locked together. And then if I have to quickly pop this quilt off the frame and switch to another quilt, like let's say scheduling or something gets mixed up and I have to remove it, then it's much easier to put back on the frame again later. If it's already been basted, those layers are already locked together. I hope that makes sense.
Good tips. Yeah. And Linda asked, how do you decide what pattern to quilt on your quilts? That's a good question.
The pattern I have time for. Yeah, so we mentioned this at the beginning. Open free motion design with a batting that allows me quilting up to 10 inches. So Quilter Stream Poly is a great choice for that. Really, really big open design if I'm on a time limit. And like a gift quilt, just need to get it done, given to the person on time. If it's super, super special and I want it to look at it every day, it's a tablecloth quilt, I'm going to be sitting there drinking my cup of tea every morning with it, then I might do something a little bit more elaborate. And I might be a little bit more picky about it. It just depends. It depends on how much time I've got and how special it's going to be.
I love that. Well, I think we've got time for one more question. I want to do Paulette's. So Paulette, she says, how do you determine let me say it again. Do you determine how you want to quilt your top while designing the quilt or after you make the top?
This is a great question. Typically, I will start thinking about the quilting design after it's a top. I shoot a photo of the quilt finished. I'll just take it outside, hang it up somewhere and snap a picture of it so I can see all the edges and get it nice and flat. So I can print out a photo and then I take a pen and I just mark over the top and I can print out lots of copies and then figure out what I want on that surface. If I've been thinking about quilting before I piece it, then that quilt might be actually more of a whole cloth style. It might be more of a show quilt style. And in that case, I might be going a lot more, it might be just a whole different style of project. I'd say most of the time I end up with tops that aren't quilted. Lately I've been going and getting tops on eBay, these poor quilt tops that were made in the 70s, the 60s and 70s or whatever, and never quilted and never finished. And I'll just buy them on eBay and then get them, snap a photo of it, plan the quilting design, put it on the long arm, get it quilted. And I love that. These days right now, I'm not really thinking about the quilting design as I'm piecing something so much. If I do, then usually I will piece the blocks bigger with some extra background just so I have more space to play. That's about it.
Awesome. Well, I wish we could stay here all day. I think the questions would just keep coming in. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time out of your very busy schedule to come and answer our questions, be with us here at Spring Fling. Again, if you would like to follow along with all of Leah's amazing quilting adventures, she's always has something new up her sleeves, go to the events.graceframe.com and then you can access her full presenter bio and you'll be able to see all of her different social media, her Facebook group, her website. all that fun stuff. So be sure to go and join us there. And thank you again, Leah. I guess one more word of advice. Our theme for this Spring Fling is on our way to something new. What is your word of advice to all of our quilters out there that are just trying to jump in, maybe have some fears of trying something new? What's your advice for them?
The biggest thing I think is just actually quilt real quilts. You know, everybody has quilts that are super, super special. Everybody has those quilts that are like, not so much. Put those quilts on your frame, get them stitched. You can't practice on practice sandwiches forever. You know, we don't necessarily put our best stitches on practice sandwiches. You know, we can be a little bit messy on just plain fabric. It changes the game when you've actually got seams involved. It changes the game when you know that you bothered to piece those rectangles with sashing. You're going to take it more seriously, and you're going to get a different level of practice in. And it's okay if the quilt doesn't come out perfectly. If you're on your way to something new, well, you're going to have to make a few skip stitches along the way, right? And you're going to have to get over that need for it to be absolutely perfect. You know, if you can't see it, here's what I say to students whenever I was teaching in person. That is, the only stitch that you actually have to pick out is a toe catcher. And that is if it's so wide, you catch your toes in a neck. And that's it.
That's awesome. My mother-in-law said the same thing. As long as you can't catch a toe in it, it's good.
Exactly.
Awesome.
So
Okay,
that's
well,
really good.
Thank you again, Leah. We really appreciate your time, and hopefully we'll see you at our next event. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
Thank
Take
you
care.
so much.
All right. Oh, isn't she amazing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks again, Leah. Up next, we have another Grace ambassador, Leslie Rutland, who is going to show us some really great tips and tricks for beginner cutie quilters. So if you've been interested, thinking about getting the cutie frame, or you have one and want some great tips and tricks, this is the video for you.
Hi, this is Leslie Rutland from The Seasoned Homemaker, and today I'm going to show you how you can quilt on a cutie frame. I'll be demonstrating how easy it is to set up the cutie frame and get started quilting with a simple design that anyone can do. So the first thing you need to do is set your frame on a level surface such as a table. It's not very heavy. All you do is just lift it and place it. And you can notice here where I have it sitting on top of my cutting table in my sewing room. Now the next thing you're going to do is place the bottom carriage onto the frame. Now notice how this carriage sits on the frame, and because it's got these nice little wheels, it'll move easily from left to right. Now the next thing you're going to add is the machine carriage, and this is going to sit on the bottom carriage, but it's in a different direction. And the cutie frame is designed to be able to hold all types of machines, even machines that are traditionally used on a long arm. The carriage comes with these easy to use clamps that hold the machine in place and keep it steady. So you set your machine on top of the carriage, and then you tighten the clamps, and the machine is not going anywhere. The next thing you want to add is the take-up rail. This is the rail where you place the top of your fabric. And the Cutie take-up rail, if you'll notice, is square, and it fits into this kind of triangular notch. So it doesn't move or vibrate when you're quilting. To hold the take-up rail in place, you just lift and slide these little end covers, and then your take-up rail is extremely stable. One of the things about the Cutie frame that I really love are these great fabric clips that hold your quilt in place. They fit snugly over the take-up rail and the front rail. Now I'm demonstrating them on the take-up rail. Notice that there's a lip where I can actually hook the fabric clamps onto this clip. And also something to note that the take-up rail has 3 clips, but the front rail only has 2. So that way you don't get your clips confused. Now, another thing I love about the Cutie frame is being able to easily adjust the height depending on the kind of machine you're using. Now notice here I've highlighted it from a side view and a close-up. There are some little levers right there. You just lift the levers and all of a sudden you can raise and lower the height of your frame. You can also adjust the depth of your frame. And this is another one of my favorite features because I have several other machines that I could use on the Cutie frame. With the frame adjustment, what you're doing is you're just lifting these levers and moving it to either a deeper or a more shallow setting. Now what I'm doing here is setting it for a deep setting. So if you own a machine that has a really large harp space, you would adjust it here. And you can notice the difference after I've adjusted it by where my hand is placed in the video. Now the next step is to add fabric to the frame. Again, this is very simple. It's just a matter of using those fabric clips and clipping the fabric to the take-up rail. Now this quilt has 3 layers, the fabric, the batting, and the quilt back. And you can see how easily it is that the clips can secure the quilt. It's really that simple and it's not difficult or hard at all. You just roll it up and clip it on. Now, as you're watching, see a close-up of the lip that shows how easy it is, and don't forget to adjust your straps. Next, you want to put the rest of the quilt on the front rail in the same way. First, unroll the quilt and lay it over the rail, and then clip it down. Now notice that both of those clips, the take-up rail clips and the front rail clips, are facing each other, and that is facing inward. And that's really important because this is how you know it's done correctly, when the word Cutie is facing you. So basically, next you just re-roll the quilt and wrap it over the clips and hook them on the clip lip. And then your quilt is very secure and you're ready to start quilting. Now the next step is to just quilt the quilt. Of course, you'll have to adjust your machine. You'll want to do things like lower the feed dogs and add the correct foot for quilting if your machine has one. And most machines have some sort of special foot. It can be a quilting foot or even a darning foot. So you just want to make sure you have a foot on your machine that is going to work for this. Now I'm demonstrating something called a wavy stitch because it's an easy stitch for someone who has never quilted this way and ideal for using on the quilty frame. And it doesn't require a whole lot of skill, and small imperfections don't tend to show up when you're using the wavy stitch. Now notice how the machine runs across the quilt, creating this simple design. So I found that once you reach the end, you may want to go ahead and cut your thread and start back on the left again. Sometimes trying to do the same stitch in reverse for beginners can be a little tricky. So I would suggest on your first few tries, you go ahead and you cut the thread and move back to the left again. Now on a Cutie, you could also use rulers for quilting, like in specific areas. But if you just want something simple and want to get a quilt finished quickly, the wavy stitch is always a great way to go. Once you've quilted a little bit, you're going to have to advance your quilt on the frame. Now this is just a matter of unclamping and taking the clips off and then just advancing the fabric over the frame again. You're going to move the quilt back some on the take-up rail, following the same technique I showed you earlier. It's just a matter of taking it up a bit, rolling it up a little so that it just doesn't shift or unroll. So then you move the quilt up and keep it even. Since I used a wavy stitch, it's really easy to see where I've stitched and where I need to place the rest of my quilt. But it doesn't require that it has to be perfectly accurate. That kind of technique comes with practice. Now place the clips across the take-up rail first and then add your clips across the front bar, clamping everything back in place. Then roll everything up and clip it in place with the little hooks. And now you're ready to start quilting again. Notice that I am rolling up this quilt on the take-up rail because you don't want the fabric draped over the back, since it would get in the way of your machine moving across the quilt. Now that you've advanced the quilt, just keep quilting and advancing until you finish quilting. want you to notice when you see my finished quilt that it is not perfectly quilted. You can see some of my tiny wavy stitches are a little imperfect, but that doesn't matter because what I have is a finished quilt that is ready to be given away to a friend or family member who's going to love it, and they're never going to notice any of these imperfections. The final step would be to trim away the excess and bind the quilt. I have tutorials on the Seasoned Homemaker that show you how to do this. Again, one final look at the Cutie frame on my cutting table in my sewing room, ready for the next quilt. It is so easy to use, it is easy to set up, it's a quick process, and I use it all the time when I want to quilt something quick and easy. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and thank you for watching.
Wasn't that amazing?
It was. That was super cute. What a fun little way to kind of use the Cutie there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Leslie Rutland, again, one of our incredible Grace ambassadors. We really appreciate you. And as always, you can go to the presenters tag and follow all of her stuff on social media and learn all the amazing things that she has up her sleeves. She's always doing something fun and different.
Yes, wonderful. Well, thank you guys all for joining us throughout the entirety of today. And if you joined us yesterday, I just really quickly, as we kind of end this day, I just want to go through one more time and show you guys how to just facilitate a little bit with the website and show you how you can tune in for it next week. So really simple, you're going to start off on graceframe.com. So again, just very easy, graceframe.com. And then on that homepage, you can see the Spring Fling. So all you're going to do is you're going to hit join the festival. It's going to then take you over to this page. Now this page looks like this because I have registered for the event. If you have not registered, you will see a tab pop up right over here in place of my account, and it'll say register. So if you guys have not registered, please make sure you do, because we are choosing gifts, or we are giving away those things for those that have pre-registered the day of. So if you have not registered, there is still absolutely a chance for you to win some of our amazing gifts, whether it's a Cutie, some True Cut products, thread, you still have that possibility to win. But I do, again, just kind of as we are ending this on the second day, I want to show you guys really quickly kind of part of what we have when we come back next Wednesday for day 3 of Spring Fling. So you get there, again, this is just your home page. You're going to go to the event schedule, and it's going to take you to a page that looks like this. So this was today, April 1st. And then again, we're going to come back. It's going to be next Wednesday, so April 6th. So we're giving you guys a couple days. If you want to, you can go back through and re-watch all those videos. But just to kind of show you guys so you can have some to look forward to, again, is next Wednesday, April 6th. We'll have the kickoff. We will have Nathan here, and Mark will kick it off for us there at the beginning. Then we will have the introduction of the Free Motion Starter Kit. So if you guys were with us the very first day, Karla shared just a little bit about it. So this is where she'll go a little bit more in depth and show you really what's included with that. And then just following that, we'll have Lizzie, Allen, and Jackson. So these are some of our ambassadors that are going to be showing you a little bit more just on some challenges, you know, that they have. And there's cute quilts, the hedgehog cushion. So it's going to be a really fun one. Make sure you don't miss it. And then we're going to have a live segment here. It's going to be really fun. We're going to have Nathan, Courtney, Karla, and myself there. And then this is, again, coming back with Jackson. He's going to do a little bit of a trunk show for us. And so this is if you guys want to make sure you don't miss a segment. Again, you can simply come here, add it to your calendar, and you can choose which calendar to add it to. So again, make sure you don't miss those segments. Put a reminder on there so you can be there for it. Then we have the second part of Karla's cactus tutorial. And then we'll come back and Nathan will do a little bit of a demo with the automation. And then we'll also have a panel discussion about some fears when first getting started with quilting. And I'm sure all of you have quite a few of those. So this will be a fun segment where people, you know, kind of came over some of those challenges and really how they were able to push through that and get started on their journey. And then we have return of poncho. This will be a really fun one. This actually, again, this looks like a really neat one that is a little bit of a different way of turning quilting into something you can really wear. So again, make sure if you guys want to do it, add it to your calendar. There's a couple different options there. And then again, this is just going to be happening. This is April 6th. So again, make sure if there's any events you guys want to see, add them to your calendars so you can make sure to be notified. But I just want to say thank you guys again so much for joining in with us and for being a part of this day 2 of Spring Fling. And we can't wait to see you guys next week.
See you next week.